Welcome back, everyone. Our final series in the last week of the Summer Showdown qualifiers is coming up soon, and we got the Shanghai Dragons versus the Seoul Dynasty, the two gladiators that have gone against each other in the APAC before, but have been leading the pack of APAC.
I think you said it yesterday quite well, Vicky. You said they seem to be like 2 tier breaks above the rest of the team, so cut above the rest. This should be a fantastic showdown in this stage in particular, just because we've seen how dominant it can be against opposing teams, rarely dropping maps. I think Seoul dropped 2 of which came yesterday, and Seoul and the Shanghai Dragons, I believe, have only dropped 1 map so far. So, yeah, in terms of records, this is pretty tight. You can see across the season as well, 14-3 identical records so far when it comes to map win-losses. This one is going to accelerate one above the other. There could be some shenanigans in the tournament. We can worry about that another time. But in terms of regular season and qualification, only one of these teams can sit on top of the region.
And what's nice to note is I was talking to Avril earlier on today, and we had mentioned this just a few days ago too, where this is El Clásico match, basically, that we have on our hands, because Seoul and Shanghai actually have the longest standing rivalry between any two teams in the entirety of the Overwatch League, with a total of 22 total series played. So it's really nice to see this be the finale, and for this to determine which of these teams are going to be sitting in the first seed for the Summer Showdown tournament. With both of these teams being 5-0 in this stage, I'm wondering how this is going to play out, because like you mentioned before, Dragons dropped 1 map, we saw Dynasty drop 2 maps, and they both dropped maps to Philly Fusion. So we're going to see how that's going to play out here between both of these teams.
Yeah, Philly Fusion being the spoiler of the region, apparently. Glad to see they actually just secured their place in the Summer Showdown. If you're tuning in just now for this matchup, Fusion were able to take down the Spark with a high enough map differential to make sure they took the 4th place away from the Chengdu Hunters, and they give themselves a spot in the Summer Showdown. Seoul Dynasty versus Shanghai Dragons. I'm wondering if we can get the Seoul Dynasty roster up just to go through it. It's been quite a consistent one throughout the course of the season. Not really many changes when it came round to this stage. Obviously, we put Profit into the support role, which is probably the most confusing part of this one. But they've been performing very well, as demonstrated by the Seoul Dynasty's record. Stalker and Fitz, they've really come into their own, relying heavily on things like the Genji, particularly for Stalker, who's been having a whale of a time.
Yeah, you know, we talked about it in our previous series. It's nice to talk about it right now. Rookie players popping off left to right. Stalker, Vindame, love this from the Dynasty here. And yeah, this is going to be nice to see what they're going to do against the Dragons, because when we take a look at the Dragons, it's also nice to note that the Dragons, I believe, are actually leading in terms of their set history, 13-9. So with the Dynasty and the way that they've been performing so far within the APAC region, it'd be nice for them to overtake them and have that opportunity throughout this season.
It would be indeed, just to be able to make a true statement of your own. Stalker, Fitz, Smurf, Profit, Vindame. Smurf is... there was some criticism, I believe, from the previous day. Smurf maybe not getting involved as much as they want to, but also cries from the other side of the community saying Smurf was potentially robbed the player of the match sometimes. These are the things that happen, the dichotomy of the Dynasty. Taking a look at the Shanghai Dragons roster. Lip, who are you? Void, Izayaki, Lijiang. Who are you? Someone who is heralded as one of, if not the best Genji in the world, has been having so much fun in this meta, Vicky.
He's been going crazy. I mean, when we talk about the best Genjis in the entire league, Who Are You is in that conversation. But can this contention between Who Are You and Stalker play out in the explosive way that I'm expecting here between both of these teams? I'm wondering, as we are going to get set up here, the Dragons looking fantastic up to par, as well as the fact that, again, they only dropped 1 map so far in the qualifiers for the Summer Showdown versus the Dynasty, who just yesterday did lose 2. Now, very close in terms of where these two teams are standing in the APAC region. Like you mentioned before, Trin, and like we talked about earlier on yesterday, these two teams are on a completely different plane than the other teams in the APAC region. And I'm excited to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, I love that you touched on the Who Are You Stalker matchup here. You've got that established veteran, the rookie calling the upshot. That's a really interesting dynamic to see play out throughout the course of the series. Can Stalker almost steal some of the thunder, steal the mantle away from Who Are You in terms of Genji performance in such a Genji-dominant meta right now? I'll be keeping an eye on that one in particular as the series evolves. Izayaki and Lijiang, they've been a fantastic backline duo throughout the entire season. Profit obviously stepping into this role, experienced on the Brigitte from previous metas, but now coming into it in the context of a true support. against such experienced and veteran backline on the Dragons, that's also an interesting one to keep an eye out as well. I think Vindane's been playing fantastically anyway. I'm not too worried about Vindane holding up against Lijiang in this series.
Yeah, it really does play out into that rookie versus veteranship that we've been seeing between the Dynasty and the Dragons. It's really enjoyable also to see that the Dynasty are feeling nice. You can see some smiles, they're laughing, they're enjoying themselves before they dive into this match, especially after what we had seen from their faces just yesterday against Philadelphia. A lot of interesting series that we've had throughout this week in Trid, but of course this is APAC for a reason, and this is where the chaos really goes down.
Absolutely, players just getting into the lobby just to lock us off and get us into the series. Our first map of the day, or for this series, is going to be Lijiang Tower. You could technically consider that Shanghai Dragons' home map, if you wanted to look at it from the lore. But, you know, we don't really have home and away advantage. That'd be kind of weird, wouldn't it, in Overwatch League? But no, expecting a lot of good things from this series in particular. Like I said, there's playing for first place. Summer Showdown positions are all really locked in right now. You've got to think of the overall context of the season leaderboard and what this means for playoffs and looking towards grand finals, because that's around the corner. Basically, after the Summer Showdown, we have Countdown Cup and then we have playoffs. So it's getting closer and closer to the main event where we will truly be able to see more of these West versus East clashes and hopefully see who's going to take home the ultimate prize at the end of the season. Because I think especially with the Junker Queen meta that we're in, Vicky, there's still a lot of conversation about West, East, who's actually coming out on top of this one. A lot of hype around the Dallas Fuel. People will be like, no, the Fuel are going to kick whoever comes from the Eastern region back down to the curb in this one. And it's always interesting that we get those more international clashes. I am curious to see what comes of it in the Junker Queen meta. But as we keep highlighting, we've already been told that there are going to be changes coming post-stage. So I can only imagine what the meta is going to look like or what it's going to evolve into for Countdown Cup and playoffs, and whether the opinion that the West is more dominant will still hold true if we move away from the Junker Queen meta.
That, and if Genji's even going to be prevalent there too, because that's where we found a lot of that success with the Dragons having Who Are You pop off. That's really allowed the Dragons to really shine here too, as well as the fact that it's the reason why the Dynasty are currently leading in the overall standings here in the East. They're on top of the Dragons, who had a bit of a rough start here versus the Dynasty in terms of where we were standing in the start of the season. And this is the opportunity for the Dragons to not only make that comeback in terms of overall points since they already qualify, but it's also what really trickles into the importance of getting that first seed, where the team that does come out on top of the series is going to be able to obtain as well as get that first pick choice.
I'm going to start naming and shaming players. Do you know who's not in the lobby yet? The reason why we've not started the game? Lip. They get enough time. I give them enough time. If they're making, that's how this works. they get enough time. But no, it's Lip who's causing the map to be delayed. Don't send hate though. It's probably something to do with technical. The team, to be honest, just came in. Probably weren't expecting the series to end that quickly, because ultimately our previous series was quite quick. Even though we did go to 4 maps, Vicky, they're very fast maps because of the full hold. So wrestling up the team is all good. Just get to make sure they're comfortable, make sure they're ready. We don't want to rush them into a match that's as important as this. And then we'll get the map on the way and kick things off on Lijiang Tower shortly.
I love the players before they jump into the game. You can see the sudden happiness, excitement, and then it slowly trickles down to, all right, game face, you gotta lean forward real quick. It's not real unless you lean forward as far as you can where your nose touches the screen. But also, we got the Dragons just having fun with it. Looks like we actually got everybody in the lobby right now. We are just getting set up currently. Like Trid mentioned before, first map is going to be going into Lijiang Tower. Now, a map that we've actually seen Faras come out from some of our teams beforehand. Look, this is what I was talking about. The smiles, they're laughing, they're having fun right now. We even got Stalker with the sippy cup, taking some notes from the Valiant that we had seen just yesterday. By the way, Who Are You? I heard when he's got those clippies in his hair, I hear he is at his full power. So
maximum power level, the clips unlocked.
He's getting 5G. He's getting the 5G connection real quick with the clips.
All right, Lijiang Tower could be a potential here for us. We know it's a bit of their kingdom. Starting off on command center though. No real surprises in the lineup. I'm sure when they get out onto the field itself, probably we'll see the movement away from the Symmetra. As much as I'd love to see an Izayaki and a performance, definitely not what we're going to see as well here. Just really not the flavor of this stage, unfortunately. Symmetra's out for the TP's in, and then we'll get our other variant damage dealer pick. I imagine we are going to see the Sojourns in full effect, and there it is. Lip and Fitz going to have that showdown on the mirror matchup.
Oh,
they were going to have that showdown on the mirror matchup, but Profit got there first and absolutely destroyed Lip.
What? That was insane. But now you see 2 going down here for the rest of the Dragons. And the Dynasty, what a dominating performance in that first team fight to already get control over the point first.
Wide Stalker happy there in the player cam you saw, as they were able to secure themselves a very fast first fight win and first cap of Command Center so far.
You see Lip getting taken down again. Fitz, okay, with a little nice cheeky angle, having that opening right there. Lip getting called out of position, and immediately the Dragons back away. They didn't want to take any chances with the disengagement.
This is turning into Lip Stay Alive challenge brackets very hard at the moment. Gone down first in both of these fights so far. Able to still get 33% ult charge though, despite dying very quickly, so they're able to find some impact before they're going down potentially. Or at least trying to weave in that value. Love what we saw Fitz do. The right click just came out of nowhere, interwoven with the left clicks there. So the railgun just took everyone by surprise and was able to have that sudden burst onto Lip. Able to stay alive. He's on the off angle for the time being. They're going to rotate round to the stairs, try and contest downwards.
See Fitz going to be able to send out that shot here. You see the disruptor shot as well, controlling so much space. The engagement though, starting off. Stalker trying to have that opportunity as Izayaki falls a little low. So does Fitz though. Stalker getting taken out. Izayaki, the player's going to be able to take him, but it's going to be a trade for trade. Profit on another level with these follow-ups here, but it's Lip with a big shot onto Smurf, and now the Dragons turning things around in their favor. Finally, 60% on that point in favor for the Dynasty.
So we'll get the flip. Ultimates not yet drawn, but they are relatively close across the board. An explosive fight on the horizon as the Seoul Dynasty will attempt to retake the points. Lucio's leading the charge on the ult, which means we'll get sound barriers definitely in play here. Who Are You and Stalker not far behind on their blades. Wonder how good Lip's going to be with the accuracy. Doesn't even need the overclock. This is big for the Shanghai Dragons. If Seoul Dynasty stick around, they're just going to be farming ult charge. Nothing really they can get from this fight now. Who Are You's there on clean up, and the explosive fight will have to wait another day.
Look at the power that those clips are giving Who Are You right now. He is fully engaged right here as the Dynasty are going to look for a reset, and Fitz with a big pickup to Lip. That's going to be the quick disengage from the Dragons. They're going to be able to back away. Again, look at these ults that they're about to have here to match that as Who Are You's going to pop the blade despite Lip not being in this fight. That's completely fine. He finds Vendame. He immediately puts the advantage back in the Dragon side as Lip is going to be able to meet up with them soon. The rally was called in by Profit though, still was engaged. And now here comes the overclock. Yeah, coming in from Fitz. Can he get a pick here? Void's super low. Stalker finds him here. And the sound bear from Lijiang on to keep the rest of the Dragons alive. Trade.
Bit of the alley-oop coming in from the Dynasty lineup. Fitz does all the work to track them down. Rampage from Smurf finding free. Voids lost their life, won't be bringing that ultimate to the fight. The flip has to come in for the Dynasty here. Love the teamwork there from Fitz and Stalker. Fitz using the damage just to get everyone down low. Stalker comes in with a cleanup on the blade, guaranteeing the kill on Void. And not only removing the tank, but removing the Rampage, which is an advantage they had in the fight. Pushed them over the limit, 75% and counting. We're getting into that final fight territory in this first round.
The bada bing, the bada boom here, Trib, because they used up a lot of their ultimates in that last fight to try to stay alive. Void still has the Rampage at least, but they're going to need to rely on this. Hopefully they have the survivability. First pick, though, onto Fitz is going to actually allow the Dragons to turn this point.
Oh, it's all about these first picks coming in from Lip and Fitz in this series. They're just being able to just take so many people out before the fight even begins. Void lands a huge Rampage. 99% is going to come on the board for the Seoul Dynasty. This is it. Only a sound barrier in effect for Vendame, rolling out to try and retake this point away from the Shanghai Dragons. Winning the fight decisively will give them the round as well.
That was the best case here for the Dragons to be able to get that first pick here. Who Are You falls incredibly low. Vendame now with the rest of the Dynasty is going to help their survivability as the Dragons push all the way forward. Izayaki gets taken down. You can see Who Are You trying to isolate Fitz. He's not going to give it to him. He's got the spawn right there. And now with the cleanup, they're going to be able to move right along onto that point.
It's a big overcommit from the Shanghai Dragons. They went beyond their choke point to try and fight the Dynasty outside their spawn. They had that safety net they could always fall back to, though. See a lingering Lijiang trying to find a way to touch the point. Won't be able to make the contact. Izayaki doesn't make it there in time to trigger overtime, and the Dynasty take the first round. As I was saying, Vicky, huge overreach there by the Shanghai Dragons to try and take the fight right outside the spawn room. You saw how many members of the Dynasty were able to retreat to the safety of the spawn room and mitigate that damage, get the immediate healing, and come back out strong. Really not the position you want to be taking that fight, especially if you can't finish it quickly.
It was really nice from Vendane to pop the sound barrier there too and immediately go into the speed boost with the song, because then he was allowing the Dynasty to also kind of spread out, because who are you? Pop the blade. There was no isolation pick right there. He wanted to narrow down that focus onto Fitz that has that power slide, so he's going to be able to get out of that dangerous zone, out of Who Are You's reach essentially, and it does look like we are going to have the Pharah rolling out from Who Are You.
Yeah, nice little match from Stalker as well. So they're going off with the Genji legacy angle we were looking for. Wonder if anyone's tempted to go for the Echo to try and just go for a more direct counter in these engagements. Prophet's found Lijiang, so it's not feeling like Lijiang Tower today, Vicky. I can tell you that for true. Nice environmental concussive blast off there. I think knocks someone off the map. I think it's Void who ultimately goes down there. So huge advantage for the Dynasty. They will be able to rotate round and get that first cap, barring any shenanigans.
Profit stocks are up with a lot of these important first picks currently right now, and with Stalker going to be able to come out on top with the Pharah battle. You already see the swap up from Who Are You, getting right back over to the Genji.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me that they're going to try and mix it up. The Pharah Jewel not working out. Not tempted to go over to the Echo either. We'll try and win the ground war. Stalker's found Lijiang, though. Someone needs to get aerial superiority away from Stalker. It's early picks. He can't get away with it. He's storming away in ult charge as well. Yes, the barrage not going to be the most impactful thing to bring to the table when you're looking at the ultimates across the board. Locking in your coordinates when Lip can just railgun you out of the sky can be quite lethal. Can't deny the effect this is having on Shanghai Dragons, though.
With the way that Stalker's positioning himself, he's out of that range from Lip, and Lip gets taken down from Fitz. Nice angle here from Fitz, but it's a lot of the damage coming out from Stalker, that burst damage that's just allowing him to run away with this. Now he's also not scared of Lip because Lip is not in the fray, so he can continue holding up a little bit, get a little bit more aggressive with some of these angles.
Talk about crossfire coming from different angles, Vicky. You got to remember, when the Pharah is on the field, you're adding in a vertical access to this as well. You're now playing in not only having to look left and right, but up and down. That crossfire becomes even harder for someone like Fitz to deal for Lip to deal with. You can't get caught off guard here. Big barrage, don't manage to survive. That's the sacrifice you have to make. As long as you can trade up on the Pharah, though, potentially getting something like Void out of the fight, it can be worthwhile to use the barrage. Dominant position still being maintained here by the Dynasty as they get towards 99%. They're popping the rally and there's nothing to match. Izayaki's a couple of % off of it.
See if he can manage to help contain Who Are You. He's going to be able to pop it. Now the rest of the Dragons are going to move in from the white room right now. The overclock from Fitz. Yeah, you see him trying to take this off angle without trying to be in that line of sight of Who Are You at his blade. He could get enabled here from the sound barrier, but do the Dragons want to burn everything currently right now with the space that the Dynasty have bought in?
He was denied so much. They kept Who Are You out of the front line, was able to mitigate all the damage they were bringing. They've not even given up the point yet, despite the cusp of the Dragons being able to cap it. Beat committed by Vindame and Lijiang. Who Are You needs some healing as he dashes through to try and cut down Prophet. Still sustaining throughout this fight. Lip has to pop the overclock here. We're looking for his aim to be true. Stalker's in his face, forcing him out of the fight with the deflect. He holds the line, pulls the trigger. The second it ends, and slides back in to help the rest of his team. The Shanghai Dragons get the flip at 99%.
Beautiful patience right there from Lip to actually wait out on that deflect real quick so that way he could take care of Stalker, who was blocking in between himself and the rest of his team from the white room. Better late than never as the Dragons do get that flip, but 99% in favor of the Dynasty. And you take a look at these ult charges, that Rampage could mean a lot here. Looking at Prophet to get that rally online soon.
Thanks for the help.
Should be able to re-assault this one. Dynasty can get the Dragons to step forward into this corridor on bridge and they get hit by a big Rampage, just wins the fight for them outright. They're not going to be baited into it, they're playing further back. Smurf can sit on this one for a little bit. Attempts to go for the pullback there. Finds the angle, Rampage cuts through free! Where's the counter coming in? Void's not close to finding it and Fitz removes his head with the railgun. 2-1 advantage in favor of the Seoul Dynasty as they get back on the point and start capping it. It's going to have to be Izayaki to touch. Doesn't get there in time, so we'll be playing around with overtime to begin with, waiting for the reinforcements to come in. Izayaki pulled onto the point by the Jagged Knife from Smurf as they go on the hunt for this lone Brigitte before returning to the point. But Izayaki still standing strong. Hasn't gone down. Who are you? Finds Fitz. The Shanghai Dragons are about to turn it.
What? How did Izayaki live for so long? The overtime now is still online. The contention is Who Are You cleans up Profit. The fact that the Dragons are going to be able to flip this point again. What an amazing stuff from Izayaki and Lijiang right there. That rally actually helped out the Dragons so much just in terms of survivability and to prevent the Dynasty from actually completing that point.
Now, we're getting close for Shanghai Dragons to take us to round number 3. You have Fitz Overclock, Stalker's Blade. Lijiang has the beat. It's a good tool to answer these damage ultimates and try and level out the playing field. Void was able to hold on to that Rampage as well. Has that going into the final fight. Charges through, finds free. Vindame already on the back foot, but it's Smurf to go down first. They're going to take this one. They still have time. Don't give up ult charge. Just get out of this one and reset for your last attempt at winning the round and the map.
Who Are You cleaning up? Lip also with that nasty shot from the back real quick here too. Dynasty having to now play through that last fight territory. The Dragons have been able to even things up with the Dynasty currently.
Still with a touch. Deflecting gets himself away. Can't go down here. They have the blade. Overclock pumps one into Stalker. Profit's gone down. Lijiang gone with the soundwave. Lip takes out Stalker! Pulls out the blade. Immediately gets dropped. And the Shanghai Dragons are surely taking us to Night Gardens to finish this one off.
Oh, what a hold from the Dragons. Let's not forget that was all thanks to Izayaki for preventing the Dynasty from completing that overtime in their favor. They flipped it and they held it here, Trid. Round number 3 underway between these two insane teams.
Oh, buddy. Coming down to the night market. The Faras were an interesting choice to kick things off. We ultimately saw everyone go back towards the Genjis. Lip being able to shut down Stalker at the end there, so important for the success of the Shanghai Dragons. Basically got him on cooldown with that overclock. They'll be rolling out with mirror compositions on this one to challenge and see who gets that first map advantage in this series.
All right, let's get started now. Gonna be able to try to get to that point here first, but we're gonna have that standoff first in the very front here. See Vindame just using that middle. Just try to get some extra poke pressure. Fitz too, trying to get that important pick. He falls incredibly low though, but Profit still finds Lip. Profit always opening things up to follow up from Fitz has been fantastic in these last 2 rounds.
That's been beautiful. Muted offense from the Shanghai Dragons, unable to get that positional advantage. They can stall for time, get Lip back into the fight, but they might just give the first cap over here. Void doesn't step forward in time. Happy to give that one over because they knew it would be an untenable fight for them to take.
Now with the Dragons regrouping though, he's a bit of a disengage here from the Dynasty before trying to find that other angle. Lip trying to fight on the other side here. Stalker going down though, that's going to be the green light for the Dragons now to move in. Free real estate here, this economy can be tricky here, and now you see Who Are You going to get traded out. Oh, goodbye. Whoa, flail for flail, Lijiang got it, Smurf are going down and Profit finds Izayaki again. Are you serious? That's 2 environmental kills, but the number advantage still in favor for the Dragons with Lip not getting contested whatsoever.
Yeah, able to stay alive, healthy on the point, was the capture merchant for them as well. 24% before the flip comes in. Dragons are going to get back to point a little bit faster now as the Dynasty approach to go around the outside. And Lijiang on tower, maybe not the best idea with so many environmentals in play to take that route, but they were able to do so. Who Are You? Just going to find his way back to get to the point, back to safety of his team, going for the duel with Stalker. Can't escape the blade, gets cut through. And here comes the beat as well to just secure victory for the Seoul Dynasty as they will get another flip back against the Dragons.
Back and forth we go. Vindame using up that sound barrier, though, is going to be good news here for the Dragons as Lijiang's about to get his own sound barrier to contest Stalker with that blade. Smurf about to get that Rampage online soon. Currently, though, with the percentage advantage, rather, on the point for the Dynasty, it's going to still be trailing ahead.
Block. Rallies as well. Lips off the side of the map. Vindame! Oh, huge battle again!
Another one?
It surely
Oh, he
sneaks
managed to
in there.
run?
Wait, no, where's the Brigitte? Where is Izayaki there? I think they were able to shield bash back themselves back on after that one. But oh, I can't be getting away with madness like that. Not on Lijiang Tower.
That was Izayaki also using the rally at the very end there. Lip as well with the overclock. Fitz did too, and the support ults are off the table minus Lijiang, who's held it in, and now he's going to be able to allow Who Are You to go all the way in, slice and dice the rest of the Dynasty off of this point. 75% here in favor for the Dynasty, but with that flip, we're going to possibly see a very similar round to what we had seen in that last round on Lijiang Tower here, Trent.
I want to see the environmental kill stat after this round. I want to see how many have been accrued just on Night Market, because both backlines are being so successful at getting them and are really abusing the fact that there's just this kill box around the point. And a lot of teams seem to be pathing there. Rampage are only going to find Vindame. It's enough to get the kill here. Very decisive from the Shanghai Dragons. Seoul Dynasty trying as best they can to get back to the point. Profit's going to get cleaned up here as well. And they're going to get a little bit of extra ult charge out of them as they start to match their map percentage.
Get a little aggressive again, just so that way they can try to get those stagger opportunities before backing away again. The disengagement immediately coming out from the Dragon, so that way they can hold that next choke point. Smurf is going to be able to roll back out, though, with the Rampage themselves. See that the opportunity. Nice little Jagged Blade right there to do some of the extra damage.
Final fight territory. Dragons have control. Smurf dies mid-rampage!
What?
Unable to connect with anyone. That's surely going to be Dragons taking the first map now, cleaning up the Seoul Dynasty. And there's no one around to stall. Smurf's gone onto the wrecking ball to see if they can touch in the last second. And they're unable to. Shanghai Dragons draw first blood, take map number 1 away from the Seoul Dynasty.
Adding another little map in their pocket when it comes to this matchup between the Dragons and the Dynasty. Taking map 1, though, Trid. What a way to start things off for this series. All the way down to the wire, though, going into round 3 of Lijiang Tower.
Well, they've drawn it. Shanghai Dragons, Izayaki, a player to definitely watch this series. A raid boss that's nearby impossible to take down on certain maps. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, map number 2 is going to be here waiting for you.
Welcome back, everyone. What a series for that first map already to open things up. Very close between both the Dragons and the Dynasty. But Trid, we are just starting up real quick. Before we dive into that, why don't we take a look at some cheeky environmental kills as well as the survivability of the likes of Izayaki.
Right, this is the Izayaki on Gardens, right? Where they just run down so low, able to stay alive. I think it's when they go in for a fight, and they go into white, I think. And at this point, Smurf and the rest of the Goon Squad are chasing him down. And he just does not die. I think he gets compacted here in a second. Yeah, look at them. They're just running all at him. How terrifying that must be. And Izayaki jumps across, using the shield bash to just close the gap, and gets himself in a position where he's still alive and finds some value for the rest of the team fight. And the worst part of that was, like, we were watching it from Smurf's POV originally. Smurf looked at Izayaki and was like, all right, I got you. Like, okay, the team's got this. I'm going to go back to the point and focus on that. Starts walking back to the point, and he probably was looking for the kill feed to see Izayaki come up, and he's like, all right, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And then he suddenly gets hit by a Brigitte flail because he's just still alive and manages to sustain throughout the fight. So a little bit of raid bossery coming from Izayaki, keeps him alive in the fight. As you said, Vicky, let's look ahead to the next map, though. Midtown is going to be where we're going next. The hybrid map, of course, one of the new ones in Overwatch 2. And there have been no substitutions, no changes, and I'm expecting the lineup that both of these teams run out with in terms of heroes are going to stay relatively the same as well. Probably not going to see much variation, although we have seen in the past some variations over to Echo and Farah, particularly on point A of this map.
I'm interested to see what's going to be the option here since we've been seeing so many different variations. It's here on Midtown and Paraíso that we've been seeing some of those different variations, especially with those longer sight lines. Could help enable the Ashe. The Echo, of course, going to be able to duplicate that Junker Queen, but there's a reason why we haven't been seeing it as usual. Of course, the Genji just having so much impact. Now I'm looking at more of these bonks that we've been getting with these flails. I'm excited to see some more of that from Izayaki. Not going to happen here on this map, but of course with that survivability, that's going to help out the rest of the Dragons, especially with that stall potential that we saw.
Look at that, beautiful statues of Liberty. We are in New York. Could be a destination for grand finals. I don't know where that is yet.
That'd be nice, right? That'd be pretty
nice
cool.
To return to form, go back to where it all started for the start of Overwatch 2. Started it in Overwatch 1 grand finals.
If you go, you have to speak like a New Yorker, though.
I'm not going to do that. I feel like I'd insult too many people. For some reason, I feel like I know it's quite a multicultural place. I probably just, my natural instinct with a New York accent is trying to put in maybe a little bit too much Italian. And at which point I wouldn't feel comfortable, so I'm not going to do that.
Hey, you nailed the Paraíso point right there. You know, you nailed it earlier on today.
New York.
No, you just basically got it right there. I believe in you.
Well, New York.
Look at these angles that we're currently seeing, though. Who are you actually isolating Van Dame in that side room here? And he's still going.
Oh,
he gets shut down. But that's already a nice start here for the Dragon Strike. Bam.
Easy start here for the Dragons. Solid defense. Need more of that. They burned 30 seconds. Still got a lot of time to get through. Collected a little bit of ult charge for themselves, but nothing super substantial at this point. And they expect the Dynasty. Their plan will be, don't let Who Are You kill two of us on the entry. Yep, good. That's the plan. They're going to move forward.
Here you have it, Coach Trade once again. Always laying down the facts real quick. Trying to find where Who Are You is, though.
Don't listen to my coaching. It's not good.
Oh, they're trying to pass right through the under part of that bridge, and they've isolated Lip, so it found a lot of success here for the Dynasty. Nice shout to also put them into that position. Who Are You is going to be on the other side as Izayaki now finds Profit. Going to get some of that revenge after those initial pickups that we saw on Lijiang Tower earlier.
Yeah, giving up over a third right now. Shanghai Dragons waiting for the reinforcements to come in. Smurf under the cosh. Jagged Blade won't find a connection, tries to pull it back. And it will not pull them back into an exposed area. They'll take Stalker as the consolation prize. 63.6% accrued for the Seoul Dynasty so far. They don't get that second tick of the checkpoint, so they're only able to walk away with one piece of the pie.
Now look at this blade difference that we're going to have between Who Are You and Stalker. Who Are You is basically about to get it. Falls a little bit low here, but he's going to be able to back away in the line of sight of Izayaki and the lovely hands of Lijiang. He's got the blade online here, and Profit's going to be close to that rally. I'm going to be also looking at Fitz to try to get that initial pick off. They could even isolate Who Are You. He's going to dash in. He's going to have the blade. Nice poop off to the side, but he's going to still push in. Van Dame also going to fall a little low, so his Smurf Fitz now with the overclock is going to try to find that opportunity. Didn't get the impact that Who Are You was expecting inside that close room with the blade.
Vicky, you try getting impact when you feel like a pinball inside a pinball machine. He just bounced around that entire room. How is he supposed to know which way is up at that point? I'm not surprised he couldn't find any value. Lijiang comes in with the sound barrier. Vindame has to answer it, lands the connection, finds it on all members as well, so that will balance out the HP differential we had. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Shanghai Dragons losing Void. This opens it up for Dynasty to be able to continue their progress they started already. Try and get themselves over to getting the point A capture. Stalker just dashes around, gets the cleanup. Who are used there to be killed at the end. But it does take Profit with him as a little parting gift. But that's point A going over to the Dynasty, and we get a time back extension and move on to the escort section of this map.
Listen, Trade, APAC is the circus, and who are you? Just participated in the bounce house real quick over to the side, okay? He may have not gotten that impact here, but this is good news here for the Dynasty. While the Dragons are going to be able to filter out, they're also going to have enough time to get onto this high ground, which is important because that space wasn't denied by the Dynasty because they were so focused on trying to get that payload moving.
Keep around that first corner. Very muted for the time being. Long sight lines for Lip to abuse here with the overclock. Really want to trigger that one online. Don't show yourself the fits though. You can still snipe your way. Going forward quite aggressively here from Lip. Good presence of mind for the Seoul Dynasty to just give up the space. Don't challenge that ability. Finds a headshot. Don't think it's going to get away with much damage though. Now it just resets the entire fight. Smurf and Stalker have the Rampage and the Dragon Blade ready to go in this next engagement.
Oh, Void's going to pop it here first.
Finds free. Fitz is going to go down here, surely.
Oh, they're still going right now here, Trade. Both of the supports out from the Dragons. No sustainability as Void's going to meet them back in the spawn. Who are you understanding the situation, though? Is just going to hold on to the Blade right there. Smurf goes down with the Rampage, but this is good news because this is the part here on Midtown that could get tricky. Getting right past underneath this bridge with the spawn point being right there for the Dragons always makes it difficult, so you want to hold on to that Rampage. Profit finding himself incredibly low.
Little love tap on the way out there from Izayaki, sending Profit flying as they go for that reset. Like you said, very tight corridor here to be abused. Shanghai Dragons might want to be conscious of the Rampage that Smurf has in their pocket. They do walk forward, challenge them. They might just set themselves with a perfect lineup. There's the rally from Profit. Blade from Who Are You? Having to cut through that additional armor is a bit of a tall order. Smurf hits the Rampage, only catches Lijiang, which is surprising as the most mobile member on that team. They leveled it out with a kill onto Stalker. So 5 versus 5. Fitz using the overclock, bursts through Void. Nothing else for him to survive there. And the Shanghai Dragons need to consolidate themselves, get them back together. They will be able to emerge around this point with a beat from Lijiang to keep the fight going, take it back to the Seoul Dynasty. Profit under so much pressure will get taken out by Who Are You. They get control of the payload. 1 minute 12 remaining. Seoul Dynasty finding 2 kills, open it back up for themselves. They can clear away Void and Lijiang. They should be able to walk this one over the line, but Who Are You? Doing the Lord's work to find Smurf and Fitz, keeping alive on the point, and the Shanghai Dragons are able to hold this one. And it now forces the final fight territory for the Seoul Dynasty.
What a seesaw that fight was. Not only did the Dynasty come out nearing that fire truck to the very end of that point, but Lijiang using the barrier last to keep the rest of the Dragons alive, while Who Are You isolated Profit, being the first pick out from the Dynasty, but then turning around and still without having the man advantage, being able to take care of the Dynasty was huge from Who Are You. Like you mentioned, Trid, last fight territory here for the Dynasty.
Lip should be able to pop that overclock soon. We've seen how good both Lip and Fitz have been in this series of getting those picks before the fight starts. Overclock's a great tool to enable the burst. Stalker can't walk forward, gets caught on the exit! 4v5, 10 seconds remaining. Seoul Dynasty have to take an inefficient fight. Stalker will be coming back with the blade. They can store it long enough. They've taken out Who Are You? 4 versus 4. No Genji's present. Stalker will get back with the blade beforehand. Could be the difference maker.
The support ults on either side. Overtime now. Currently, a Stalker's going to be able to make his way back with the blade, but so is Who Are You? This could change everything here currently. And Smurf going down first. Void's going to be able to get the Rampage for this elongated fight. Here comes Stalker. He needs to get a lot of impact.
And the veteran cuts down the rookie!
Shuts him down, slicing him up like a piece of ham. And the rest of the Dragons are going to be able to take control. Fitcher's still fighting these important picks because he's not getting denied on the high ground right here. But still, they need a touch of points. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They won't even get it to that first point, initial point right here, as the Dragons hold back the Dynasty.
What a performance there from the Dragon. Stalker unable to find a connection with the blade, and while they're up in the air, Who Are You took the opportunity to cut him down, slicing through him, ending the blade duration early, and starting the advantage that the Dragons needed to end the Seoul Dynasty's run. Just shy of point B, so it does mean we have a bit of distance to go. Take a look at that replay quickly from Who Are You.
See, this is the point right now where the Dynasty had won in terms of numbers, and Who Are You going to be able to dash in, find not only Fitz and Smurf, but one last member here to shut down Stalker. Absolutely insane there, because it was going back and forth in that last fight. You saw that the Dynasties were able to light up that kill feed all nice and gold, but Lijiang's survivability to help out the Dragons there also really helped Who Are You. Allow them to follow up and close out those lives from the Dynasty when they were falling themselves low.
Now it's time for Dynasty to set up on their defense. Shanghai Dragons riding the high right now. They lead the series after the first map. Could take us to match point after 2 maps, and I think that'll be a disappointment for the fans at home. I think a lot of people were expecting this to go to distance and be a 5-map series, and we're on the cusp of having that taken away from us slowly but surely.
Gracie coming right back to Void real quick, as they're going to be able to immediately speed boost themselves onto that point, wasting no time, but Stalker is going to be able to find Lip. That's going to cost the Dragons here as they down a man. Let's see if Who Are You could actually get that trade. It doesn't look like it's going to work out for them, though, as Void gets taken down here, too. Fitz finds himself low, but now the Dragons are still at that disadvantage, and it looks like the Dynasty currently are going to be able to hold their ground on the defense.
Yeah, solid work from the Dynasty to begin with. Finding that easy pick on Lip really does take all the wind out of their sails. Just about to hit the 1-minute mark for time burn. Need to have something left in the tank if they want to try and hit point B as well. You do get a nice extension, but there can be a lot of stall potential in that first section of the escort part of this map. Getting through the train is the first kind of chokehold on the first frontier, if you would. Stalker running down low, needs some assistance from his team, will have to hide away. Fitz taking a lot of shurikens there, maybe too many, and causing some healing resources to be diverted over to them. Same thing can be said for Void, though. Look how low the Jungle Queens are getting. Beautiful snipe there from Lip to open it up, though. This gives them the advantage they need to move on to the point, and they're going to hit them with everything they've got to try and turn this and convert it to a point A capture. Who Are You? Consistently doing the Lord's work right now, hunting behind Stalker, waiting for the deflect to come in, goes for the dash for the reset. They're just clearing up the last remaining pieces now, and they want to hunt out last remainers of Dynasty before they're able to go and contest. They'll get the capture 100%, and they're going to have 4 minutes and 45 seconds to be able to assault point B.
Nice positioning here from Lip too, and with that first pick from Lip, that enabled the rest of the Dragons to move in, not only with the man advantage, but also without having to burn any of these ultimates to hold this next corner. This is what we were making mention of before here, where the Dynasty couldn't really push up with the time that they had to cop this point, and they weren't really able to get to the high ground immediately first. So the Dragons are going to be able to try to deny them some of that space. You could already see Who Are You over by the side here, trying to put in some of the extra pressure. Here comes Stalker now with the blade.
Yeah, tired of these conversations of having Who Are You take the advantage. That door was closing just at the right time to protect the Shanghai Dragons from losing even more. It stopped Stalker from going forward and getting caught behind the door and picking up any additional kills. So we'll just take the one, stalls the progress of the payload. Shanghai Dragons have both damage ultimates, a rally, and they're on the cusp of getting Void's Rampage up as well. They have the tools to penetrate through his defense. Speaking of being penetrated, Lijiang's head has just been absolutely removed by Fitz. Just a beautiful railgun shot to kill any chance they have of continuing this push.
Nice little follow-up too from the disruptor shot, slowing him down, just allowing Fitz to get that sitting target basically before he could actually escape. Now seeing Who Are You has the blade. He got the dash here first initially, but Vindane with a great reaction with the sound barrier. Here comes Smurf with the rampage. He shoots down Who Are You, and Who Are You cannot live. Another rampage now coming in, finding Smurf and Stalker. Smurf finding himself incredibly low, and Fitz getting wiped out. Lip on a terror low, finding Smurf and Fitz. That was absolutely huge right there too, being able to isolate Prophet over to the side. Nice rampage answer from Void.
It's not looking good for the Seoul Dynasty. They've probably got 1 or 2 more fights left in them if they're fast. And 3 minutes to the time back to burn. Lip able to get so many picks there without even using the overclock. They'll have that as an option for this next fight. Need to get themselves off the payload though, create some distance between them and the rest of the Seoul Dynasty. They do not want to get run over at this point.
Lip with the overclock ready. The high ground available to him. You can see the way the Dynasty are over to the side. They're trying to get out of that sight line of Lip, but no running away here once you get that jump. Warden falls incredibly low, and Lip finds Vindame off to the corner there too. So again, now Dragon's so close.
No.
Oh, and still in a terror. They're cleaning up the Dynasty train, and they get the payload exactly where the Dynasty left it.
They knew that Lip was using the overclock, and Vindame had the jewels to just run out into open territory and loses their head immediately. They were trying to challenge for high ground. They're moving in as a unit. However, if you just get picked off like that, you're worthless to the team. And a 4v5, when everything was on the line there, right at the end of point B, is not the start you need. Shanghai Dragons, they're saying no to this being close. They're saying no to this being the showdown that we were expecting. They want to close this out with a 3-0, and they have one more map to do it. When we come back from the break, Watchpoint Gibraltar could be the land where the Shanghai Dragons reign supreme.
Welcome back, everyone. The Dragons currently sit at match point, and they are looking fantastic while they do it, Trid. I mean, if this actually ends up being a 3-0, I believe that would only make Philly the only team to have taken a map off of Dragons in this entire qualifying stage. So that's interesting, but the Dragons, I have to highlight, are looking amazing right now versus the Dynasty. Winning fights that it doesn't look like they should be winning right now.
Oh, no, they're getting away with murder at the moment, Vicky. And, yeah, I mean, Philly being the only team to take a map off Dragons would be the most Philly thing in existence.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. That's a bit of an old one, but we'll bring it back anyway. We'll drop a sheesh. I'm surprised you're not migrated over to the swoosh.
No. I hear that so many times in South Florida, but going up next here to this third map.
Is that just a call? Is that just how people greet each other in South Florida now? Just
you'll hear it in the grocery store. It's crazy. I'm like utterly confused. I'm like, what's going on? But going on to this next map here, we are on Gibraltar and going over to what we had just seen on Midtown, Trid. What are you expecting some change-ups from the Dynasty right now? Because we are seeing some shutdowns by Lip that shouldn't be happening. The survivability between Izayaki and Who Are You, leaving Lijiang Tower after popping that rally and still being able to cross that corner and surviving on Gardens, as well as Who Are You surviving thanks to Lijiang's sound barrier and then cleaning up the Dynasty when they had initially gotten the first 2 picks in that fight. It's crazy to see this from the Dragons too, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Clutch Masters now going to be on the defense first. They'll set the tempo for the next round. Can't find a connection there with the Jagged Blade. Fitz trying their luck with the Widowmaker. Going up for the skies, see if they can find the early pick. No one shows their head long enough, so we'll have to change back. I imagine they're going to go over to the Sojourn here. Oh, no, they're going to go on the Ashe and match Lip on that variation pick that we see in this composition so often.
Very interesting, but playing a little bit close quarters in this first point could be nice here, as Lip is going to be able to stare down Fitz down the barrel and going to be able to claim his head while he's at it too. Great look already for the Dragons, wasting some time away from the Dynasty.
Dynamite's a little bit cheeky going over the top there, getting some extra ult charge in the pocket of Lip, steaming ahead against Fitz when they're on the race to get Bobber on the field. Stalker tries to claim some space, doesn't quite find the connection with the dash and the damage. We'll keep harassing and wall climbing here. Smurf has an exposed head, and that's exactly where we're going to see Lip aiming for. Fitz has gone down. Stalker's the next victim. All the final blows are coming from Lip until Lijiang gets involved in the action. Ah! What a bit of style there. Coach gun into the flick. Lip is a monster, Vicky.
Look at his reaction. He has no reaction, actually. He's just chilling.
Killer.
This is another day at work here. Well, meanwhile, Who Are You with the clips? He's getting all that energy. The signal's just going into his brain to make him act different, but it's going to be Lip that is just straight face while cleaning up the Dynasty.
Bit of an alley-oop kill there. Stalker dashes to the back line. Not been removed just yet. I think they're still lingering about. On the payload, fighting with Who Are You. We'll be able to push that forward a little bit longer. They're going to have to be challenged at some point. I think they've broken this chokehold that Shanghai Dragons have set for them on this first corner. Lip now has the Bob. They can send that down to stall. Looks like a lot of members. This would be a prime opportunity to get value if they want to, but they're going to use the Dynamite instead and wait for the fight to instigate and commit before Lip cuts off the retreat, I imagine, with the Bob.
Yep,
Bob
here
thrown
comes
in.
that Bob
There it is.
from the high ground, and
right on top of
Tiny
Vindame. That was a direct hit on a Bob to knock Vindame in the sky, and then it auto-targeted and killed the Lucio. The Bob placement was actually perfect from Lip, despite being under the pressure of Stalker.
Lip, who hurt you? This is crazy. What an ending right now from Lip. They are looking to wrap things up right now, Trid, and now you have 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock for the Dynasty to even get that payload, not only past that car wash, but to that first point.
Good chance. A lot of low HP at the moment. Lip and Void under pressure. Smurf, there's a lineup there for you to use the Rampage. If your team were in a position to capitalize, it might have been good too. They're still compact in server room. Smurf going to lead the charge in here. Stalker has to dash away. Who Are You still harassing with the shurikens? Blade available well ahead of Stalker. Rally pop by Prophet. This is going to be a very expensive fight, I feel. Here comes the Blade from Who Are You. Pushed back. not shut out of the fight completely. That is until Vindane comes in with another sound wave. Doesn't find the connection against Fitz, who's still alive. Smurf cuts through, finding two. Who are you? No support options for them. Should be going down here. Carnage cuts down afterwards. No bodies dropped. Void counter-attack, finding 4 with the Rampage. Void may just turn this fight around despite Stalker's Blade. Lijiang buys some space. Void takes him out with the Jagged Blades. If it's not Lip pulling out the clutches, it's the Junker Queen, Void, saving his team right there, burning down the last 30 seconds. If this keeps going on, Seoul Dynasty will not have a cohesive push for a final fight.
They did it again. The Mad Lads did it again, and they're moving all the way up. Look at Lijiang's positioning real quick before managing to go right back around, but you are too far up ahead, separated from their team. Fitz being able to punish Lijiang for that.
Okay, Fitz can bring a Bob to the party. 6v4. There's a good opportunity for Seoul Dynasty to get a time extension and stay alive in this map. Bob, gonna cut down some of the angles in which the Shanghai Dragons can approach. They're hiding, they're buying time, waiting for the full unit. Izayaki can use the rally and they can just all emerge together. Fitz, fight who are you? Lip, the other threat of this team, still alive for the time being. Damage being pumped into Void. Not gone down just yet, still being sustained, but it will finally be taken out by Profit. Seoul Dynasty fans can breathe a sigh of relief. They will not get full held on Watchpoint Gibraltar. They get an extension and move into the second section of the map.
Now Stalker is going to be able to move all the way up top of the ship, so that way they could try to deny that positioning from the Dragons, but Lip's got another Bob online here, Trid. Nice little deflect though, and the Dynamite on top of that, he's going to be able to get healed up, and this is going to work nice for Lijiang and that sound barrier, because currently the Dynasty have that rally online.
Okay, they'll line it up. Huge offensive from the Shanghai Dragons, running straight into the Seoul Dynasty, but Lip biting off more than they can chew. The aggression finally being punished by the Seoul Dynasty, as members of the Dragons are just falling to the wayside. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. They've got enough time to be able to put this into point B. One more skirmish. If it's successful for the Shanghai Dragons, they can end the run here.
Second team fight win going in favor of the Dynasty. Not expensive though, despite using that rally. He's gonna still have that sound barrier and the blade. Nice Dynamite here from Fitz on the high ground. Stalker to close things out. Yeah, here comes the sound barrier from Lijiang though. Despite losing out on Void and Izayaki, it's a deal with Stalker and the blade. He still fights Izayaki, so nice impact right here as Lijiang falls incredibly low.
I don't know what's happened to the Shanghai Dragons. They had such a tremendous start and they just seem to have lost all the gas in the tank. Lip with the last mover to fall down. But now we're into the final section, 2 minutes 30. Imagine if the Shanghai Dragons didn't take their foot off the gas. They could have closed out this map already. Instead now, they're staring down the barrel of a full map completion from the Dynasty.
All that momentum now in favor of the Dynasty. Especially in that second point. They were not held whatsoever. Void's about to get the Rampage soon. Who are you as well with the blade? It's about Fitz in the Bob and how it's going to actually control this next corner. As you can see, Who Are You just trying to get into position, but that could mean that Who Are You is going to have to respect that when the Bob comes out.
Dash up, Stalker trying to get us around the corner. Rampage finds Smurf and Stalker. Jagged Blade pull back. Smurf is exposed a little bit longer. They can't convert it into a kill. Profit puts the shield up to block the damage. They'll have to settle for Fitz, who is isolated in that engagement. 1 minute 30 left. The Dragons have taken back control. They can actually start looking to set up some kind of spawn cap against them. Carnage can't cut through the door, but the shurikens from Who Are You can.
But they was so close to finding some safety here, as the Dragons are just going to look at them straight in the spawn again. Very similar to what he had seen on Lijiang Tower and Midtown. This is the aggressive state that we were used to seeing from the Dragons, just trying to deny even more time from the Dynasty, because now they're about to have less than a minute on the clock trade.
Yeah, time bank running down here, about halfway through point C as well, a little bit up the hill. It's started to roll back just a smidgen. Blade, overclock, rally. Shanghai Dragons have a lot of options. Overclock is the Bob that comes out. Thankfully, you've got that extra man because Lip's been removed off the field. Void's going to get cut down as well. Who Are You still holding onto that blade? Thankfully, the Shanghai Dragons have some meterage to play with here. It's going to be a beat, probably a Rampage before this map ends. Lip changing over to the Widowmaker here at the last hurdle. They know they're not going to be able to really accrue another Bob ultimate, but instant picks here when the time bank is so low can be pivotal.
Actually making the quick swap back right beforehand. The Dynasty have a plethora of ultimates to work with as well here too. Trade for this final fight territory. Who are you with the blade? It's going to be important for Dame to stay alive, to utilize that sound barrier to keep everybody up.
What does he use it for, though? He's going to have to use it against the blade.
Yeah.
Lijiang's about to get theirs back. That's going to be important for Smurf's Rampage. Rally being popped.
Oh.
Carnage comes through. Who are you? Has the blade exposed. Cutting against sound barrier as expected. Couple members down for the Shanghai Dragons, and they will get caught by that Rampage there. Void and Who Are You being deleted afterwards. They do it in overtime. The Seoul Dynasty do complete Watchpoint Gibraltar.
That was the ult economy we were at there, really helping out the Dynasty. So the Dragons, they did have about a blade to really help them out, but at the very end, it's been Dame that was able to help the rest of the Dynasty get into position, boost up some more of those ultimates since they were so close to it, solidify that fight at the very end. It looked really rough in that first point on that attack, but they were able to really clutch it out once they got to that second point trade. It was a straight momentum for the Dynasty. They did get held close to that last corner by that final point by the Dragons, who pushed all the way up into their spawn. But it was the Dragons who disengaged, understanding the situation. They used up a good amount of their resources for that the second to final fight. And the Dynasty just taking full capitalization over it.
Well, what's going to be powerful for them, or strong here, so to speak, Vicky, is that Seoul Dynasty know that even if the Shanghai Dragons complete the map, they're going to get another attempt. So that's kind of like locking in an extra life, so to speak. It does mean that now they have to put the work in here, try and get a 1 on the scoreboard and take us to a map number 4, because, I mean, Shanghai Dragons, they can complete. They can complete with time, and they can still win the series on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Getting set up now. Dynasty still sticking with Fitz on this Ashe. That Bob has been incredibly helpful here for both sides here too. See if Lip gets a nice cheeky pick with this Widow. See Smurf already settling up on the high ground, and Lip immediately swaps over to the Sojourn actually this time around.
Yeah, make use of the railgun, use the overclock, reposition quickly. Love that you can just get those quick bit of charge away. You just throw the dynamite around the corner, hit the shot, let it blow up, and take down clustered members of the team. Now, Lijiang took so much damage there. Imagine if that was the Sojourn coming out for the Seoul Dynasty. That probably wouldn't have been Lijiang being put under so much pressure there, because you don't have the railgun charge. One of the benefits that Ashe can have is instantaneous damage. Doesn't really matter though in the context of the Seoul Dynasty just railing themselves through the Shanghai Dragons on this first corner. Very reminiscent of what the Dynasty had to go up against themselves.
Nice follow from Stalker there too, to just completely engage on the Dragons after Fitz was able to put down some of the extra damage themselves with the dynamite. You can already see that Bob being built up here. Stalker as well with the blade. Good looks here from the DPS of the Dynasty currently, as Lip is going to be able to roll right back out with Lijiang. Trying to see if maybe they could secure that high ground if they have that opportunity. Force the Dynasty from having this positional advantage while they get this payload through the car wash.
Yeah, it goes down nice and low underneath the tunnel. Will emerge out the other side. Lip's going to have to be doing a lot of looking up right now. Lord knows where the next offensive is going to come from. Knows Fitz is on the low ground now. Still gets caught by the dynamite as they rotate up the stairs. Still haven't cleared out the high ground though. They're actually taking a long way around here, Vicky, to try and claim some space and really get them out of this advantageous position. Oh my god, I lost my words.
It's about being able to force them off. If they're not going to get up, you got to force them here. Into the back end, you're going to have Fitz with the Bob to add in an extra member, but the sound barrier is still going to come out on top of the Dragons. A number advantage in favor for the Dragons, wasting no time to get this payload to that first initial point.
They should be able to complete here with some extra time in the bank. Not 100% sold on Lijiang using the beat there. I don't think they need to make that fight as expensive as they already had an advantage, but if it's going to secure them an additional time back to try and push through, yeah, sure, why not? It might come back to bite them in a bit though, because Stalker's going to have that blade. Hopefully Izayaki's rally will be enough for them.
Prophet's going to have the rally to match that here too, as well as Vindame. About to get that sound barrier, like you mentioned, Trader. Pretty expensive first point take there from the Dragons, but the Dynasty are going to have those ultimates online, minus the Bob. See Fitz already getting on top of that high ground. Been on point with those dynamites. Nice little headshot real quick. Now having to come down from the low ground, though, you could see the Dynasty's position splitting off the attention from the Dragons. Rally for rally between Izayaki and Prophet now.
Ooh, Lip! Oh, Lip! That's 2. Looking for the 3rd. Missed the shot on Vinde. Should be able to catch him at the end there.
Oh, he's so close.
Oh, Lip just using the overclock there. I was kind of worried about what was happening there. Izayaki popped the rally, went very aggressive with it. Stalker held onto the blade, didn't go for a counter attack, and by the time he was in a position to maybe use it, there's too much lost in terms of space and resource on the side of the Seoul Dynasty that it would have actually ended up causing more harm than good.
Ooh, here comes the Rampage. It only hits onto Smurf, though, here.
Solo Rampage. Don't always love to see it. Who are you pulls the blade out. Stalker versus Who Are You again. Who can have the most impact? Fits under the cost. Going to trade out 2 for 1. The Seoul Dynasty standing strong as they will stall out the push on point B.
Who Are You took a leap of faith to try to get at least more impact after that solo Rampage only onto Smurf, but it did the Dynasty even more justice. Now whittling away some more time from the time bank of the Dragons, and in that first initial point, they did waste a lot just so that way they could get that extra time, but now it's escaping their hands.
Go around the high ground, get themselves close to the point, cut off the Seoul Dynasty from the objective. This little stagnation they've had here have allowed them to get control of that payload once more. They will use the Mega to top up. They're taking these dinks consistently. Can't go down here. Always under pressure. Void finding Stalker though. Shanghai Dragons can press forward with confidence, knowing the Genji's not going to harass them. Bob just going to hold down the helicarrier, actually. He's going to come out and find Who Are You.
Saw the Rampage coming in too as Who Are You's going to go down. They trade that for Fitz here too, Trid. So the sound barrier being used up by Lijiang to help the survivability of the rest of the Dragons, but Prophet is staying alive for right now before getting melted down by Lijiang. Lip too, uninterrupted, still finding a lot of these shots. He's got the overclock that he can hold on to for that next corner, but they have the number advantage now in favor for the Dragons.
Doesn't need it. Lip is a man of a one-shot, one-kill mentality. 3 minutes in the time bank, moving on to point C. Prophet going to have to throw themselves off the edge here just to get a faster reset and not get fully staggered out.
Go Lip, having the overclock ready and on board your Trid. They can try to get onto the high ground, over to the side. Void's about to get the Rampage. Izayaki with the rally. Here comes the rally, though, first from Prophet. They're going to be able to move forward, trying to prevent them from moving in that next corner. But Lip, though, with the overclock, like we said before, Void was the one that's going to be able to take care of Smurf. The survivability of the rally isn't enough as the Dynasty lose another team fight. This is looking good. Looking at the time back from the Dragons right now, nearly 2 seconds, less than 10 seconds on the board, as Who Are You is going to be able to push up.
I'm convinced we're going to end up seeing a second attempt of Gibraltar here, Vicky. I think Stalker's Blade is a great option. You got Vindame's beat as well. I think that the Shanghai Dragons can catch up here. The anti-heal coming in from that Rampage of Void, if that fight rings true, finds multiple members, it just takes out Prophet. Smurf needs to be the next target. They can convert that kill as well. It's pretty much a done deal. Stalker has the blade out, taken out Lip. Fitz will be able to find Lijiang gone before the Reign of Terror has ended. Whoa. Successful defense from the Seoul Dynasty. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. And the Shanghai Dragons still need to penetrate the defense right outside the spawn room.
Amazing news here for the Dynasty 2, Trid. Now they're going to also hold this corner, which could be so important in dwindling away this time bank from the Dragons. Minute, less than 20 seconds now on the clock. And it's only really Who Are You and Lijiang that are going to have their ultimates online for this final fight. Potentially Izayaki here, depending if he gets picked off first by Fitz.
See him hold the line. There's the overclock from Fitz. Keep an eye on the HP bars. Shanghai Dragons, they'll wait.
Respect.
They'll respect it. Still got 100 left in the tank. Could take a cheeky shot here. Lijiang needs to hide. Blade from Who Are You. Knocked back immediately from Prophet. Goes for the re-engage. The sound barrier from Vindame is there to catch them. Who Are You gets a barrier to reinvigorate himself. Won't have the damage. Will have the defense. And Vindame and Smurf have been eradicated. The Shanghai Dragons need to make this fast. The spawn room is right outside them. They will be able to come back, but they cut through. Shut down all options of defense. 24 seconds of difference as we go through to our next attempt of Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Gotta love Huaryu's timing, not only with the deflect, the patience too. Even if he gets boinked away with the flail, he's still gonna be able to have enough time to split some of that focus to see exactly where Fitz is, just in case Fitz wants to get an off angle to get that charge railgun shot. Tries to go for the deflect, and even if the deflect doesn't land here, it's a respect from the rest of the Dynasty to give Huaryu some of that space where Huaryu is going to get enabled. The sound barrier too at the very end really helping out the Dragons.
Yeah, it just helps them stay competitive from a HP perspective. And now they get to go on the defense, and oh boy, their defense on point A was nutty, Vicky. The Seoul Dynasty really struggled to crack that one. If they have a similar performance, they can burn this 1 minute easy.
I see on the defense, this is exactly where Lip was shining with the Ashe before swapping over to the Sojourn on the attack. Those close quarter fights and the Dynamite really getting a lot of impact. You saw in that initial defense from the Dragons that Lip was able to get the Bob from the high ground and boink Vin Dame as he was making his way down, actually allowing the rest of the Dragons to clean up the Dynasty in that first fight. Let's see if we're going to see it again here.
Attackers incoming.
TP to get across, not getting caught out again on the low ground. Still go for the harassment. They force the Dragons back, but ultimately this is where the stall really came into effect, so not broken through the toughest part of this run just yet. Looking for Lip to get these headshots online. Railgun finds him. I'm just so used to saying railgun now. If he just finds him on the Ashe, actually, he's going to be able to shut them down.
Seeing it so much, less than 30 seconds now to try to get this payload through that car wash. You see the way the Dynasty are just trying to force the Shanghai Dragons off from the high ground. It's the Dragons that are immediately trying to go for the accelerator, but now Stalker finding Lip is going to be the green light for the rest of the Dynasty to have that progress. Look at the disengage, though, from the Dragons. So quick to answer.
If they get staggered here, this is going to be unreal. They'll just give up point A at this point and let overtime trickle. They have to stay alive, try and keep their members in the game before it gets pulled back into the damage. And Stalker will clear them off. This makes it so hard to defend against point A, Vicky. The Seoul Dynasty have opened up Gibraltar for themselves.
Overtime now taking away here too, Trade, while the rest of the Dragons wait to regroup. The high ground is in favor of the Dynasty. Overtime still on board while Smurf is stuck on that payload, but they're going to be able to get that first point. The Dragons are not going to engage here. Instead, they just want to hold their high ground in this second point, but they have to look for Fitz. Nice Dynamite as well as some early shots from Fitz.
We're in overtime now, Vicky. They just need to have one decisive fight win. They'll end the push, but it does create some difficulty with the spawns and being staggered out in the placement of the map. Lip alone has an eyes on Fitz. Huaryu's there for the assist to take him out. Needs to turn his attention to the main fight now. Stalker trying to return the favor. Both Junker Queens removed. Stalker has a blade, has to pull it out. The hopes of Shanghai lie on the edge of this. And he will cut down the rest of the Shanghai Dragons and keep the overtime push in effect. Enough time for the respawns to come in and make sure they have a 5v5 on the next clash.
Better clearance here for the Dynasty, having extra progress despite not having that time. Like you mentioned, and like we see currently, you can't get off this payload. Overtime ticking away, finding some of those headshot ticks here. Looking at Lijiang and Huaryu with those ultimates. Bob almost on board, but Prophet now popping the rally.
Starts the fight off with a bang. All support ultimates have been deployed so far. Who are you? Time to one-up the rookie. Pull out the blade. You got nothing to stop you. Find Smurf. Turns the attention round to the back line. Fitz using the coach code to disengage. Wants more value from the fight. Cannot escape the headshot that chases him back to the battle.
Fitz is disgusting. He cleans up 3 from the Dragons, and he keeps the Dynasty's hopes alive. Lip answering back just at the very end right there, but it's still the Dynasty getting the second point too, Trid. Love the coach gun used to push Huaryu away to prevent that blade from having any sort of impact. And while Huaryu thinks he's safe, he turns his back to Fitz, who is now going to make the quick swap over to the Sojourn.
Bob deployed. Rampage from Void finds the backline of the Seoul Dynasty. They could look to end it all here. Stalker's taken out Lijiang. Follows up on the Izayaki. Someone needs to stop Stalker, or he could erode even more. It takes a bot to do a man's job, as Bob will finish him off. That is a hell of a distance to be pushed towards. 24 seconds of difference isn't going to affect that. If you make it that far, Dragons, you're doing it in overtime.
With the momentum being on Dynasty's side for that push into the first point and that second point, really, it trickled down to the Joker Queen all just having so much impact and clearing that point, but it charges so slow, so then you leave it first up to who are you to be able to get that blade, get that sustainability from Lijiang, but the blade just, again, didn't have that impact close to the ship right there, so they couldn't stop the Dynasty fast enough. What a push here from the Dynasty right now, too. The way that they were able to take control over that attack versus what we had first initially seen from the Dragons' defense and the way that they were able to completely waste away that time. I mean, they almost got fully held before getting to that first point initially.
We're a little bit faster on point A, so there is some hope here for the Dragons if you want to hope them they close out this series. The Ash flavor for Fitz. Lip. I don't know why you'd go for the change here. They might roll out with the Sojourn here after they get the Widow cheeky peek. It's worth the shot. You don't really lose anything for doing it. Let's see if they can be lucky, truthful with their shots, and honest, and get themselves a quick pick up. Going to use the Symmetra TP, and we'll change over to the Sojourn. So we see a split in methodologies from the hit scan.
Look at the space, though, that the Dragons are actually going to be able to get for free for right now before maybe the Dynasty trying to go for a bait. You see the Dynamite coming in. The Dynasty said, all right, we are moving right back around past this building onto the high ground. And now the Dragons are going to be able to get this payload down through the car wash playing off of that low ground.
Yeah, they have the luxury of space. They have so much time to give here. So much distance to be able to burn through by having such a successful offense of their own. Stalker will be there to challenge the payload. He can easily get back up to the high ground if his team needs it. Here's the pathing that the Dragons took last time as well. They're going to go up the stairs and they're going to try and remove the Soul Dynasty from Blue Box. Who are you need some healing before they do that, though.
A little bit of difference here is that Lip doesn't have that Bob online being on the Sojourn, doesn't even have that overclock. Izayaki falls low, but the nice shout coming in from Void's going to help them stay on top of the high ground. Now the dive here from Who Are You to try to isolate Prophet, but it's not going to work out. The quick disengagement from the Dynasty.
Oh no, this is not good. Lijiang's gone down. Great answer back there from Lip. Need to find more though. Lip charging forward with the Roar. 5 HP. Very aggressive from them. As Void will take down Fitz as well. They've leveled up the hit scan. Reinforcements are coming in. Vindame already back on the scene. Overtime is in effect now. They cannot step off the payload. Izayaki has to be very conscious of this one. With Lijiang gone, they can't support a fight in the server and keep the payload moving. Prophet low. The cut through from Who Are You is there. Turns it around. Looking for Smurf, but will keep the fight on the payload. They have to. Smurf gets cut down. The resets send them to where the reinforcements are coming from, as Fitz will meet a similar fate. And the Shanghai Dragons get the extension. But it's all overtime from here, Vicky.
Gotta play the reversal card real quick here, too. I love the split attention that the Dynasty tried to use, but it didn't work on Who Are You, as now he's gonna try to stagger Prophet real quick. That's great, because with overtime now ticking down from the Dragons, there's no high ground advantage for the Dynasty. Now they have to wait out on Prophet. They're gonna take a little bit of extra time to get the rally, and it's really been Dane with the only ult support to really help sustain Stalker's Blade next.
Let's see what they do as they get through point B. Ult advantage definitely in favor of the Shanghai Dragons in terms of utility and performance when you look at the percentage. Void getting close to the Rampage. You've seen how he can turn a fight round with one of those. Here's the blade from Who Are You. Vindame uses the beat in response as expected. Rampage comes in from Void, finding Smurf and Prophet. Any kills to be converted? Not yet. Who Are You? Kept away. Fitz throws Bob into the mix. Rally from Izayaki. There's not a similar affair right now as Prophet still climbing towards there. Who Are You deflects the bullets, takes out Fitz. And there's Void finding Prophet, who keeps dying early in these fights. Vindame's the next target. Beautiful headshot from Lip. And the boys will clear through point C. There will not be another attempt of Watchpoint Gibraltar, Vicky. The Shanghai Dragons only need to send in another 20 meters. But the Soul Dynasty, they need to end the push now.
The sustainability from the Dragons is way too much. Oh, let's see if he can get one of those picks around the corner. This is the opportunity with Fitz making the swap over to the Tracer.
Look how much damage he's pumped into them already. The rally's there from Prophet for the counterattack. They just need 1-1 fight. Smurf only finds Void. Beautiful disengage from the Shanghai Dragons to mitigate the damage from that ultimate. They've kept him alive. Who Are You found Prophet? Fitz turned back on the Tracer. They've answered back with a kill onto Void. Lip is at the back here. A couple of headshots here can change the fight. He fights Stalker! Gets himself away from Fitz. The Tracer has to take the long way round to go and contest him. Dinks him, lowers the HP, takes out Swerve. Lip puts the team on his back, and the Shanghai Dragons will take first place in the Summer Showdown qualifiers.
Seed advantage and coming out on top in the APAC region here in the Summer Showdown qualifiers. Our Dragons do it, and they do it the best way that they can. Lip even on the Widow at the very end, closing it out. The desperate swaps for the Dynasty to try to eagerly get to the point trade. Is it going to be enough for them? What a showcase match here.
Smiles around on the Shanghai Dragons. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even have to wait for production. I'm pretty sure they're going to tell me in a second that Lip is the player of the match. It's pretty easy to work out based on how things happened. What a performance from them at the end. Widowmaker just given the opportunity to operate, able to find not necessarily the picks, but we were watching Lip's POV on the Widow, chunking damage consistently. If he wasn't getting kills, he was dropping people sub 50% for the rest of his team to clean up on this all-important fight on the payload, where they physically could not step away. They could not disengage. They didn't have those luxuries anytime, and when Fitz came to come and deal with him, he had the grapple hook ready, he created some distance. What can the Tracer do apart from take the long way round? And at that point, it's not worth it. They go back to the payload, and they get sniped on the way back.
It's difficult too when you have Lip putting in so much pressure and not getting checked on the back line, only having the Tracer from the Dynasty to be able to put in that extra pressure. You just grapple away, you free all the way up into the top where you're going to have extra space, get extra time to be able to poke from the window on the high ground instead, get even a better positioning. What a good play from Lip to actually make that change at the very end where it mattered. The overtime was taking away from the Dragons, and I am hearing true that Lip is going to be the player of the match for this last series.
I would riot if that wasn't the case. I would just walk off the broadcast at this point if we didn't feel like the player of the match. All important on the Sojourn. Consistent performances, shutdowns on Stalker all the time, constant picks on the Fitz earlier on in the series, pure dominance on the start of Watchpoint Gibraltar, where their picks on the Sojourn, on the Ashe, they were shutting every offensive option down for the Seoul Dynasty. Just an incredible performance from them today.
Nice to note here with no maps lost to the Dynasty, that the one map that the Dragons lost to, once again, now officially, is Philly. You just gotta throw in that stat in there, Trid. It's nice to know that was the one and only map that the Dragons lost to. But then, the way that the Dragons dominated the rest of the APAC region, Dynasty were right next to them, but this was the series that determined who gets that first seed in the Summer Showdown, who gets that pick advantage, and it was Lip to put the cherry on top, wrap everything up with a nice bow on the gift.
Yeah, a couple of overtime pushes, saw the scoreline having a 6-5 come in on Watchpoint Gibraltar. There it is, player of the match as Sojourn during this series, but we saw Lip make appearances on the Ashe and the Widowmaker this series as well. Widowmaker right at the end to lock down the sight lines and control from afar that final seconds of the overtime push.
Really nice stat line here too, 93 elims, 31 final blows. That pressure too from Lip, not only making the swap to the Ashe and having that success, but as well as a Sojourn that we saw earlier on in the series really paying off for the Dragons.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's it. The clash we were all waiting for, ending quite abruptly, did deliver, I still think, even though we only had 3 maps. I'm sure people were expecting more to come out of that one. Does bode very well for the Shanghai Dragons as they look towards the tournament, which is the next stage that's coming up. That clears out all the qualifiers for the Eastern region, but that's not the end of the Overwatch action today. Of course, we have North America still to come. They are trying to sort out their seeding for the tournament, which is the next stage. I've been Trid, this has been Vicky. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll hopefully see you sometime soon. Thank you.
this resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to Watchpoint, everybody. I'm Danny Lim, and with me on the desk are Jonathan Reinforced Larson and Scott Costa Kennedy. Guys, I have a big, huge question.
Yeah.
If you guys could just, give yourself a nickname, what would you name yourself?
Reinforce. Costa.
Okay. I don't have any. Oh, okay. How about
Okay.
Jonathan Destroyer
Yo,
Larson?
Destroyer, yeah. Think about how much. You'd probably still be in the league at this point if you were named Destroyer instead of Reinforce.
No.
Cool.
And
That's cool.
Scott Assassin.
You're an assassin! There's a guy called Assassin in the league already. What are you saying about me? You want me to be on the Washington Justice, Danny? What are you saying? You're saying, well, I'm bad at Sombra. You say, what are you trying to say here, Danny? There's a lot of connotations being made with what you just said.
Hey, I'm already saying.
Yeah.
They already have
Sorry.
opener. You can be their closer.
Oh, shut up.
Anyways, sorry about those bad nicknames. Let's just move on because we got some very
Assassin.
interesting and exciting matches in the Eastern region. The Eastern region of the Overwatch League Summer Showdown is set. It's locked. The bracket is up and ready to go. But first, let's see how they got there. First up, we have the Philadelphia Fusion. They look to clinch their spot in the Summer Showdown against the Hangzhou Spark. Philadelphia needed a 3-0 or 3-1 against Hangzhou, and in Philadelphia fashion, nope. They actually pulled it off.
They did it.
They did it.
3-1 win.
Someone tell
They
Emily.
did it.
That
Yeah.
was word.
Guys, I saw a comment that said, of course, Philadelphia will qualify. How else are they going to get second?
Oh, come on.
I mean, to be fair, they haven't even gotten second. Well, they did get 1 second place earlier this year in the kickoff clash. Yeah. So, actually, maybe they will get second. Yeah, who knows?
No,
yeah, maybe
but I mean, like, they looked really good, and of course, I do think Philadelphia's Fusion team right now is peaking at the right moment.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good. People think I'm a Fusion hater. Look, I said yesterday during the pre-show, they looked sick, all right, against the Seoul Dynasty, and they continued it today against the Hangzhou Spark. This was actually a pretty competitive series and went back and forth. There were 2 full holds, one including here, of course, on Paraíso, and then also later on Dorado, there was a full hold. So both teams sort of like going head-to-head against each other. Very interesting tactical adaptation from the Fusion, because yesterday against the Seoul Dynasty, it was all about playing Sojourn, diving in, shutting down Fitz on the Ash. This time around, MN3 played the Ash on 2 maps, here on Dorado and also on Paraíso. So they did get full held playing the Ash on Paraíso, but then they full held the Hangzhou Spark back here on Dorado, playing Ash themselves. So I don't know what the Fusion are cooking, because they're like, yo, we're going to play aggressive with Sojourn, but then we're also going to play passively with Ash ourselves. So, I don't know. The coaching staff of the Fusion, they're cooking something up, but they're looking clean, especially with Cess popping up on the Genji really well today. Fusion, as you said, Danny, peaking at the right time, and it all ended here on Colosseo with a very even back and forth Colosseo match. This was one of the better Colosseo maps of the year, honestly. Hangzhou Spark were in the lead here, 42.71 meters, but then Philadelphia Fusion, they clawed themselves back into it until the Hangzhou Spark, they overtook them once more, but then it was Fusion. In the overtime, the final fight of the match, 17 seconds to go, 82.3, they shut the Hangzhou Spark down at the very last sort of like front line for the Philadelphia Fusion, and they ended up winning the series 3-1. So a very impressive result for the Fusion overall. And I'm telling you, they're looking good going in to this stage playoffs. I have faith in the Fusion. They could win the entire thing.
Do you actually
Could.
believe?
I said could. No, I don't. Not will. I said they could. There's a chance. like this large of a chance. But the Fusion could win it.
All right. Well, next up was a battle for the number 1 seed.
Shanghai is like
Eastern,
this, but
yeah, Eastern region. And talking about Shanghai, that the number 1 seed is so important for the APAC region because as they're the only team to get to pick their opponent. The Seoul Dynasty and the Shanghai Dragons, both undefeated so far in the stage, finally clashed. And this one is one of those matches that, you know, the final score doesn't really tell the whole story.
Yeah, this was an incredibly close match. Just the way that they fundamentally play this meta is just so clean. So it was really determined by the pop-off moments from the individual players because the ultimate sort of usage goes back and forth. They understand when they should and shouldn't be using them. Not too many ults were thrown away at this point. So it really became the Lip and Who Are You show for a lot of it. Just Lip just does this time and time again of Stalker, comes out with the blade, it is their win condition, and Lip just gets these highly valuable picks. So the first map, Lijiang Tower went back and forth. You know, Seoul Dynasty were one team fight away from winning it, but then we went over to Midtown, and this was really the one-sided map of the entire match. Shanghai Dragons just looked to be in control. Seoul Dynasty unable to just sort of get anything going on their own attack, and then just sort of fell over on the defense. And you know, I want to keep giving credit to Who Are You, his ability to just keep going in, putting in the work, but also Izayaki on the Brig, I actually think had a really good game as well. His ability to play aggressive, make himself a threat, and then not be punished for that, it can't be understated how valuable that is right here. But this map, if you can only see one map from this entire match, go check this one out, Gibraltar. Both teams get 5-5 here on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Goes back and forth. Seoul Dynasty once again in the driver's seat, only struggling to stop the Shanghai Dragons on the defense. I don't know. It's one of those things that I think these guys are going to play again. You know, Johnny can be on his Philadelphia Fusion hopium as much as he wants.
I said it was a chance!
Yeah, and I don't think it's a very large chance because these two teams just look to be on a completely different level. This will not be the last time we see these two teams go head-to-head, and don't look at this and be like, Shanghai, this is a wash. They're gonna win out the tournament. Seoul Dynasty, when playoff profit comes out to play on that Brig, you never know what's going to happen.
On the Brig.
The Brig playoff P. You know, it's going to be enormous. Watch out for it.
Hey, remember, beginning of the stage, I did say, after watching one match of Shanghai Dragons, I was like, they're going to win it all. And
that is actually the genius here.
It is going to happen.
You know, he knew from the get-go. He saw Who Are You, was like,
yeah,
Genji's just different.
They're good. Just different.
And as we mentioned, with that victory, the Shanghai Dragons claim an undefeated stage and the #1 seed going into the tournament. But let's see the final standings for the Summer Showdown qualifiers in the Eastern region first. Any surprises for you guys?
Johnny, you want to?
I am not saying a single thing.
Well, I'll say everything. Hangzhou Spark come in last under the Los Angeles Valiant. They went from having one of the craziest mid-season madness runs on the back of Shy's incredible Sojin. He just didn't show up this stage, and either did the entirety of the Spark. Them coming last is honestly kind of crazy. But then you look at the other side, Guangzhou Charge.
Yep.
They are becoming the truth. I've been selling Jimmy stocks for a really long time, and they're finally paying off for me.
The two zones have switched places.
Yeah.
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
I mean, the season, we still have some time until the end of the season, so you never know. Hangzhou could come back.
Yeah, Hangzhou love to make a redemption arc in the back half of the season. That's their specialty.
Yeah. Only 4 teams can move on, and only 1 team was allowed to pick their opponent. It's time to move on from the paltry standings and teams which didn't qualify, and it's time for brackets.
Yeah!
There you go. Shanghai chose to face off against the Charge, and you know what? Not too surprising. And if, Charge are legit, they should have to prove it right then and there. But the next match, Philadelphia Fusion versus Seoul Dynasty. We just saw them go to Map 5. Well, yeah, was it 2 days ago?
2 nights ago, yeah. Very recently, yeah. Hey, honestly, the Seoul Philadelphia Fusion one is going to be really interesting. That'll really be the determining factor of if Philadelphia Fusion are legit. Like, can they continue these performances? And then Shanghai versus Charge. I think Charge it's probably the right answer there for Shanghai because they should have the edge over them. This is the Fusion versus Dynasty tournament history. Over the last couple of years, Seoul Dynasty has obviously been more consistent, but Philadelphia Fusion, they have had those moments The big question is, can Philadelphia Fusion ever break this curse of they need to win something at some point? It seems unlikely for this stage. But Johnny, can you sell the fans just a little bit more?
All right, look, MN3 and CES, they just have to pop off, all right? They just have to go hard in the paint. Fury has been looking better on the Junker Queen, but like, it's such an annoying argument because it's like, oh, Philly Fusion, they need to win something. But it's like, well, there's Seoul and Shanghai in the way. Like, what do you want from these guys? You know, they're not just going to establish dominance over Shanghai and Seoul. It's not that easy to win. You know, maybe second place is good. Maybe we should be happy with second place.
Fusion apologist over here. You know, no one is happy being second.
MN3 is just the rookies, you know? Give them a year, and then maybe next year you can win.
Yeah, okay, they've been saying that since 2018. Next year we'll win, guys. Don't worry, we lost to the London Spitfire. We'll win next year.
Hey, second place is good, all right? Don't tell yourself
good.
short.
It's not bad. It's better than third.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So you shouldn't be too sad if you get second place.
See?
Yeah.
I think that's a useful lesson.
Well, we're all set out. Well, we're all set out in the East. But there's actually, truly, honestly, still a ton to play for in the West. This isn't a 2018 every map matters kind of scenario. The Gladiators are still technically alive. London is trying to lock in their spot. Toronto has seeding to play for, and Florida and New York are either in or out. You know, whoever wins that match will probably get in. So we'll get right into those matches right after the break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. Later today, we have New York playing against Florida. The winner is in, the loser is out. Goodbye, sayonara, zaijian, 잘가.
Peace.
What are the languages? That's all I know. It's the last. Huh?
Hey, door.
Heido. Heido.
Hey,
Hey,
Do.
Do. Oh, nice. Thanks, Johnny. All right, so it's the last chance to get bonus points to qualify for the end of the year tournament. This is potentially a season-defining game. Now, Custa, there has been a lot of banter about the former Florida Mayhem, current New York Excelsior damage dealer Yaki, and you have some thoughts on it.
Yeah, you know, Yaki has been a phenomenal player going all the way back to 2020 on the Florida Mayhem of all teams as well, and he was just, his ability to just be aggressive and have raw firepower is impressive and just has defined the way that they have won matches for the New York Excelsior as well. But you know, there's been some claims going out here that he's a top 5 flex DPS in the league right now, and I just, you know, I want to clear some things up.
Use death.
Yeah, he doesn't die that much. He's doing great, but his biggest issue, in my opinion, is he doesn't have the consistency of those performances. He can play at that top 5, top 3 flex DPS level, but where he seems to struggle is coming in with that consistency. So that's the Yaki I want to stand up, the real Yaki, the truthful Yaki, the aggressive Yaki. I want that Yaki to be here in this match because he's going to need it. He's going up against the Florida Mayhem that like to play this double flex support, far back composition that makes it difficult to be aggressive. So it's going to be on Yaki primarily to step up and really come forward, give Flora that space to go. Make sure that, you know, Kellen isn't just getting dominated by all that healing, all that damage that's going to be coming up from the Discord or from Sir Marjet as well. So I want to see Yaki step up and fulfill his potential, because if he doesn't, then I don't think they deserve to be going to the Toronto LAN, because I think they're going to struggle against better teams.
Yeah, and quickly just on the stats and how it ties into the meta as well. I think it's interesting that he's tied for second, but so low in all the offensive metrics. Whereas you look at someone like Assassin on the Washington Justice, very high in eliminations, final blows, hero damage, but very high deaths, right?
Yeah.
So you can see this meta like, your Genji needs to be the one who dives in, who is aggressive, and is a focal point of your team. And that is going to let your rest of the team to follow up in a way. Whereas Yaki, if he's just passive and sits back, he's not allowing his team to like engage off the back of him dashing in, right? So a big difference in Genji play between him and someone on like Assassin, for example.
Yeah. And also, of course, reinforce, the Mayhem have lived up to their name, playing off meta in what they've told us that is strategic move, as teams, you know, hasn't really been able to practice against their style. And the backline is, you know, thriving on their comfort heroes right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that like Lucio and Brick did not work out for the Florida Mayhem. It's just not their style of meta. And they were just like, let's not play this. Like, we're not doing this, all right? They have actually brought it out on maps where it doesn't make sense to play double flex supports, but when they have the opportunity, they like to bring out the Zenyatta and the Ana composition. It plays to their style. Sir Marjet, for example, played yesterday against the Paris Eternal and had a banger of a series on this Zenyatta pick. You can see the stats yourselves. 11 final blows and 2 deaths. That's good. That's good. If you get 11 final blows and you only die twice with 8 minutes and 30 seconds played, that's good. So the Florida Mayhem, they're definitely looking for a repeat performance here against the New York Excelsior today. The question is New York Excelsior going to have this read, this counter that the Paris Eternal yesterday didn't have? Paris Eternal, they looked dysfunctional, they weren't on the same page at all, they couldn't find opportunity to dive in. Even though they were playing Tracer Genji, as we're seeing right here, they just couldn't dive in onto this backline of Sir Marjet and RuPaul. So when you give these guys room, you can see for yourselves, the sleep darts come in, and then Sir Marjet, he follows up with some good Zenyatta right clicks, you know, putting these orbs down. Doesn't matter if there's a transcendence in the way, they're just going to kick you down. So this is like the ultimate kind of composition for the Florida Mayhem. This will be interesting to see today if New York Excelsior, if they have an answer to this, how are they going to counter this? Because the double flex support, it's definitely coming out from the Florida Mayhem.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Florida has, you know, mixed up their roster, but one consistent player we've seen from them this stage is none other than Hydron, who will be going up against Flora on that Sojourn. So the Sojourn head-to-head, I think it's definitely going to be interesting. I think both players have been a very good Sojourn for the team, and, you know, I think, you know, to be honest, both of the Sojourns will be, I don't know. I don't think they're the best Sojourns. No, but I think they're still
not
decent, right?
Yeah, they can both do their jobs, right? Absolutely.
And right now, we talk about Genjis a lot, and of course Junker Queen, but I think Sojourn is another like integral part of this meta and in this composition. And for me, honestly, I just want to see these guys just go crazy. You know, get those kills. Whether it's opening kills or like cleaning up the kills, I think they are going to be. They should be the playmakers. For the team.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in this meta, the Sojourns is probably the closest like actual head-to-head that you have, where it's like you are really playing against each other. You know, we've seen time and time again, when your Sojourn is just clicking the head of the other one, it gives you such a massive advantage. I don't think, you know, when you think of Hydron and Flora, they are the players that are taking over the game, as you said, Danny, but both of them have the potential to do that. So I would like to see one of them step up. We did interviews with both of these teams recently, and they were very confident in their own abilities to win this match. So they need to show that in the server, and it needs to start with Sojourn players.
I'd say that Sojourn is like the only hero currently in the meta that like has carry potential.
Yeah.
Like a Genji can be good and like get value from Dragon Blades, but we saw yesterday even Seeker from the Boston Uprising. What a massive difference it makes if your Sojourn is popping off. So both Hydron and Flora, they're looking out to pop off today. Yeah.
Right. So both of those Sojourns will be looking for those, you know, critical opening picks in fights. And wow, that was totally an accident. But speaking of picks, guys.
Hey!
You should make your picks for today's matches. Just go to pick'em.overwatchleague.com or use the app, you know, make your picks for today's matches. You can win cash and prizes, but most importantly, you can achieve a sense of pride and accomplishment, everybody. So go do your pick'ems right now.
Or a measurable disappointment.
No.
No disappointments.
There's no disappointment in picks.
Really?
Yeah. No.
So you were fine yesterday when you know the first two matches happened and you got them completely wrong.
You lose and you learn.
Oh, okay.
From your picks.
Actually, no, I was gonna say I don't do my pick'ems, but no, I do my pick'ems.
We all do pick 'em.
We all do pick'ems every day. So you guys should do it too.
Do it.
All right, let's move on. Our first match of the day is the London Spitfire versus the Toronto Defiant. And a lot of Los Angeles fans are sporting some Defiant red right now as well. We'll get into the implications of the final match of Summer Showdown Qualifiers right after the break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. We're just a few minutes away from London versus Toronto, and Toronto is currently sitting in the 3 seed, while and also they would like to stay there, of course. I'm guessing, and London is sitting in 7th and subject to change. Here is the simplest way to put it for all of you guys that are confused, just like me. Okay, London qualifies with any win or a Mat 5 loss against the Defiant. Okay, the Gladiators, sitting on the sidelines, will qualify with a Defiant 3-0 or 3-1 victory.
Simple as that.
All right, I got that. I'm sure you guys got that too. All right, so let's talk about the players actually in the server, Costa. I saw you wrote in your notes that chatty check. What is that? What does that mean? And what? Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like, in the kickoff clash and early on, Chatty was at he was at like a 9 level of Chadness. We were super hype on the Chadness. And he was so hot at that moment. So I wanted to sort of check in again because he's on the Junker Queen, a pick that, obviously no one really knows him for, and he's playing other things that isn't just the Reinhardt. So I wanted to get a vibe check on where Chatty is at this point. So if you look at his Junker Queen stats, he's pretty middling. He obviously doesn't die that much, and he is doing a good job of keeping his wound uptime, which gives himself healing. But in terms of hero damage, final blows, eliminations, he is falling a little short. You can obviously look at the entire London Spitfire schedule and roster, and sort of account for that a little bit, but he's about a 5 out of 10 Chadness right now because he's still being that aggressive Chatty that we like to know, but I would like him to pull it out again. I want to see him go back into his alpha mode of just pinning into the backline, being that aggressive front runner that then allows the rest of the team on the London Spitfire to thrive. We know Backbone likes to play that May. We know that they like to be the team that takes the initiative. I want to see them go back to that, play with that confidence because they're playing against a Toronto Defiant, which is a very good team at playing the meta and using their ultimates correctly. The London Spitfire needs to find a way to throw a wrench into that to sort of tilt them off balance.
Yeah, Johnny, you also, I guess, sort of wanted to vibe check another tank player.
Vibe check, yeah.
And it's, who is it?
It's Hoppa.
Hoppa.
From the Toronto Defiant.
Do you think Hoppa is overrated, underrated?
See, I don't know. Is he overrated? Is he underrated?
It changes from week to
No,
week.
he's not overrated.
He was underrated when he
Yeah.
was like on New York Excelsior and like got picked up for Toronto. I think he was underrated at that time, and I was like, I'm in the Hoppa's corner. But recently as well, there's people just like, Hoppa's one of the best jungle queens. And I'm like, are we sure about that? Is he one of the best jungle queens? Is he a little bit overrated? No. So Hoppa's an interesting player. Obviously, tons of fans. He's been in the league for a very long time, dating back to his Philadelphia Fusion days in the inaugural season, made the grand finals. If we look at his stats, tied for 4th in final blows, 6th hero damage, tied 6th. That's, good stats. They're good. Is he amazing, though? Is he on par with Hanbin? No.
But what's his Chad rating right now?
What's his Chad rating? I would say, okay, relative to Hoppa's career statistics, the teams he's been on before,
yeah,
I would actually say, he's probably like a 7.5.
7.5 Chad out of 10.
7.5.
Yeah. If Hanbin is like a 10 on the Chad meter, I would say that Hoppa's like a 7.5, which is pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. So Hoppa's playing some of the better Overwatch in his career right now, obviously subbing in for Muse, who saw primarily most of the playing time as the main tank for the Toronto Defiant early this season on the Winston, for example. But now in a Junker Queen meta, they have retorted to playing Hoppa here instead. He's a veteran of the game. He looks calculated. He looks like he's really in charge of this Toronto Defiant team. I'm not making any puns there because there's no charge ability except for Rampage for Junker Queen. But in the meta where it's obviously a lot about using your abilities correctly and your ultimates, a very flow-charty kind of way. I think that Hoppa makes some really good decisions. And you can see this the way Toronto Defiant, they move around the map. They have very good shot calling. You've seen this in many of their recent matches here in the Summer Showdown. They actually stay ahead of the ultimate rotations so many times. They get so much value out of abilities like Rampage from Hoppa or their Dragon Blades from Aldo, for example. So I think that Toronto Defiant, they're looking really clean, and I think Hoppa's shot calling and tank abilities is a large part why.
I think we should do a segment and with this Chad meter thing.
Yeah,
I think it'll be fun.
We need it. We need to get it like a moving thing.
I think 10 out of 10 Chad right now is Twilight. I would give Twilight 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10?
No, what?
Twilight? What did Twilight do to give him 10 out of 10
champion.
Chadness?
His brig is the most Chad thing.
Yeah, but he's not the most Chad he's been in his career. He's an Overwatch League champion. He's like an 8 right now. I'd say he's an 8.
He's an 8?
Yeah, right
he's
now
over.
he's an 8.
He's more than 8. We should, yes. Hex, we should do a segment.
Lock it in.
With this. Lock it in. Next stage. All right. So you two both were talking about tank plays, and of course, tank plays had to find these two teams throughout the year. But I do want to mention an X factor for the Defiant, and that's all those Genji. Okay, so the stats don't back it up, but with so much attention on Hisu, although had some sneaky performances, and I personally think in this stage and with this meta, I think he had some really nice games. Yeah, his previous couple matches. I do think sometimes he's a bit too aggressive, but he could maybe tone it down a little bit. But I think because we talk so much about Hisu and how great Hisu is, I think we need to put some light on him as well. And he also needs to step it up a bit more to the level of Hisu as well, his other DPS partner.
Yeah, if they're going to have success in this upcoming LAN tournament, we know they've qualified. They're in the top 4. They're in a good spot. But if they want to compete with the top end, you need all players firing on all cylinders. You can't just have Twilight and Hopper and Hisu doing the job. If you're all though, this is your opportunity to be like, hey, I should be a mainstay player in this league. I deserve to be up there and talked about with some of these other big players. So although he's had a iffy season so far, he did get benched by Finale earlier in the season. So I want to see him really go to that next level.
I will say this as well. I think Toronto Defiant, and I mentioned it with Hotba, I think they're a very calculated team. Good rotations, good ultimate usage, good ability, stuff like that. But how is that going to fare against like the San Francisco Shocks or the Dallas Fuels of the world? That's where you have to push your mechanical skill ability to gain an advantage, like over Proper, for example. So I want to see Toronto Defiant come out today and play some good calculated, gameplay, flowcharting, if you will. But I also want to see them push their limits and like really push them on Spitfire back and put them on the back foot.
Yeah.
All right, those are the 2 matches that we're going to have today. So with that being said, let's take a look at our Preds for these 2 matches.
Big Chad meter here.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Any surprises?
No, I don't think
Let's go, New York!
Wow, honestly, I'm surprised so many people went with Florida.
Yeah, I think I want to predict NYXL here. I think, they probably have like the individual skill. I just don't know if they can beat the double flex support.
I agree.
I don't, that was my thing. I think they can. And I don't think they're going to be thrown off by the things that Florida Mayhem have shown us.
But will they though? Like,
I think so.
Yaki. I like Yaki in Florida, but like, will they though? Like, will they dive with Jungle Queen?
In Danny's point, I just have fear that Yaki's just going to show up and he's going to make the double flex support look ridiculous. And like the team, like New York Excelsior, they are a team that I don't think they have the best coordination, but if they are on it, if they are having their mechanical skills, Flora is able to take Hydron.
If Yaki shows up alone, it's not going to be enough.
But Flora
they need
can
Kellen
also
to show up.
I think Kellen's been fine. I think Kellen is that consistent factor.
Yeah, but I'm
it's
talking
the
about
front line I want to
show
step
up,
on.
like, I'm here kind of thing.
I'm here, okay.
Go
actually
through the
really
door,
surprised that I'm the
Kellen's
only
in
one
the
who
room.
picked
Big Chad meter, 9 out of 10. I need a 9 out of 10 Chad meter.
Pick Mayhem. Am I the crazy one?
We'll find out.
No.
I guess we'll find out. Yeah, that's it for Watchpoint. London versus Toronto is up next. And for that, we're joined by Uber and Mr. X. Guys, help me out here. Are you guys picking the Mayhem as well?
Well, I'm here now, Danny.
At first I thought it was like tearing one's shirt off, but I understand it's like the John Cena entrance, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I would take the Florida Mayhem in that match. I think New York, their individual skill, like by players, is so high. They just have not been able to coordinate on a team, which is also kind of scary because, like you mentioned, Scott, like, yeah, they could just like have, put together 3 decent maps today and easily win. Like, they're that talented. But I think we've seen enough maps where they don't do that I feel confident enough taking Florida.
Yeah, also, both these teams, these 2 are like the only teams that have experimented with double flex support. When New York like brought Ho1 in and they actually played some like Zen Ana setups, especially maps like Gibraltar, I don't think it worked out for them. I think they were sort of shied away from that eventually, but we know that Florida will do it on certain maps. They feel like they can. I think Hydron said he could like take people by surprise. Something. Oh, it's boring to play the same comp all the time, and they like to mix it up. So I feel like there's more flexibility in this Mayhem squad as well.
Yeah. I have a question about this London-Toronto game. Do any of you guys think it's going to go to 5? Like, do you think London gets the 2 maps they need, but then loses, or do you think it's going to be all Toronto blowout?
it comes down to the first map. I think it all comes down to how well does the London May work. If the London May works on the first map, I think we could go the far distance because May doesn't work on all the maps, and I think that London has struggled when they have to play the straight-up Genji mirror. So if they can get enough success with the May to be able to push them to 5 maps on the maps that it is good, they'll do a good job. And if they can get to map 5, then they've done their job.
I'll say 3-0 Toronto Defiant. They're not going to lose to the May. The May is outdated.
Whoa.
It's not fit for the meta.
Right.
You know, come on. What are we doing? It's not week
corner.
1 anymore. Teams have figured out the May. Come on. Let's go.
Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, we'll catch up with you guys later on and check back in with those Preds. Yeah, okay, curious. Obviously, we know the Defiant Matter are a team that like to play a lot of Ashe. You know, and there's a question of like, does that punish the May to an even greater degree? We know Hisu's preference, you know, is, you know, normally over towards Gash, but we've seen teams sort of, you know, mix a lot of that Sojourning. Good examples like the Outlaws, right? Merit's now playing a bunch more Sojourn, whereas he spent some time on Ashe here. So teams are showing that they can sort of, you know, look good in both of those positions. The question is to Toronto, we know they have a great Sojourn player.
Right.
Hisu, what will the pick be?
We also could be a little bit down on the May play after we saw the Titans like not even make it near the point with the May yesterday.
There was Nepal High Rise, right? Yeah, one round where King like didn't switch after getting rolled in the first fight and they got blown out.
Right. Where maybe, you know, this London Spitfire team, we've seen it a little bit more from them. They're a little bit more practiced versed with it. Maybe it's impactful during this. I also think we've been sleeping on Toronto a little bit. I mean, this is a team that, they lose to Dallas, and that's their only loss throughout this entire tournament thus far. And Dallas end up, you know, being like the best team during the Summer Showdown. I believe they lose that match like 3-1, so it's like relatively competitive. Where the 3-0 by Johnny, it sounds kind of crazy because London's been pretty good so far throughout the season, same record, but at this moment in time, Toronto may just be a little bit of a leap ahead.
Yeah, this is a little obscure, but if Toronto do win this series and they do win like 3-1 or 3-0, they will be very happy to lock up 3rd seed. Because 4th seed basically means you're playing the Gladiators in the first round in Toronto. And I don't think anybody really wants that smoke right now, not what we've seen them sort of come back with. But let's talk about the London Spitfire map while we have a moment here. Because this is a team where, like, you know, we talked about Chaddy, where he sits on the Chad meter, and hasn't really had to be a huge standout on the Junker Queen so far. But suffice to say, I think this has been a stage where the London Spitfire are unable to force their opponents into playing their brand of Overwatch, right? They've had to fall in line with the rest of the meta, and maybe that's had some impacts on their overall performance.
And this is a team that this meta probably doesn't suit them the best, right? But they've been able to kind of weather the storm and make it work, which if you're a Spitfire fan, it's exciting to see for the remainder of the season, right? You don't want to say they're meta-proof, so to speak, but no, you're getting there. Take a little bit of time to maybe figure this out. You've also added Khan to this roster in case we kind of see the Zenyatta come back in the mix, so London's still in a really good spot in the overall season rankings. Need 2 maps today. Obviously, ideally a win, right, to get in.
Yeah, good point. I think that London obviously racking up a bunch of wins across the season so far. Yeah, sitting in a pretty good spot. They'd love to be able to throw down in Toronto, though. And, you know, we already had the sort of the tank matchup highlighted a little bit. I think that's definitely going to be a factor. Even if neither of those tanks have been, like, best in class on Junker Queen, it still could definitely be a defining matchup. And we are looking for the May play, especially on Control. This is a team that are very good at isolating the enemy Junker Queen. But you go up against Hopper, not someone who is as aggressive as Kallios. Both these Junker Queens have, like, pretty low deaths per 10, right? Like 5.2, 5.4 respectively. So pretty safe JQ players. Let's have a look here. Hisu, although, of course, have shown us quite a lot of fireworks. This team, you know, there's a reason they're in 3rd place, Matthew. Really impressive stuff. And Danny thinks Twilight is a 10 on the Chad meter. Johnny says 8. I don't really know how to, you know, extrapolate that to how we should expect to see them play today. But whichever way you slice it, I think that Hisu's been a really hot prospect for this team, even mostly on the less mobile DPS pick in Ashe.
Yeah, and I think Hisu, although have looked really good in combo, I think although Genji has been a bright spot for this Defiant team. I wouldn't go and say Hotba is like one of the best Junker Queens like in the league, but I think Hotba is just so versatile and he's so consistent on so many different tanks that he's just a great addition to have on your roster, right? You know, over the course of like history and now, we've seen him be able to play so many different things. I mean, even like I think back we saw him a little bit on Tracer, if I remember, back in like Season 1 days.
Yeah.
The guy's just so talented, can play so many different things. So to have him in a meta like this and be able to pick up the Junker Queen and play it at a high level, high enough that you're potentially in, the top 3, it's a huge win for them, right? Regardless of kind of where you think he stands in the overall scheme of tanks in the league.
And this guy, ever since, like Season 2, Season 3, he said he coveted the title of Big Boss, right? Obviously, Brian's legacy still exists. He said, I think back at the New York home set, he said, oh no, I'm the new Big Boss now, he says. Well, he's a chance to stamp his authority on this map against a very assertive opponent in that main tank position, or that tank position, rather.
It's been on a lot of different teams now, right? I mean, what? Philly, Philly, Toronto, New York. But I feel like there was one more in there that like we're completely forgetting. I feel like he's been on, a few teams throughout. Wasn't he on Philly twice?
He was on Guangzhou. No, he went from Philly to Guangzhou to New York to Philly, now Toronto.
Yeah. Crazy.
Remember, and this guy was on. You remember LW Red and Blue? Yeah, this guy's on LW Red. So like, wow, what a career! Honestly, this guy's had. And
even if he like wasn't starting on those teams, to be able to make it onto that many rosters and like go through the tryouts and like have other coaches watch his play and find it that good that you would bring him in, definitely speaks to like, what teams see in Hotbar.
Yeah, so many different coaches with different philosophies. They all agree that Hotbar is worth investing in, Matthew. Here we are. Both these teams are 10-7 for the season so far. And Chorong strikes first. It's Sparker to fall here. And Hisu's in very safe positioning. The Spitfire trying to transition this fight over towards the point now, but they've lost 2 players and they're going to get crunched here.
Yeah, and if you're not going to put any pressure on the Hisu throughout this series and let him just kind of sit in the back and on Ash and just pop shots, it's going to be a long, well, not a long day. It's going to be a short day for the Spitfire. Yeah.
It's going to feel long.
Yeah, it's going to feel long. It's going to be very short, though. Like, he is so good. I mean, look at this dynamite. It's like 3 players here up on the high ground. Just going to be
more
that
like
damage.
Shishu. Let's go, baby.
That was terrible.
Let it breathe. Give it wings.
No, it doesn't deserve to breathe.
Let it fly. Here we go. Commanding shout. Into the small room as the London Spitfire try and group up and take the fight. They get Twilight. The Defiant want to play outside the room for the time being with all those strikes. And he finds a Carotid. Having to find Admiral, but still, the Spitfire more than happy to brawl inside those closer quarters. They quickly flip the point back.
And that's where they'll win. If they're going to run the Ash and you can get in those close quarter scenarios with the Sojourn and being able to put down so much like more fast, rapid, consistent damage, and then those kind of like big bursts with the rail shots, that's when they're going to end up having the advantage in that head-to-head. They got to just keep forcing those fights in those areas of the map.
You'll make it harder for Hisu to get involved in the fight as well. If you play like this outside of his sight lines, close the gap on him really quickly. But Bob could be dangerous. Here he comes. He hits the corner, maybe a little bit further to the left than Hisu would have liked. Yep, Bob is just going to sit there as the backstop for the time being.
He's doing his thing. Just watching the flank.
Just watching Bob. Yeah, he's doing his job, no doubt about it.
He's watching the flank.
In the meantime, Toronto just break their foot off in the rear end of the Spitfire.
Yeah, Bob, he's taken on the IGL role. He just needs 1 kill and watch the flank.
That's right. Doesn't need to frag. He's immune from criticism for his performances as a caller. Love to see it.
He's just the brain. See, Backbone has to look directly above because Chorong's been playing up on the high ground there.
Yeah, frustrating to try and catch him. Great blade for all, though. Getting rid of Landon is a big deal, especially after he went for the rally. Good looks here for Toronto. They look very clean on these executions, and this looks extremely uncomfortable for London, who can find their pace when they need to, right? We saw that in a couple of fights ago, but the Defiant have taken their ability to set up away from them by pushing early.
Yeah, so this has been all Toronto early. So you'll have both support ults here. You got the Rampage. It's another big dynamite to kick things off there from Hisu. It's been dominant this far.
Hotbar takes a ton of damage. The sound barrier given to the rest of the Toronto Defiant, though. Chorong, the timing was pretty good, but Backbone's going to punish Hisu. Out he comes. 99 here, and oh, that's a deflecting Genji at low health. What a tasty morsel. And indeed, he is ingested. Hardy's not going to really have a chance to touch the pointy, but Sparker and Admiral get there, and oh my, between the two of them, a couple of key kills.
Yeah.
London living on the edge.
That's wild that they were able to flip that, because that looked all in favor of Toronto. They had everything at the start of that fight, with Hisu being able to pick up 2 kills early. They had the support ult advantage, and London able to just battle back. And now things get interesting, because Toronto, they ended up dumping everything into that fight. And look at this, Backbone is going to get all though at the start, so this one's not over.
Both teams playing pretty similarly here. Trying to take away their opponent's ability to fan out and actually form a concave outside of these corridors. Push in, get value out of disrupt the shot, and of course the axe swings. Oh, that's not supposed to happen at all. What a shot. Backbone is down here. Spark is sheepishly trying to back up, but Bobby's on the charge. In he goes. Dynamite, big connection as Hisu wants to make his way forward. Chorong down to Landon, but it won't matter. The Toronto Defiant surely look to wash over the Spitfire here. And it's a valiant stand for Landon, but it's not going to be enough. There will be a Lucio, maybe Genji touch here, as a Spitfire try and time it out as best they can. Backbone hovers, uncertain. Hisu blows him up. And with Admiral down, there's no one left to touch. The Defiant will seal this first round.
Yeah, and London ends up with 78% on the point. Doesn't really feel like it, though, in the sense of how those, like, there was really 2 fights that London was able to win, but really, Toronto looked like they were just wiping them clean every single time. So we'll see if London can battle back in this round. You win this round, maybe you can end up playing the May. Let's see what went on here.
It's not. What in
that is
what tarnation? I think he actually takes an unscoped shot there first.
Yeah, it looked like an unscoped shot, like as he was about to just like scope in to hit a headshot. We see an echo play here, maybe.
That's so dirty.
Okay, we have seen it a little bit.
Okay.
We've sort of discussed why it may work. He's just playing Sojourn here. Backbone obviously really has to play in a very particular manner to avoid facing too much scrutiny. So far, play on the point, that's fine. Commanding shout here. Hisu's out of the fight to start with. Yeah, he's not getting healed at all. All Sparker had to do was find a body shot with that railgun. Land him very low, but he's able to get away. The Spitfire are trading aggro very effectively here, but it's not, seems to be enough. They've lost their backline already, and Sparker, he's cornered.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get that first pick there on Hisu. He's not even able to make it over the bridge, but you just don't have anything else to help out as, man, Toronto able to win that fight inside. And I wonder if that's the advantage of, like, having the Genji in there versus, like, an Echo, right? Where the Echo doesn't really want to get inside and, like, brawl out. Where Genji, you have the deflect, you have a little bit more, mobility, survivability is, yeah, we see a Genji swap here now.
Yeah. I mean, Echo hits her power spike right at the start of the fight when she sort of offloads her combo and tries to blow someone up instantly. Outside of that, she's a little vulnerable. Just the try shot to rely on as those cooldowns are kind of long. All right, around the corner, Hardy tried to come, but that's a Carnage connection there for Hopper. Tick healing's pretty good. Some damage from the Disruptor shot, but nothing to write home about here as the Defiant are implacable.
Yeah, and Hopper also gets really good value out of the axe, the Carnage right around the corner. At the start, connects with 2 players with it, then gets a knife landed in there, and that's just, you have commanding shout as well. That's just go time. As I mean, Toronto, they're going to get above 50% on the point here, and they just, because they've been winning these fights so clean, they have such a large advantage in terms of the ultimate economy. It's almost like a repeat of the last round.
Hotbar knows what's coming. Having a rampage up his sleeve. The earlier he uses it, the more effective. Sparker caught with the knife there. No follow-up, though. Hardy's moved up, taking the point. Hopper now is going to maybe have to settle for the backline for this rampage. Look at the pressure he applies it. Oh, there's a lot of purple there. Admiral, though, had enough time to get his sound barrier online. The one Hopper gives up his life to charge in. Burnt down as Sparker finds the railgun connection. Then the rest of the Defiant look very reluctant to try and commit further, but they're going to have to. Blade, what a hit. Okay, it's going to be a trade for all, though. There is Backbone with the dash through.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. You still have the Lucio here for Toronto, able to contest. Do you throw the Bob in here as well? Like, yeah, you're going to be able to get Hoppa back in this fight, too.
Hardy? Oh, dear. Looks like getting redirected, I guess, midway through that rampage. He just hits the wall? Or was it Bob sort of knock him off course? It's unclear. Either way, it's just reposition and nothing else. But the Defiant will have to regroup here a little bit.
The Toronto Defiant may be able to just turn this right back and take the point, yeah.
Admiral, if he gets knifed, could be dangerous. He's able to get away. There will be an overtime. Hardy makes his way in. It's a 2v2 for now, but reinforcements for the Defiant will be here first. Hardy's extremely low and there's not enough healing. There's no repair pack. Okay, does get the Carnage hit, so a bit of tick healing, but it's not nearly enough. Oh, that's a knife connection. Sparker. Yeah, I'd be scared too. He's got nothing to shoot at.
Move around the corner, yeah.
Oh, the helpless feeling for Sparker. As the Spitfire gets shut down here. In that second round of Lijiang Tower, Toronto look a little bit more confident, a little bit happier. Setting the pace, and I mean, it shows in terms of the scoreboard as well. He's 11-4, although 10-5, Hotba 9-3.
They were just not able to slow down Toronto when they went with a Sojourn setup at the start, and then even, on the Ashe. So we've seen the two main looks for the Defiant look very strong thus far. Really worried about London the remainder of this series.
One of the biggest criticisms for the Defiant in the past is that they're a bit rough around the edges, a little bit eclectic, but right now they look extremely polished, Matthew. They've got their protocols nailed down. Heading into Toronto, that's a big deal for this team in front of a home crowd. Stick around, everybody. The Glads punch in the air now as they hope that the Defiant can close this one out without too much bloodshed. A lot to play for on today, this last day of Summer Showdown qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. The London Spitfire need at least 2 maps from this series in order to make it to the Summer Showdown, to Toronto, and to boot the Gladiators out of qualification. Now for Toronto, they can lock up the number 3 seed here with a solid win or at least 2 maps themselves. That's important because, as we discussed, if there's a team like the Gladiators sitting at 8th, nobody in the top 4 is going to want to pick them. So if you're 4th seed, you'll have no choice.
You don't. No, the more we say that, I can totally see Krusty rocking up to the selection show, and they be like, yeah, sure, we'll take the Glads. Why not?
I mean,
get them out of the way.
How'd that go for them in Texas, man? I know that times have changed, obviously, but we still have question marks about San Francisco's ability to deliver at a live event. As good as they've looked online, that's never been in dispute, right? It's always been how they turn up on the day when the crowd is cheering, the lights are going, and they're sat at those setups. But we digress, Matthew, because we've got a couple of matches to get through before we can think about Toronto. But the team.
I thought you were going to say that the shot get nervous when you're in the room. I thought that's what you were going to say. They see that one shining spotlight at the top of the arena, and they're like, "Oh man, Uber's here! Look out!"
They can't tell. The lights are too bright for them to even see that far. It's all good. I can look at them, but they can't look at me. It's like a one-way mirror.
Pretty
it's like
far
a big
away,
interrogator.
typically.
Yeah. The Toronto Defiant, 10-7 over the course of the season, man. For all the hullabaloo about this team for a while, really only being able to go 500 and definitely struggling against the top echelon, we finally have the stars aligning where this team can, show up as a top 3, top 4 team in the entirety of the Western region.
I do wonder
before we even get to land.
But I was thinking during the break, I was like, man, because I think we've already, with this Defiant roster, we already kind of have a notion in our head of where they fit in the scheme of all of the teams, right? That if you were to watch these games without the players listed, not know which team they were, right? How would you view this team? I wonder if we're just underrating them off of previous performance, and they're just really leveled up. Because London's not a pushover team, but they made it look like they're in map number 1.
Although, okay, I like this from the Spitfire. Man, they push up, but they are... Okay, now we swap sides. Player advantage here for the Spitfire, but a tick is achieved for Toronto. Now they group up. Oh, okay, they're kind of a
he's
away.
Oh,
wait a minute, Twilight. Oh, he's off the Chad meter. He's actually able to get a kill.
How does he get 1?
Yeah, well, because Twilight just turns up, doesn't he? The bloody March of the Valkyries. Homeboy's in there to protect his teammate. Unfortunately, it doesn't result in too much. They give an extra kill, in fact, with that Twilight diving in there.
That was high on the Chad meter, though, for Twilight. To just
it was. Yeah.
So get down, Mr. President. Just jump right on top of easy.
All right, Commanding Shout gets the Defiant in position, but they still need to execute here. Sparky here with a dynamite. Will keep his head down for the time being, but the Defiant still need that second tick. They've got it now. 70% and counting here. The Defiant starting to wrap around the building a little bit more, and the Spitfire need to make something happen. Twilight forced back. Can he keep his shield up for long enough to stay alive? Sparker has a railgun, but no chance to use it. The Defiant drag the Spitfire, kicking and screaming off the point, and claim it for themselves.
And these are the worst, those are some of the worst spots where we were watching London, having to fight against the Ash, right? Inside of that cafe, 2 exits, big dynamite value, and then kind of wrapping around in that corner, really good there, where it's hard because you want to play this comp all together, the one that London's running, and they'll play as a unit, but the Ash value with the dynamite and having to force out healing resources and then still have to kind of get close to the Ash, it makes it difficult to win those fights.
Yeah, really difficult for anyone to defend that point right now, Matt. Just feels pretty slanted against you at times. Different story here, though, is the Spitfire naturally have some high ground to start with. Here comes the Blade. What's Backbone looking for? Nothing, apparently, I guess, as sees the Bob forced out and the rally. The Spitfire look like they're happy enough with that transaction for now.
Yeah, but they're giving up so much space. Look at this. They're going to have to rally to get close.
Hopper's caught out of position big time. He needs his team. He needs his teammates badly. Hopper gets drilled here. The Defiant, again, try and follow up, but great job by the Spitfire identifying a player that was a little out at sea.
I think you're okay losing this fight, though. like considering how much payload progress you got here for the Defiant, these players, need to die a few seconds ago, but now you have like matching in terms of support ults, right? You have your own blade. You can maybe now try and get like Hisu this high ground if you're really kind of like posture for it from where the card is, where I don't think that's a terrible fight there for the Defiant. I think it was almost like London really needed to use the rally and start that fight because they were going to fall behind really far.
Player advantage and sound barrier. Admiral, no opportunity to use his own there. Quick reposition. I noticed that from Hardy. He's able to line up Twilight. The follow-up is pretty good. Hisu falling the Sparker at long range, and although could try and salvage things with the blade here, but it's going to be forced away from Hardy, who's still healthy enough, and although is clinging to life, he will find the Junker Queen elimination. But it's really only Chorong here to work with for Toronto.
I believe you still have Hotba here as well. It's just not the ideal scenario. So what I do think is good for Toronto is that Hotba is kind of taking this high ground. That'll allow Hisu, once we get back into this fight, to maybe go up there and take that perch. But he actually ends up giving it up because probably hears that the rest of London's coming from that opposite side.
I mean, Hotba can't hit a rampage, I think, if he's playing that high ground. He needs to wait and hope the Spitfire drop down and give him something to work with here. Hisu getting pressured from this high ground, but he's still able to find Backbone despite the scrutiny of Sparker, and now Sparker's going to back on up. He'll drop to the low ground here as Hopper extends into the formation of the London Spitfire. Not able to find the elimination there, but Twilight is able to donk Sparker, send him packing. 2 players now left for the Spitfire, and the cart gets home for that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and that time Bob actually does make a difference. Kind of runs right into that box, and it's really difficult to get around the corner to contest the payload. So Toronto able to get across the line. London did put up a better defense there, though, Mitch. Then their point A started to come alive there, did London. So we'll see now as they kind of come from the high ground here. They'll have their blade. So do you want a blade around this corner? Do you want to play this, or do you want to give them a little bit more space? But they gave up a lot of space in point B. It didn't work out.
Paratroopers drop off the high ground. Nice dynamite there. Good heal. Pressure necessitates a commanding shout. Blade from Backbone staved off initially, though. Looks like a whip shot sent him backwards, and Landon is a little too far forward. Losing the brig is not going to put you in good stead for the rest of this fight here as Backbone comes up with very little from the blade, and Hardy is overrun. Backbone desperately trying to knock on the door of the caravan. Somebody give me sucker. Spitfire backing up into their spawn as the Defiant find another gear.
Yeah, and it'll be Hardy with a rampage here coming out at the spawn, but you'll have Although with the Dragon Blade. He's going to use it right at the spawn door.
Huh, catching Hopper, I guess that was his intended target. Although's blade looks a little blunt when he's hit with that anti-heal, though. And Hopper also affected by a rampage down, means the Defiant are going to have to go again.
Just really one more fight that they need to go their way, where London needs to be perfect from here on out, as Chorong trying to get back to the rest of that team. He's been taking some, we've been seeing it through the third person, but he's been like really up high in the high ground, really trying to displace, get people into these dynamites. So you see he goes and takes that high ground straight away.
Yeah, trying to make sure that they don't have to worry about a flank, someone dropping down behind them. A Genji in their backline could be catastrophic. Oh, that's not good. That's even worse. What diabolical circumstances affect the Spitfire? They've lost Sparker and Landon. Well, Bob makes short work of him. That was a non-fight, Matthew. Looks like the Defiant found everything they needed, executed on those win conditions, and have a smooth minute and 15 to work with.
Well, especially getting Sparker first, because how do you get rid of the Bob fast at that point, right? The Genji, just with people obviously putting other damage into the Genji, like can't just jump out in attack the Bob. So you're in a really tough spot when Hisu picks off Sparker. Yeah. But man, when he's just playing like this on the Ashe and he's not being really bothered that much, he's able to get so many first picks.
I mean, that one's huge, especially when you're forcing into a cul-de-sac as attackers. Generally, you don't really have great angles to work with, but Hisu's found them every which way. 9 final blows, 3 deaths, and about 35% of team's overall damage. This is, we're talking 13,000 damage per 10, to put it in perspective. So I would put it, that's like 30% above like what is baseline, what is average. By comparison, Spark is only able to achieve, 6,000 damage per 10 in this round so far. Really, so much space being taken away from the London Spitfire. They cannot get that DPS Dynamo in position to do his best work.
And let's see how London go about this on their offensive side. Man, you lose this map here for London, it is tough, right? We talked about they needed, you know, you need to get it 2 maps today. You're looking at having to force like a reverse sweep potentially. Not giving themselves the easiest way. So, okay, so this will be, ooh, almost gets strong. That's it's a good attempt there. So you use the symmetric TP to get a better angle, yeah.
And we like to see that kind of innovation. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite yield the results. Again, very hard point to defend right now. If you see the Defiant win even one fight, that's a big win in general for them. Backbone doggedly trying to contest this high ground. Pressuring, although that was our amped heal, if I'm not mistaken, from Chorong, and Hopper's already gone down. So to the back line, Backbone goes. Mega picked up here, a little dangerous by Hisu, but there was some backup for Backbone as everyone dove on the Ashe.
Man, nothing you can do now once the Ashe is out of the equation. So, let's see, it should be London being able to take this relatively easily now. I think we kind of see like point A fall pretty easily often now. I think only like 1 or 2 games I feel like we've casted throughout this stage where it's been, you know, the other team like a spawn hold like close and you're able to stop teams through the choke, where really this second checkpoint's where it's tough for the offense dealing with this high ground.
The Defiant were able to work with it, but again, they spent much of their time trying to force the defenders down. They didn't take a lot of pressure early, so they're able to push the card a long way through this phase before there was even really a fight. Annoying for Backbone there to get hit by Dynamite. That means he can't really get information for the time being. It's too risky. Oof, another body shot there. We'll keep him honest. Oh, has to deflect here. Okay, he's able to get out. Healing expended, though, to keep him alive.
The healing expended, but then also you see, like, with the Ashe, with the Dynamites, with the healing resources, it just forces you to use so many cooldowns, right? To be able to keep up.
What? He's blading, son!
Yeah.
Have some decorum! My God! I'm gonna say it again. Very, very dangerous on the Ashe. 3 final blows in the fight for Hisu. He's 12-4 right now. I mean, immediately, also, yeah, I mean, that first kill was really set up by the Dynamite, the drop down by although. A lot of the time we're seeing Genjis in these Ashe comps being very good at follow-up on the Ashe's Dynamite explosion. They jump in, Swift Strike Dash, close-up Shuriken, secure a kill on a 200 HP or less hero. Here's Bob! There go the Spitfire.
It just forces so many of the resources out of the whole team. When Backbone has to go challenge the, you know, Ashe, right? It's the dash plus the deflect, then the Dynamites hit, you have to use more heal. They just kind of like chip you down over time, right? They're not really intended to be aggressive.
Oh, they're going. Although makes the charge in, but it's Hotbar really strikes gold here. He's doing a lot of pressure, even Sparker, even with that ultimate. Getting rid of although is pretty big there. That was a headshot. Hardy very low though, the rest of the Defiant have the numbers. Look at this team right now. I mean, it's pretty hard, Matt, to point out any glaring issues in terms of this team's ability to group up and achieve their win conditions. Their coordination looks excellent.
Well, because you know they can also play the Sojourn as well. Like, we've seen Hisu play that character really high level too. It's just this Ashe look that they've been really strong at. You know, other teams do it, obviously not as effective as I think Toronto, but I mean, dude, Backbone was so weak.
I think he got headshot by Hisu, Matt.
Yeah.
Was forced to duck inside the building. And if you get headshot by an Ashe and you have Brig Lucio, odds are you're not going to be healed up in time. And although knows this,
well,
he knows he has like 5 seconds to dive this.
They can't heal it up, because if you do, and they see that, right? If Toronto sees that you're using like amp or you use the cookie or two, right? And all you have is commanding shout, and they have everything available, they're just going to run you down.
Oh, Nelly, although that's a little unhinged, I've got to say. Here comes the Rampage. Chorong's hit by that one. Twilight opts not to go for the rally yet, and 2 players hit on the Spitfire. Admiral does not want to use Sound Barrier, trying to get out of his own dance spawn, so he holds on to it. Good discipline. Hopper's in the thick of things, though. Make no mistake, here is that Sound Barrier for the London Spitfire. Bob is a nuisance. Sparker has to push forward to get out of his purview, and Hopper is taken to the butchers.
Yeah, and I think they just wanted to get as many ultimates as possible out. You know, get them to use the sound barrier basically in the spawn to break their way out. Because you see where the payload is. Still a long way to go here for the London Spitfire, where Toronto, they've completed the map, right? You're going to be able to come out here. It's going to be a pretty strong combo with Rally plus Blade. So we'll see how the Defiant go about dealing with this.
It's very clear that Defiant are going to make a run for this. Group up, take the high ground here. They're going to have to do it rather quickly. They have Twilight up there. Oh, they're going to have to be fast about this. Hotbar is getting overwhelmed. Okay, Commanding Shark keeps him in the game. Backbone heads upstairs. Oh, the coach gun. Hisu gets to stay alive. There is Backbone is going to be knocked away, but Hotbar eventually falls. He was taking so much damage at the start of the fight. Backbone needs to be a little bit careful. Doesn't quite find the deflect timing for the Dynamite, but still the card is going to sail home here. 2.5 minutes for the Spitfire to finish the map.
Yeah, there's nothing the Defiant could do there. Just a really good suit of ultimates there for London. And eventually, it's a little bit drawn out, but able to get the cart over the line. So, I think more interesting, where did the Defiant elect to take this next fight? Is it aggressive around this first corner? Do you try and play for the second one? Looks like Hoppa and crew going to jump down. Might get aggressive.
Last two fights, Matt, looked really good for London. Perhaps they're able to find a second win here. Once again, the Defiant characteristically threatened to take the pace-setting ability away from the Spitfire, and Hardy's getting smacked up in the front line. Good disrupt the shot here, but the Defiant are more than happy to push up past it and go for the throat. Hotbar is low. Chorong sound barrier, though, gets the job done as Landon falls. Spark is forced to play from the periphery here, and the Defiant seem pleased enough with 2 kills. And now they'll go for even more. Another commanding shout here. This might be a little awkward for all those. He was caught, lost at sea, without the rest of his team. But here come the Defiant now just to punctuate that sentence.
Yeah, you'll have Blade Rampage here, so you invested the beat to push back, burn some clock here. So this is a prime shooting kind of angle here for Hisu. Just this long straightaway. Perfect for Ash's effective range.
Needs to watch out for those charged rails. That's kind of it for Hisu. Having Bob available as well. An extra layer of protection. Build some confidence there. Here's the Rampage. It's on the 4 though. Twilight's rally's not going to help to keep him alive. Commanding Shout came in there, I believe, but he still goes down. Hopper doesn't have enough healing now. He'll save the Rampage for a little bit later, so it's a matter of stalling the point. Hisu does well. Gets rid of Sparker with the Bob, but is there anything more to be gotten for the Defiant? Twilight switches over towards the Yarnell. That could be impactful in this last fight scenario. 30 seconds left in the round. Can the Defiant stop the Spitfire in their tracks here? They have Rampage. Hopper might have to use it for the mobility aspect here as he trots up onto the point. Goes in, catches 3. Landon has the rally in play. He's going to be put to sleep by Twilight and makes a cameo on that Arna pick. But it is all about the Spitfire right now. That momentum they built goes a long way, and although gets turned to scrap metal, as the Spitfire are less than a minute behind in time bank.
Yeah, it was a nice Rampage plus the rally that was able to keep the London Spitfire in it and complete the map. So just a minute on the clock here for London. Pretty much have to be perfect on this attack. You know, you get like 1, maybe 2 shots at this. Really good attempts. We'll see what they elect to do, where you still have a little bit more time left if you're the Defiant, right? Almost 2 minutes on the clock.
So much can happen on this first point of the map, Matt. I think that's, you know, really crucial aspect here. Toronto, obviously, with his Ash composition, if they can win one fight, just one fight on this first point, will put the London Spitfire in a very nasty situation, but it is so hard. We see so much maneuvering from these teams right on point A, and generally speaking, whenever they have to back away into that back corner, as you see on your screen, it doesn't bode well. No one's really cracked the code on defending this map. It's just, well, it's just a attacker favorite, I guess.
We've seen teams play like really aggressive at the choke, and even push out at times. But I think with these 2 level of teams, I don't think you can really do that. So another shot here. I'm gonna fool Toronto twice.
No, they're wise to it this time. Toronto just don't seem too invested in keeping that ledge control. See, although he's there, but I think as soon as Backbone starts to assert himself a bit more, although probably will cede that position.
Yeah, I think although just doesn't want to give up high ground. Yeah.
I think Hisu had to rotate out of the cafe there. He's now at the back of the point. Oh, Sparker! Crack shot there to open this fight up. This is looking scary for Toronto now. Just what the doctor ordered. Actually, quite the opposite, really, if he's interested in life preservation, but I digress. That's 3 for Sparker right now. Single-handedly tearing the Toronto Defiant apart on point A. No choice but to try and buy some time here. Chorong and Twilight dive in for a penny and in for a pound, as they say. The Spitfire, though, they'll have overtime coming up in just a second, but getting point A. It's the first box ticked.
And Sparker goes massive, like you mentioned. 3 final blows in that fight. The most important, you know, being able to get Hisu right off the rip. So let's see how they go about pushing the card. I feel like anything past here, you're happy with all. Backbone playing for that high ground, just gets taken out with a headshot.
Yes, this could be pretty nasty. We're in overtime, remember? The Spitfire can't afford to give up this payload, but now they're down a player. Disrupt the shot there to try and dissuade the Defiant's aggression, but Toronto are invested in ending the round here now. What a shot on Hotbar, though. What kind of space creation methods do you have left? The Dynamite K does a bit of work. He's able to get some damage in here, but Twilight's going low. Backbone's into the back line. And Twilight has fallen here, losing Hotbar. Big mistake for the Toronto Defiant. And now Backbone's going to make short work of them. They're Spitfire. They're far from down. Backbone fatigue showing itself on his face.
They are battling back as Backbone gets taken out early, and then they try and push up the Defiant, but just not enough to be able to take them out. As you get Backbone back in the fight rather quickly, you lose Hotba, and as soon as you lose Hotba, felt like it was over. Surprised they kind of dragged it out for that long.
Need I remind you, still in overtime now. Bob, Blade for the Defiant. Everyone has ults. This is about to get messy. Hold on to your hats. Salberry comes out here from Admiral. It's going to be Twilight. Pop the rally. Chorong also with his beat. Admiral has the crosshair on his back, and although he's able to chase him down, Hardy just trying to play off the card. He's able to get rid of Hisu at the very least here, and I think although he's a bit nervous about trying to take on the Junker Queen. Sparker biting off more than he could chew there. It's going to be a mace to the face for Twilight, and then Defiant shut it down. But arguably, the Spitfire get a lot more than Defiant were willing to give up.
I think that's a really good attack there from London. I mean, you have a minute on the clock, you get checkpoint A, and then make it about halfway through B. Pretty good offense there from London, given the circumstances that they were in. As you're totally okay with that. We'll see what the Defiant offense brings us. Looking at, like, if you're London, you need like a stop, like maybe like 1 stop on point A. Then if you have to give it up, you got like 2 fights, probably 2-3 fights here on checkpoint B to give yourselves a chance to win this map.
Yeah, when we get to the pointy end of this map, 1 minute, that extra minute that the Defiant have could really make a difference. But if we're already in the realm of talking about a defensive stop on point A, that would really stand the Spitfire in very good stead. I mean, sometimes on this map, that first hold can translate into significant ultimate advantage. Remember, the Genjis often build ultimates first if they're having any success in that first fight. Getting a Blade against a team that does not have beat can really seal the deal for you. Again, pretty standard stuff here. I think every team is invested in trying to find a free kill, an early elimination here. Both sides doing that. That's a disruptor shot. Won't slow the Defiant down, though. They've got a job to do.
Nope, as it'll be Hisu coming out on the Ashe. His Backbone needs to be careful. He's like split off from the rest of the team, right? They want to play this like really aggressive, at the choke, but he gets caught out with a headshot. He's in trouble as you lose Sparker.
How? Oh, how did that happen? Sparker taken down at the start of this fight. Chorong's signature brand of aggression yields the perfect elimination for the Toronto Defiant. Capturing this point with about 1 minute and 20 left, it's a big deal.
The fight didn't even go long enough for London to build anything meaningful. I mean, well, you're going to be ahead, obviously, towards Bob, towards your beat as well, and especially your rally. So, pretty bad fight there for the London Spitfire.
Keep an eye on Backbone. He actually built a lot of ult charge with that poke damage he put down on Orbo, playing from the rear. What a dynamite connection. That puts the edge out of the fight. Okay, still got to go aggressive though, because the Kabani shout's in play, and he's just feeling a little uncomfortable right now. You can see the Spitfire giving him the hot foot. Yep, Chase him down. Hisu is removed. Backbone now getting to the back line. And again, this is what the Spitfire were looking for. I feel like I've said that so many times about Backbone, but he's been very effective in translating that aggression from the Spitfire into eliminations. And that is a big stop. The Defiant still have time to work with, but this is their last chance.
Spitfire probably have to back up, though. You've lost too many players to play this close. You're going to have to back up. Concede a little bit of space here, but Backbone with the blade could seal the deal here in the second map.
He's built that so quickly. Although still 20% away, and like I mentioned, there's no sound barrier and a rally to answer a potential blade. Backbone can unravel this whole thing right now. Cold Heart Steel drawn, and it's going to be Chorong and Hisu removed. That's the answer. Backbone returns to the card now, but there's not much to do. Job done, said the London Spitfire. They've evened up the series here. In extra time on Hollywood, they take the dub.
They come up clutch. The Defiant on their offense, they looked good, finished with time left in the bank. London, they battle back to their offensive side and then hold strong on D to steal the second map in a series which was, after map 1 and the first, how Toronto attacked, it looked like this was going to be all Defiant, but London making this a game.
And they're warmed up now. This really throws our seeding and qualification potential up into the air as the Spitfire show they can take it to the Defiant. Stick around, everybody. One of the most important matches of this qualifier. It's only halfway done. It's almost tournament time, people. That's right. The Summer Showdown presented by Bell kicks off on Thursday, September 8th in Toronto. That's right, 4 days time. Come see your favorite teams and casters live, play Overwatch 2, and come and join the party. Tickets are still available, and for the best seats in the house, be sure to check out the Bell Fan Zone. Gonna jump on a plane in a couple of days, head over there myself. Not something you want to miss, especially with the exciting prospects from the West we have in qualification positions. Now, the Spitfire may have one of those open to them as well. Another map win, Matthew, and they'll get what they came for.
And hey, also a good reason to go to Toronto. It's 107 out in LA, so you got a good reason to get there. I mean, it is boiling out. I don't know how you're doing it in your garage. That's madness.
Well, lots of fans.
Because you're usually pretty sweaty, and I've seen you on the feed. You don't look like that. You're doing a great job.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. Well, lots of fans, mate. What can I say? You know me. You know I like to put in the work, Matt.
Yeah.
So if I look sweaty, that's fine. Yeah. Circle Royale is going to be our next map in the series.
I was just imagining when you were saying like all the fans. I was like, well, does he mean like actual fans giving him air, or did he like print out pictures of fans and he's put them in his garage, so he's just speaking to cardboard cutouts people? But I assume you mean fans to cool you.
Anything to make it seem real, Matt. That's all I'm going to say. No palm fronds required. I really feel like the London Spitfire showed us a huge turnaround. I've got to say also,
for real. Yeah.
I think Backbone comes out with 23 final blows for that map out of like a total of 60 odd, so huge performance. He's doing, although working pretty hard, but they're unable to really slow the Spitfire down, and we've really seen like this aggressive tendency from London, right? Just send Backbone forward. Now, it's blown up in their face a couple times, but man, I mean, to win it there against a 2-minute time bank, Backbone was a huge component of that. What a blade to seal the deal in Hollywood.
You need to. He's got to be aggressive. And if Toronto is able to defend against it and punish it, so be it, right? Because just trying to change up the way you play and play a little bit maybe more passive against that Ashe is not going to work. And the Defiant, they recognize, like, hey, this may be a little bit too much to handle, as Hisu will be playing the Sojourn here.
Okay. Maybe you move away from the Ashe for the time being. London positioned towards this room here. Eventually they're going to have to come charging out those. The card has started to pass them by. Hardy emerges as to the rest of this London cohort. That Backbone, all those are trying to keep track of the guys. He bounces up and down. Now these teams have swapped places essentially as the Spitfire look to start to converge here on some of these lower players, but Backbone just dangles himself right in front of Twilight, and he's more than happy to snap up that tasty morsel. Although, lots of chip damage on him there, especially nasty to follow it up with a railgun. Sparker has 2.
Oh man, this Twilight gets right into the mix there, just trying to go after Sparker, but I mean, who is still left here? It's Hisu, so pretty good hold so far for London. Hisu will get back with the rest of the team, try and regroup. Everybody will be at full strength. For a second there, I thought the cart was going to like get so far that London was going to have to play like a really long catch-up, and it wasn't going to work out for them. They need to go a little bit faster, but ends up working out in the end.
All right, Backbone out of the picture now. With Hisu, has a lot more room to work with. Yeah, the Defiant here get a bit more of a standard engagement, the kind of one they were looking for. And they're on the move. 90 seconds have elapsed. But you'll notice here, crucially, the Spitfire opted out of that really close spawn camp. Toronto didn't have to worry about that. We see a few teams that have really made that very punishing to their opponents. Perhaps a sign of respect from the Spitfire.
The close spawn camp has looked sick. Like every time we've seen it, it's burnt like a minute 30 off the clock there at the start, which is really tough to do.
Yeah, on this map as well. I mean, it's the difference between a team getting to the last stage and just running out of time. Hardy was not in a position to do anything there. That sideline is really brutal for Junker Queen in general, right? It's so open. And if you've got someone like Hisu who's going to exploit that, no surprises that Hardy was forced to cower in the corner and wait on a bit of healing. And why not just try and press into the wound a little more, throw some salt on it, as that card gets that first checkpoint now, and the Defiant want to keep pressuring, and they force the ultimate out of Hardy. It does come at a cost of Hopper's life, though.
Well, you can actually, if you're London, you can push up and get a really good spawn kill here. We talked about how good it is kind of playing outside of the spawn there right at the start of the game. This one is almost just as good.
Yeah, they've
right
converted
here,
really well on that kill.
And think about how costly it is to play here for the Toronto Defiant on offense. Like, you know, you get around that corner, or even the first corner there towards the high ground, you're taking so much poke damage coming in. Like, it's really difficult to get the car moving again.
All right, some ultimates coming online though, crucially. Saw Rally, we saw Rampage use earlier on. Here's that overclock from Hisu. Sound barrier in response here, so not expecting too much is Hisu, but pressure needs to be put on Backbone here. Sparker snatches Hisu away. He's starting to come alive in this series as well. The long-range pressure really being felt as the Defiant, again, get ground to a halt. And there's no reason for the Spitfire not to assemble a bit of a close hold again.
No, and the Defiant end up using a bunch of ultimates during that, so nothing for this next fight. You can keep continuing to make it more costly here for the Defiant to get things going as you take these fights fast. I even think if you're London, you could even think about playing a little bit more aggressive, like almost at that first corner if you wanted to, but...
Need I remind you, this is London's qualification map. They get a win here, they're going to Toronto and the Glads are out. 2 maps is what they needed from this series. Just 2. And they look locked in at the moment, Matthew. Again, it's a Sojourn setup that punishes the Defiant as they try and amble towards the car, which has been careening backwards for quite some time now.
Well, because even if you play close here, if you're London, right, and play aggressive like from this point, you can still play players up on the high ground to the right there that can just shoot down, like straight up above the members of the Defiant. It's nasty.
Sparker struggling to find a target here. He's playing pretty close to all the action in fairness. Hotbar will catch him in the embrace of his axe. Again, gives up his life to do so, and losing your Junker Queen first in a 4v4 doesn't feel good. They need to get hardy here, but the healing from the Rally makes them very hardy, very durable. The Rally for Twilight is fine, but without Hotbar, they seem a little bit rudderless here. Backbone's able to push up pretty deep, but although in a position to punish, melee kill will be found. And now, although digs a little bit deeper, looking for a little more here, is the Defiant probably want to get that checkpoint now.
Yeah, they want to get Hardy out of the way. Actually uses a commanding shout and get back with the rest of the team because you can get a kill there late there on the Junker Queen. You could easily march this card in, but they don't find it. We'll have another fight here potentially for the London Spitfire to hold on deep.
A lot of time bought by London here. It's been a big difference maker. Sound barrier from Chorong is the correct answer to a big Rampage hit. Although just needs to back away, play a bit safer on this blade. Backbone's going to have his up pretty soon, and that could be the difference maker. There's not going to be any support ultimates for the Defiant to shut it down. And Backbone's blade last map was a game winner. And has a chance to be here as well. Here's the blade. As soon as he gets it, he lets it go. Thinks about the backline. Sees Hotbar. Looking like a tasty snack, but can't finish the kill. And Hisu now has that overclock. Sparker's down, and somehow Backbone's able to find nothing in this fight. That's devastating.
Yeah, he ends up using the blade and he was weak and didn't want to like go in and make a play there towards the end. It didn't seem like they had like the healing resources to give him anything, so he just kind of ended up having to kind of like stand there, just get a little bit like passive healing from the Lucio or something, and not able to get anything with the blade. It's that's as rough as it gets.
And now the Spitfire have to again just shrug that off. Did a great job, I think. Again, if you see Hotbar get brought down first, it's always a good sign for the Spitfire. They've done fairly well at punishing that aggression. And I mean, we know that London focus pretty heavily on dealing with Junker Queens, especially the aggressive ones. That's why they bothered to try the May out in the first place. I think they're, you know, Christopher probably sort of sees that as the crux of this meta right now. There it is again. Hotbar picked up. Sparker. Another day's work, he says.
I feel like this is the map to win if you're London as well. You go, because you lose this, obviously. It's Toronto Defiant with an opportunity to close the series out 3-1. Push can oftentimes, like that first fight, if you end up losing it and the bot starts to go pretty far, like it can be tough, really snowballing to bounce back from, where you've put together a really good hold thus far on D. You have an advantage in this next fight. Seal the deal here, win it on offense, and kind of punch your ticket that way. Don't let it go down to that push.
All the right moves right now being made by the Spitfire, and Hisu's only found one final blow to all those 10. Although in deadlift mode right now, and Hopper definitely has the highest amount of deaths on the side of the Defiant, so he is getting punished. How do they keep him alive long enough to have an impact? Hopper this time, playing a little safer. There's only so far you can run from Sparker though, and he will not be denied. A lot of rail pressure, sees Hisu go very low. We have 6 seconds left in the round now, so the Defiant need to put their heads together and figure this out. Hardy, I think he got knifed there. He's forced forward. Backbone's able to dash out there as Chorong extends. He will be able to rejoin the rest of his team now as we round the corner. Commanding shout. Gonna be a kill room here for Although, but the sound barrier is well timed by Admiral. Landed with the rally just to make sure the Spitfire don't give any openings, but Backbone's low. Although knows better than to charge in head first. He's gonna take his time now as the Spitfire are forced back a little bit further. It's gonna be Chorong's sound barrier. And a commanding shout coming out from the Spitfire. Not quite the same, but it'll do in this situation. Oh. And there it is. The Spitfire stay alive long enough to get Sparker in position, and Hisu's gone down again. Make it 2 for the young gun. And Backbone gets in there with the blade. The Defiant will go no further on this map, and the Spitfire, they have set their condition not only to win this map, but also to make it to the Summer Showdown.
Man, the shot from Sparker on a Hisu is so clutch because he's getting close to the Bob. The Bob here at the end could have been really devastating, being able to take out Hisu, and then Backbone is Backbone really has turned up over the last map or so, where he has started to play really well, and the Genji finishes it off. But good hold there from London. They prevent the Defiant from completing the map. They get close, but like you mentioned, kind of your box victory, your end goal here, right, to win the map. You can kind of plan out from there. We'll see what Toronto does on defense. I think they probably are going to be a little bit more aggressive with their hold. I would not be surprised if this is like an outside the spawn type of scenario.
Here's those last few moments. I've got to give it to London. They go up against like a sound barrier and a blade, a lot of key ultimates there, and they just back off. They back off, they give some ground, they make sure that Sparker has room, and he repays that tenfold, right? He gives him an incredible result in that last fight. And I'm going to point it out again. Hisu is struggling on the Sojourn on this map. He's 1 and 3.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, you play the Ashe for so long, right? And you're used to kind of that range and position that now switching over may be a little bit hard in the middle of a series, but I also think it's a little bit of Toronto has been playing a lot of the Ashe and now getting into the Sojourn head-to-head. It's a way different game, right? Where maybe it's not exactly Hisu's struggle. That's going to be a nice shot from Sparker there. It's just the team being able to play this style.
And I'll be honest with you, Matt, Toronto seemed a little bit half-hearted about this sort of spawn camp anyway. I mean, the whole...
They didn't really commit.
Well, look, by my observation, the whole point of playing that close is to try and deny the enemy hit scan from having room to work and just to sit back, charge a rail, and pick off a target. If you give Sparker an opening, he's absolutely going to exploit it. The Defiant are playing like a quasi-spawn camp. They're sort of playing back around the card as opposed to right in front of spawn. It was an incredible shot. You've headshot a Genji trying to play a safe neutral. Although not had the chance to do that, he's had to take such huge risks to get any results so far in this map. Hopper has 8 deaths, by the way. Talk about getting punished.
Sparker trying to land one of these shots again to kick this fight off. I think he's tracking Although there around the corner. What's a Hisu? Yeah, no, it's a Hisu. He's actually got him in the disruptor shot. That's going to force him back around the corner. Yeah.
I'm surprised the Spitfire don't extend further into that with both enemy DPS so low. Discipline from them, I guess. Gives time for the Defiant to heal up, though. It doesn't matter. Sparker's on one right now, Matt. 14 final blows, 4 deaths, 1 kill away from deadlift status for his team. Coming alive at the perfect moment.
Man, Toronto is like crumbled after map 1. Map 1, they were so dominant. Even the first half of Hollywood, but London maybe kind of like sensing the situation and kind of coming up with a little bit more urgency here, knowing that their playoff life here is on the line. It's really turned up. As I mean, look at how much heart progress you're going to get here. If you lose this fight, if you're the Defiant, and end up investing some of these ultimates, that could be it. I mean, this map could easily be London's right after that.
Unbelievable, he's done it again. Sparker, an absolute magician, producing kill after kill. like it's from a hat. And he still has an overclock available. The Defiant, they're in their own hands right now. Look at them. Give up all this space. Just back up into the corner. Sound barrier's going to be there, although he's going to go for a blade. He needs to find a way to slow the momentum down, but Backbone won't be denied. Now he comes alive. He's activated, and although absolutely ruined in this fight, 3 players left for the Toronto Defiant. Yes, he sues back, but he's already been hit by yet another rampage. 4 players connected on by Hardy, and everybody on the Spitfire. Oh, they got this machine purring beautifully, Matthew. They have 5 minutes and 6 seconds in this last phase of the map. I think they're going to Toronto.
Well, can't call it just yet, but it is looking likely. It's yep, and well, you know, if they don't do it, London fans, you know who to blame. Hisu now goes over to the Ash. Longer sight lines here. Maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable on it. But like I mentioned, you know, they used so many ultimates in that previous fight. It's going to be tough now to battle back.
Defiant need to stem this bleed. They need more than just a tourniquet, though. They need a eureka moment, an epiphany. Here they come. Twilight's low. Hopper tries to dissuade him there with a rampage, but guess what? It's barely enough to equalize the fight. No healers up for London, though, now, so Sparker stays put, and he just rips, although a new one. With 3 players, yep, no problems, say the London Spitfire. I mean, if it's Sparker can barely believe it, he'll duck back for a health pack, and London will just get whatever extra progress they can. Admiral can just speed land him back in here. He's already returned to the fight. I can't believe how much time the Spitfire are going to have on the clock right now. Boomed is putting it lightly for the Toronto Defiant as we watch them now at risk of capitulating horrifically on this map. Backbone
so they get
picked off.
Yeah. Oh, well, you lose Twilights, and now we're even. And although in a really rough spot is no deflect. Yep. He actually gets landed before he falls. That's huge, because look at Hottie now. He has no healing in the corner.
He wants to hang around as long as he can, but again, he doesn't really have any way of mitigating the damage coming in from Hisu outside of the shout. Hello. Big breath taken in by the Defiant now. Still a huge time bank to work against. You can see just how tantalizingly close London are to achieving their goal in this series. Big knife there. Looks like that yoink Sparker out of position, but the Defiant reluctant to risk going after him at this stage. Another big hit on Sparker. He tries to back around, but the bleed is going to get him. Hopper somehow caught him with the axe. Don't ask me how he managed to do that. A clean fight for the Defiant now. Maybe, just maybe, a little bit of confidence starting to build.
And they get right up to that spawn door. Make it costly for London. This is the right move for the Defiant. So 2 minutes and 45, as you mentioned, 5 minutes on the clock to get it done. When they got to this checkpoint, so you're already halfway there if you're the Defiant.
Dueling rallies. Shout here for the Spitfire. Blade coming out for although. What can he find? Hopper's down. Sparker produces yet another one. Although needs to reciprocate it. Hardy has fallen. Not a good omen for the Spitfire. Now they realize they can take some ground. The Defiant sort of have to give up some.
Yes.
2 minutes 17.
They have to push up. They have to push up a little bit, give themselves some more space. They can't afford to use any of these ultimates coming out of spawn. With how good the spawn advantage here is on Circuit D, as Hotba can contest from inside the little room there.
Had to be a shout there. Everyone went so low. Sound barrier, that's good. Twilight, he's gone. Chorong goes for the beat, but of course the rampage is a big one. He can't stay alive. It's although when Hisu, the only 2 left, Hisu really trying to get some space for himself, but eventually he gets run down as well. London Spitfire definitely underrated coming into this matchup as the Defiant look to be the better team, but it's not to be, and the Spitfire have ruined the hopes and dreams of a whole franchise so far in the Summer Showdown. That's 2 maps for them here in this series. That's what they needed to make it to the Summer Showdown.
Backbone in the chat, and Sparker as well, wishing their goodbyes to the Gladiators there as they take that second map. And man, have they really kind of seized the moment? Did not look good for a bit. You know, after map number 1, even halfway through map number 2, Sparker and Backbone have really come alive though. Pushed London to within 1 map of taking this series over the Defiant.
Sparker, 20 final blows, 5 deaths. Hisu, 6 final blows, 9 deaths. Very, very quiet map for him. Toronto Defiant gotta be frustrated by that one, but no one will be molding harder than the Gladiators, of course, as their hopes are dashed. Now again for the Toronto Defiant, even if they lose this series 3-2, they'll still get the number 3 seed, so they're not too bothered here. But they'd like to clean up their play a bit. It was sloppy, to be sure. Stick around, everybody. Map number 4. There's much more in store.
This man just had his way with your team, Toronto Defiant fans. Absolutely diabolical stuff from Sparker.
13k damage done. He's 20 and 5. Ah, man. 15 of those, of course, were railgun kills. And God, I'd love to see how many of those came at the start of a fight. Absolutely rolled on that map. Again, I said he was in deadly position for a bit. He was like 16 of 30 for quite a while. But yeah, man, wow, the Defiant just completely went off the boil there. So bizarre to see them sort of in map 1 and now in map 3, just completely different teams. They need to wake up. They want that number 3 seed, but again, I guess they don't have to worry about the Glads coming in at 8th, right?
Yeah, that's true. The pain of that maybe goes away a little bit, but still, where's Toronto from map 1? I mean, they were awesome in map number 1, even halfway through map number 2, and then all of a sudden, London figured out what they were playing for. I don't know what it is, but they've really turned things around. I think it was Backbone, really, on Hollywood was way more aggressive and better, and then Sparker on that one, really, he turned up in a big way. It's almost like he kind of like some Space Jam stuff, like stole Hisu's powers for a bit, and like kind of switch bunnies from map number 1. Yeah.
I'll also say, like, it felt like the Defiance support ultimates just weren't able to get value. I don't even think the timing was bad.
It felt like they were pressing a bit, right? Like they were forced. It felt like they were forcing some stuff, like just.
Yeah. That last rampage from Hardy, like Chorong beats on that just fine. I mean, the prescribed response is there, and they still get absolutely bloody trounced. I mean, the Spitfire had like 5 minutes after that second checkpoint. Like, if the Defiant were going to win that map, they had to do it way, way, way earlier than that. And we go back, like, neither of these teams really wanted a full commit to the spawn camp, and even the Defiant looked a bit uncertain about it. And then Sparker just picks off, although, and the rest is history. We talk a lot about, I think, sort of DPS matchups in general in Overwatch 2, but also in this kind of metagame, right? Because Sojourn is, really your only source of that insta-pick potential that otherwise can make it pretty hard to find eliminations and drive player advantages in these matchups. So Sparker is the right person also for a metagame that depends on those first picks. The railgun's very crispy, Matthew.
Yeah, it's now as we go to New Queen Street, we do see, I think probably you can't play the Ashe here, right? For the Defiance, we're going to have to see some more Sojourn play where it's not been, like, I mean, it was not great from Hisu on that last map. We know he's been really good in the past, but not fantastic in that last map where if you're gonna allow Sparker to do what he did on that last map, I mean, there's no way you can actually come out victorious here on Toronto.
Right. You know what's so
gotta
strange
match that in some capacity.
Hisu's not the kind of player we actually accuse of being inconsistent. In fact, he's been very consistent this year. His output, especially on like Sojourn last stage and also over the course of the Summer Showdown qualifiers, it hasn't been streaky, it hasn't been sketchy, it hasn't even been really debatable. It feels like just like a once in a blue moon occasion there that he really goes off the boil. And I think the Defiant depend on his output to such a great degree that if it's not there, they completely fold. That is to say, of course, that the Defiant need Hisu, again, to regain that sort of sense of control over the game. The Spitfire have no interest in letting the Defiant back into this one, Matthew. They hope to close it out here on map number 4. It's going to be New Queen Street.
So now we'll see from the overhead what route both these teams try and take. A little fight over the high ground here on the statue and then jump down.
Yeah, bit of a neutral here. Ooh, okay, there was... Backbone at least had a dash or some ability to get back on the ledge available. And here it is, the Spitfire straight into the front line. They go chomp. Both teams lose their brink players, but Sparker again delivers. All those out of the picture here. Admiral was really just trying to help Backbone get out quickly. Didn't want to commit any further because you got enough in that last engagement. Neutral is won by the Spitfire.
So London will get the cart moving, the bot moving. So you'll have this fight around this next corner, and I think this is like where I was for London. I was scared if you lost Circle Royale and then you ended up kind of losing this first fight, then it starts to snowball out of control. It works the other way as well, right? Where it seems like all the momentum as Sparker finishes off, although, is with the London Spitfire here. This doesn't look like the Defiant we've watched over the last like few weeks, right?
Hisu can't help there. There's actually nothing he can do, although dives on Sparker, who's protected by Admiral all the time, in a position that's out of Hisu's line of sight. I really feel like Hisu and although need to be on the same page here, if they're going to work together at all, which they're going to have to in this kind of metagame. Chorong takes a big hit there, goes low and is really dicing with death a little bit here as Sparker has not been missing. But finally Hisu gets himself onto the scoreboard, Matt. Finds that elimination on Admiral, and the Defiant are back in control for now.
Scary though, because London gets close to that checkpoint with the barrier, and you think they win another fight. You maybe have some ultimate advantage coming out of that. You're able to get it going yet again. So finally the Defiants will reach their barrier, get it moving. Kind of look across the board. Maybe they're in an opportunity actually to kind of get butt scratch and not have to do it the next go around.
It's pretty notable, by the way, that Sparker is going to be the first to get his ult on the Spitfire. It just doesn't happen very often at all. So having built that means his output's been pretty impressive over this round so far. Good placement for that disrupt the shot, but still, the Defiant want to go for it. Sparker hoping to dissuade them here with the use of this overclock. Hisu does the same, but has to reposition awfully quickly as Backbone drops in there and screens Hisu out.
Oh, he's just... I
They've
feel
got
like
to
he's
hit
like an
those,
inch
man.
off on some of these, yeah. I mean, that's a brig in a straight line, right?
Yeah. Unfortunate to say the very least here, as although draws a blade, but Admiral's sound barrier. Jeez, he was deep.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Did he get yoinked or something, or...?
It's unclear. Perhaps the sound barrier maybe just overestimating the comfort or the protection that it would give him. Slight overstep there.
Even if you felt comfortable, you were on. You were very deep in the opponent's backline with no way of really getting out.
I like suggesting it's always like a blade, right? That's a very easy way to give benefit of doubt here. Gonna have an equalization for this Defiant. Oh, that's nice. Okay, Hisu's able to bring Backbone down. In fairness, okay, but Backbone has a look on his face. So, mate, you've actually just gone and brandish your blade while standing on the ground in front of them. Like, it's a very aggressive move, to say the least. Spark is still able to fight Hisu, though. Big difference maker, and Hardy and Hopper trading there, as both of them have tick healing and bleed damage. But it was the Defiant in the midst of that fight who were able to get ahead.
Yeah, it's ahead, but not by a ton, where... you look at what London's got, they don't have anything here for this next fight. Twilight's going to end up getting rally. They're going to use that rally and push up. Only thing that would potentially stop that is like if, you know, you're able to get a pick from Sparker here maybe early.
Still 6 minutes to work with, so this one very much hangs in the balance. Twilight playing a bit further back than we see some Briggs play. He's probably pretty mindful about like Briggs getting picked early. It happened in the neutral fight at the start of the round. Okay, shield bash forward. Trying to go for some aggression as Twilight goes for the running, but look how low he went, even just shield bashing forward there. Precariously close to death. The Spitfire are repositioned here up into this left-hand side. They have a chance actually to outmaneuver the Defiant, but Toronto are more invested in moving the bot across the map, apparently. They maintain formation until now. Look at them get split between high and low ground. This could be dangerous. Chorong, although both very low, but Hopper is able to find Landon here, and the Spitfire, it's fancy footwork in terms of the maneuvering, but it doesn't yield any results.
No, not really close to yielding any results. And they're all going to die as this bot's moving back to this barrier. So you think Toronto is able to get even further with this, as now they're going to get this checkpoint. It'll stop for a second here, but they won't have to end up doing this again, which oftentimes proves to be pretty important in these push maps.
All right. Checkpoint coming up. Huge here is
why do you think the bot has to stop and scratch there?
He's tired. You know what I mean? He's pushing it. That barrier looks mad heavy.
If you had any lore, you know, about that.
Jokic? I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Spark it. Hisu trying to slide away. Not slick enough, though. He's intercepted by a railgun. In fairness, they come at the speed of light, so no hard feelings. Pretty hard to dodge those.
Well, although he uses blade there, though. And just gets dropped right away. So don't have that blade there. I mean, the sound barrier was used by London, so you're still going to have a pretty nice advantage here for the Defiant. I think you're just more on like the London Spitfire side of like, how do you win one of these fights down, so to speak? You've been losing players pretty consistently early on, and it continues here.
I like this from Hisu there. Preempting the Spitfire, to be fair, before they can really like get out of sight, disengage. Pops that overclock now, and the Toronto Defiant are pretty good actually in this map. We kind of observed it. You mentioned it, Matt. Move the bot as they're fighting a lot of the time. They sort of like, they want to fight on the bot while they have control and it's moving in their direction. And the Spitfire usually acquiesce by like playing around the fringes, trying to take high ground, and if they lose a fight while Toronto are pushing, it's a huge blowout.
It just is, so we see it here from the overhead. Like, they move the bot, right? Gets a little bit more meters, they go back, they pick up Hoppa, and London is basically fighting mid-map all of the time.
Backbone blade there, of course, not much to be done. Oh, okay, I like the Rampage timing, juxtaposed with when the sound barrier was there for the Toronto Defiant. That's pretty punishing stuff. And yeah, as a result, the London Spitfire spend pretty heavily here. This is probably the time you make your push, right? 3 minutes left, so you really want to try and get that key checkpoint, I think, out of the way before we get close to overtime, because you're at a significant disadvantage if you move into overtime and you haven't managed to, you know, equalize in that regard.
No, I think if you're London, your main goal with this is to get that checkpoint. Even if you don't get it further than that, you at least kind of live to fight another day on this map, where if you don't get the checkpoint here, it's going to be tough, I think, to end up bringing this one back.
This is a really important fight. Rally opens things up here. Hopper trying to line up a Rampage. Admiral
gets one.
Yeah, he's the captain now. Apparently Hopper's not able to make anybody acknowledge his presence, and that's it. Spitfire get the fight they had to win, Matt. They get the checkpoint now. This is anyone's map.
That may be the break they needed. They just needed one thing to go their way, London, and yeah, Hotpa only connects with Admiral with the Rampage. Doesn't even end up finishing him. So Charong takes a little bit of a big hit there. Let's see what they decide to do. They decided to go in early with all those blades. They know they probably don't have any support ults up here.
Spark is ignoring him. He just slides away. Although he's not able to find any value whatsoever. That's another blade. Yep, that blade's down a Gurgler, Matt. That's 2 in a row from Although. He's struggling to find any value as Genji here. And Spark has got an overclock, you know, he's not afraid to use it either. Although, big hit on him. Most of that sound barrier is gone, and Sparker returns to finish the job. Bot still stood on the checkpoint, but a fight win here stands to put the Spitfire ahead. With less than 90 seconds left in the round, things are getting dire for the Defiant. We're talking DEFCON 1 bad.
Oh, and as soon as they use that blade and they're able to live through it, Admiral knows, like, we can get a free sound barrier here and start moving this barrier, and they have taken the lead. I mentioned they need a few things to go right to make this happen. They've had everything fall in their way here, because look at this, Rampage plus your blade. This could be huge here for London to keep this going even further.
Backbone happy to hover for a moment. Unwilling to commit as Hisu threatens. Brandishing that overclock there is enough, I guess, to force the Spitfire back because they're ahead already. And Hardy knows he can seal the deal with a perfect Rampage here. Although Matt has been invisible this map. One final blow for the Genji and nothing more. An absolute devastating turn of events here. And as the Spitfire start this fight strong, Hardy tries to catch Chorong with the slash, but Backbone is going to be following him up now. The Defiant commit themselves to the small room. The cupboard under the stairs here as Uncle Dursley shuts the door and locks it. This car could have gone any worse for Toronto in these last moments, and now at 14 seconds left, the Spitfire, it's no longer about parity, they're starting to threaten a full completion.
Yeah, and you're going to have a rally. Oh, I was going to say a rally potentially with Charong with the beat. They end up running him down. This looks like one where, I was going to say that Toronto is able to win, but you still have Hardy still alive here doing work.
He's healthy. Yeah. Probably going to drop here, 1v4, not exactly the best odds, but this is the last push for the Toronto Defiant, and the Spitfire are going to return with a rally and a sound barrier not far away. The Defiant cannot boast the same. Twilight's on the Ana here. Going to have to make it work on his famous pocket pick.
How do you win this if you're the Defiant? This next fight coming up is going to be brutal. Unless Hotpa gets this Rampage early and gets one, and it's like massive, and they end up blowing some support ults. London's going to be so healthy.
Look at the chip damage.
The rally.
Hopper's low, has to go for the Rampage now. It's do or die for him. He is healed up in fairness, but Hardy is the only one hit, and it's going to be a sound barrier and a rally to top him back up. Sparker, as per usual, deliverer of inevitability from that high ground, delivers a crushing blow to Although, and he drops the Toronto Defiant keel over. Not a roar, it's a whimper to end their qualifier run. Yes, the Toronto Defiant, they will make it, of course, to their own tournament, but there are some serious question marks over them after the London Spitfire takes them to task. With this result, The Houston Outlaws claim the number 3 seed in the Summer Showdown. Toronto will come in at 4th.
A brutal series there for the Defiant. Had the advantage early, looked really good at map number 1. And when you needed the most, like, clutch moments and just when they didn't have anything happen in their favor the entire series, like, not able to come up with, like, one really clutch play from map 2 on. It's brutal.
Take a moment again to acknowledge the expectations for this London Spitfire roster coming into the season and where they're at now at 11 wins and 7 losses. That is an extremely impressive record. And this time, in the Summer Showdown, they don't have to do it their own way. They can play the meta and they can look really, really good. Throw the gritty down hard, you know you want to. London Spitfire, they snuck their way into the Summer Showdown already with an impressive performance over on Circuit Royal. I've got to say, Matt, if it's not Hisu disappearing, it's although he was absent in that last map, to say the very least. But let's talk at the positives. Let's talk at Spitfire. Let's talk player of the match. And this time around, it's going to go to the one, the only, Sparker.
His Sojourn really turned up in the second half of this series. If he didn't kind of put in the performances, I think specifically on Circuit Royal, this is not a series that was going to be winnable because Hisu started out pretty strong on the Ash. And then I think once Backbone started going in map number 2, yeah, that one's pretty nasty. Once Backbone got started going in map number 2, and they started putting like lots of pressure on Hisu and finding success, and it forced it into the Sojourn versus Sojourn matchup. Sparker was just way better, and he came up huge time and time again for the London Spitfire, being able to get some of these early picks and fights.
Yeah, a little questionable to start the series for the Spitfire, but my God, what a way to silence the doubters here. And again, it leaves us with a really, really interesting field in Toronto. For the Defiant, I guess they don't want to, don't need to stress too much, right? I think they've still locked up top 4, which is, it's a big deal. Sparky here as well, very, very solid output on Sojourn. I'd probably suggest as well that, you know, his real impact was concentrated towards the last couple of maps here. So the stats are for the entire match, where he has a bit of a slow start. Doesn't matter how you start, though, it's how you finish. And that engine got purring lovely. The London Spitfire, congratulations to them to qualify for the Summer Showdown. I'm telling you, Matt, Toronto is going to be something else, man. We have a collection of teams that we just don't often get to see make it to land, let alone, you know, at this level in very, very exciting times.
And the competition seems to be pretty open. I think you have Dallas and the Shock who have like hit another level, but there was you know, we were like doubting the Outlaws the other day, and then they came through and just blew out you know, a team. And then this series we were like, oh, like Defiance looked really good, but then London comes in and they ends up taking them. Where who really knows once we actually get to Toronto who is actually going to turn up on the day? I will say, you're going to need those clutch moments if you are going to be the team that advances far and, you know, goes deep. And Toronto's going to need to manufacture those. Today they had a lot of opportunities to actually win this series, quite frankly. They're just not able to come up clutch.
I mean, until the last moments of Hollywood, we were expecting that kind of outcome, to be honest with you. Still, though, some more unexpected stuff around the corner. We still have one more slot to give away for Toronto. It's going to be a fascinating matchup to decide that. Will it be the Mayhem or New York? Do they have something special to show us? Stick around, everybody. Much more here on our final day of Summer Showdown qualifiers, the Overwatch League.
Anyone? Get I've hooked on him. Pull him. Nice. Quick, drop it down, quick. Come on. Come on, Sojourn. Good job, boys. GG's, boys. Nice shot. We are a winner. Yeah. Nice. Let's go, boys. Nice.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break. I'm Reinforced and I'm joined by Landon from the London Spitfire following a nice 3-1 victory over the Toronto Defiant. That guarantees that the London Spitfire are going to Toronto itself. Congratulations, Landon. How are you feeling right now having qualified for the tournament?
We're all feeling really, really good. It was a really stressful match, so I'm sure everyone's like relieved now. We qualified and we had a lot of fun playing that one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the pressure was on you guys because you had to win this match without dropping 2 maps. Knowing that Toronto Defiant is a pretty strong team too, did you have any like specific planning in place respecting their team? Was there a player perhaps you were looking out for in the match?
Toronto is like one of the only teams in NA that like consistently plays Ashe. So trying to figure out how to play around like whether or not they wanted to keep playing that hero and adjusting our strategy was probably the most difficult part.
All right. Do you want to leak what the adjustments were?
Just run her down.
Okay, run her down. Yeah, got it. I mean, I'm not surprised this comes from a lot of Spitfire as well, because you are, of course, the team that like to run Reinhardt, you know, especially early on in the season. And we even saw some Reinhardt like going into this stage in the first match against Florida Mayhem, for example. Then we saw Backbone stick to the May. But this was like the first series that I've really seen you guys stick to the Genji in full. What was like the reluctance behind sticking to the Genji and playing the meta? Did you guys... were you like afraid to play this meta composition where you wanted to like cling to your roots, or was there like a different reason why you wanted to incorporate the Reinhardt and the May to begin with?
I mean, Hadi's great at Junker Queen and Backbone's insane at Genji, so it wasn't like we didn't want to play the comp, but we thought there were points where it was legitimately a better comp, but we ended up finding it more efficient to just stick to one comp and just improve it overall than trying to min-max what we play where.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, over time, you guys have definitely adapted the composition, so no need to play the May and the Reinhardt anymore. So you guys are good at this now. Having qualified for Toronto, the Toronto LAN, of course, this is a huge success for the London Spitfire. You know, you guys have a great atmosphere going. People praise your coaching staff, for example. What makes the London Spitfire stand out as a team? Like, what is your favorite like attribute or quality about your team?
Everyone on the team genuinely likes each other, which means that when it gets tough and, you know, like we're down a map in the series, we have to win in order to go to Toronto. I think in other teams it would get very tense, but here on Spitfire it's still like a very like I wouldn't say stress-free, but we all trust our teammates, you know? Nobody's out here getting upset at each other. We're a team.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear, and you know, having played myself, like I understand how important that is to your team. Do you have like a favorite teammate or someone you know you look to in those kind of like situations where you're like trying to figure something out, talking strategy, or you know just like duoing with? Do you have a favorite teammate?
I mean, no matter what happens or how tough it gets or how tense the situation is, Hadi always manages to calm everybody down and give us a game plan.
That's awesome to hear. Yeah, he's a big personality, and I can imagine he's a great teammate to work with. So, you qualified for Toronto Defiant. Is the goal just to like win, or are you guys gonna win the tournament?
I think when we play our absolute best, we are unstoppable, as you can see in our Outlaws game. So we're gonna try to keep getting to that level of play. I think we can win.
All right, that's good to hear. Yeah, for sure. Congratulations on today's win and qualifying for the LAN. I wish you guys best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Landon. And back to you, Danny.
All right, thank you, Reinforced and Landon, for the interview.
You laughed again, Gustav.
Oh, yeah.
You laughed.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Why are you laughing?
Sorry, you asked the Landon. You're like, oh, Landon's like, oh, we're a team. We all really like each other. It's just such a fun thing. And you're like, yeah, but who's your favorite?
No, how is that?
Pick one. You're only allowed one.
How is that like an invalid question?
No, it was a great question and a great answer. I
like our desk, but like I really look to Danny as my favorite. You know.
Yeah. Well, Danny's everyone's favorite, so you know.
You guys are not my favorite. My favorite, Zoe.
You're my favorite now, Johnny. I take it back.
You know, it's just how it is. I miss Zoe.
I do miss.
Are you guys saying that Zoe's not your favorite?
No, I just wanted your love. I wanted your love returned to me. Danny. That's all. But now I feel like it's
I
not
love you
shared.
guys, of course, because you guys are all my lovely co-workers.
Never gonna ask you to duo again.
All right, let's review this match real quick, because I mean, this was a surprising one. I think we all picked Toronto Defiant, and I liked how
I picked London. But
no, did you not? No, you didn't. Like, cause I quickly want to say because Landon said that, you know, like one of the best qualities of London Spitfire was that, you know, this is a teamwork. They love each other, right? I think it showed, like he said, like when they were down a map after the first map, you know, they were able to bring it around, turn things around. I think thanks to that teamwork, and also Sparker, that dude.
He's
He
crazy.
he took all the LA Gladiators' hopes and dreams, along with the Toronto Defiance like confidence, and he just shattered it on his knee.
They were so boomed.
Like, you look at the Toronto Defiant cams after they lost that match. Like, we can talk as much about, you know, the Gladiators. They're out. Who cares? It's over now. You know, they're 2-4.
I told you they weren't gonna make it.
Yeah. See, never in doubt. But like Toronto Defiant, for this team, they are, you know, a lot of people have them as the third team coming into this tournament. You know, they were looking good. This was not the Toronto Defiant that we were backing going into this land. They looked a little lost. They got stepped all over by Sparker. Even the backbone Genji was able to get a ton of value. And you have to talk about it. Honestly, the big standout issue for the Defiant for me was Hisu and Although. Both of them just didn't show up in this match, although really struggled. Matt and Mitch hit this home, like really struggled to get value out of Genji and the Blade. And Hisu just went missing in that Circle Royale. And if you're going to compete at the highest level and you want to be considered to be one of the best teams, that just cannot happen.
Yeah, it's really disappointing considering that going into the series, I was like saying, hey, these guys are really good when it comes to utilizing their ultimates and their rotations, and now I want to see them excel when it comes to their mechanical ability. We saw none of that mechanical ability, and also it felt like they took a step backwards when it came to that ultimate usage. So Toronto Defiant, for me, they go from like a top 3 team in the Western region now to, I don't know, 6th?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how strong they are. Going up against London Spitfire, of course, having already lost. Washington, Vancouver, I don't know how strong the Toronto Defiant are anymore. So it's a really tough loss for the Toronto Defiant that looked so good going into this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, the tournament is literally right around the corner. And do you guys think Toronto Defiant should be worried right now? Because I think after that match, if I was Toronto Defiant, I would be kind of stressing.
There's 2 ways that we've seen teams bounce back from them. So we actually talked about this yesterday with one of the teams of like, when you take a loss like this, you can learn from it. And it's about, you know, for the Defiant, it's about resetting, having that mental reset, getting back into scrims and sort of trying to gain that confidence back. But my biggest issue is that it didn't look like fundamentally in playing the compositions they looked that bad. It was really on an individual mechanical level. So they need to get confidence in Hisu and Although. Those are the players, in my opinion, that need to be getting back onto the horse and having that confidence. Because if they don't have that showing up and they end up playing against your San Francisco Shocks, your Dallas Fuel, you're going to get blown out.
Yeah, I would second the confidence factor as well, because I believe it was Vancouver Titans we talked about.
It was.
Yeah. And look, Vancouver Titans, they're doing good this stage, but they weren't like top 3. They weren't like playing some of the best Overwatch in the league. So they can like shrug that loss off and be like, hey, we messed up this series, we can improve upon that. Toronto Defiant, they were playing some of the best Overwatch they have this entire season.
Right.
And so to take a 3-1 loss to London Spitfire, that can lead to like overthinking, like, hey, do we need to like rethink the way we play this composition? No! You guys have been great so far this stage. So it's really about just getting back up on that horse, not overthink this series, and then go into the tournament with confidence, show up to the fans. It's going to be so crucial for this Defiant team.
I mean, yeah, just quickly to add, I think having that home stand, like home ground buff, I do believe in that.
Could help.
So it could definitely help the Toronto Defiant. But again, this match was in favor for the London Spitfire. So they are going to be in Toronto. And of course, Toronto Defiant, they're not knocked out. They're already in. So we'll definitely see both of those teams in Toronto. Now, let's move on to our next match, our last match of the day. Florida Mayhem versus New York Excelsior. And before, okay, right before, sorry guys, before that, let's take a...
Hey, Gladius, you're 8!
Let's take a look at
Hey, hold on a second.
Daddy, you always told me above the green line is a good thing. What happened here? I've been lied to.
You know why? Because we're not done with all the matches yet.
That's true.
Yeah, we have one more match, the Florida Mayhem and Excelsior, and that will decide the 8th seed going into the Summer Showdown tournament.
One of them's going to win.
I think I got that right.
Yeah, absolutely. One of them's going to win. One of them's going to go 3-3, and they will lock in that number 8 seed. So, you know, New York Excelsior and Florida Mayhem, everything to play for. And honestly, everyone we've talked to And everyone who has been sort of thinking about this match, it could really go either way. As much as on the desk with the fans, we're leaning more towards the Florida Mayhem just because of recent performances. But Danny, and I've actually heard other people, we were just talking to Landon, he said the same thing. If Yaki shows up, if the New York Excelsior, the talent is there, the mechanical skill is there. It is there, Johnny, it's there. If they can live up to that height. They've shown great performances, kind of similar to Toronto Defiant, where earlier in the stage...
No, not similar to Toronto Defiant.
Not at the same level or the highs of Toronto Defiant, but earlier in the stage, they did get 2 wins, they had some good matches. If they can tap back into that, then I think they can push the Florida Mayhem and potentially make them uncomfortable playing uncomfortable compositions.
I feel like... Honestly, I want New York to win, but if Florida Mayhem pulls out another Junkrat strat, I would root for them.
Danny's a simple man.
Yeah.
He sees Junkrat.
Play Junkrats.
We haven't seen that hero in a while. Oh, nice. All right, I'll root for you guys.
Yeah.
I honestly, I think both teams would be really fun to have in this tournament.
Yeah.
You know, I think New York Excelsior, they've had a really rough season, but I think we all recognize that the talent is there for the New York Excelsior. No, I'm not kidding. Look, it's Yaki, all right? We love Yaki. He's an amazing projectile player when he plays at his absolute best. Kellan as well going into the season. Kellan was one of the most hyped up tank rookies going into the season. But the Florida Mayhem flair with the double flex support, some Junkrat and Far here and there, you can't dismiss the Florida Mayhem as well. So best of luck, and we'll see who wins.
But hey, best of luck to both of you guys, Florida and New York. And with that being said, let's just jump right into the match. And for this matchup, we have our wonderful casters, Jaws and Necra. Guys,
What's up?
Any believers?
Any believers?
Yeah.
Any believers?
Of course.
New York believers?
I'm a believer.
Yeah?
I'm with you, Danny. New York, let's go, let's go. I mean, look, the desk flip-flops as much as possible. I don't know why you're giving up on my boys Toronto Defiant just because they lost against the London Spitfire. Doesn't mean they're not going to pop off, okay?
Listen to what you just said.
The flip-flop
Why are you guys giving up
crazy.
on them? They only lost to London Spitfire. Come on, Jack. You can't just believe in them because they gave you a jumper.
Fine.
Oh, come on now. Gotta give London more credit for that.
Yeah. Look, I don't know why you guys are betting against New York Excelsior here. Me and Danny clearly on the same track, on the right track, I should say.
Well,
Yaki, my boy.
I think I'm on the Florida Mayhem camp right now.
Yes. A believer of the chaos.
You guys are gonna.
How could you do this, Rose?
Well,
betrayed.
we gotta make the cast interesting, Jaws. It's not fun if we're both on the same side.
That's true. That's true. Remember the desk were wrong about
your outfit colors. Jaws is wearing blue, and Necra is wearing pink.
Yeah, well.
That was
what an observation that is.
Yeah, well, sometimes we do.
All right, thank you guys. We'll see you in a bit. Let's get into this final game of the Summer Showdown qualifiers. Florida Mayhem versus the New York Excelsior, Rose. And it's not every tournament that we come to the final day, and these games matter a whole bunch, and that's why this Sunday and the Summer Showdown qualifiers are kind of special, I think. Yeah. Both of the games today have been crucial for teams to win. London Spitfire booked their ticket, and now the Florida Mayhem or New York can book their ticket. The winner of today will go to the Summer Showdown. The loser is out.
I think that just makes this match even more exciting because you're absolutely right. I feel like when you have such a big implications on the day, it just makes everybody more excited for what's to come. So we have no idea who's going to be ending up in that 8th and final seed. It all comes down to this, and both of these teams, they're super hungry for making it forward.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the Florida Mayhem, they haven't had the hottest start, but over the last couple of weeks, okay, like Hydron, he's been showing up. The game the other day, Hydron was just controlling the server on the Soja.
Oh, yeah. He's
going to be competing against Flora, who's been mainly running the Ashe as of recently, and Yaki, of course, on the Genji, but that's Checkmate's opposition. Standard lineup, as you can imagine, Sermajed, RuPaul, and Florida Mayhem, and the desk kind of touched on it already, and Danny said, look, if they run Junkrat, if they run something silly, you've got an extra fan in me, and I think that's what a lot of people like about the Florida Mayhem right now. They've shown a
they've shown kind of proficiency on running things that aren't necessarily like the hard stuck meta right now in Summerjet and RuPaul running the Zed and the Ana.
That's so oppressive as well when you look at just how both of the supports interact with the firepower that is available in Florida Mayhem. And that's kind of why I lean in that direction, where I do believe that Florida can take this match if they continue to cyclically play through the ultimates that are available to them, and they just kind of keep doing what they have been doing. Jaws, they put up a great fight against one of the top teams just a little bit ago in Dallas Fuel, and now they just seem to be kind of on that momentum and keeping with it.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep that momentum up. Let's have a look at New York. Of course, they also need to win here to book their ticket to the Summer Showdown. Standard lineup once again. And the team had a little bit of a shape-up, a shift-up, a shape-up, an evolution, maybe. Excelsior picking up an actual main support throughout the season. Anson J stepping into the roster, and I was pretty hyped about New York, especially when he came in, because running double flex in this meta, yeah, it's good, but ideally you need someone that can play Lucio at an extremely high level, and Anson J, I think, is that player for the New York Excelsior. They ended up with a dub against the Paris Eternal the other day, but they have had a pretty tough schedule. And to be fair, in general, like you look at their overall scoreline for this season is currently 3-14. They haven't hit those highs that maybe some people were kind of expecting them to, but if they make it to Summer Showdown, they can prove everybody wrong if they go far.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that New York has a lot to keep proving to the general Overwatch League audience, but, you know, especially after such a strong start to this stage too, right, Jaws? We saw them take a huge win and a big upset at the very start of this stage to kick off qualifiers, and I feel like, yeah, it's been a little lackluster since then.
All right. How can the New York Excelsior deal with Hydron? Because like I said, his sojourn has just been so crazy. I want to see if Florida Mayhem also come out with something a little bit wacky too. Against really good teams, you'd expect them to try something a little bit different, and we've seen that from Mayhem already with Surmashed and RuPaul running the Ana and the Zen, but maybe we see Hydron or Checkmate pull out something a little bit scary. Something Junkrat, I don't think it's going to happen, but
hey,
maybe on the last day, if you're New York, you're obviously expecting, okay, Mayhem, they're going to run meta, default com, whatever. If Florida Mayhem quickly throw a curveball in there, maybe they've been working at something in the labs, they might be able to knock New York off kilter a little bit.
I feel like Oasis is the perfect map to test the waters with that a little bit as well. You know, maybe we see an Echo here. We've seen a little bit of that aerial unit on this map in particular, and so that might be the curveball. We'll have to wait and find out to see what they decide to flex to, but I also wouldn't be super surprised if Florida just said, hey, we gotta stick to the basics here. Let's see how we do in just a mirror, and if that's gonna end up working in our favor. Although I kind of believe that Florida's gonna stick to the Ashe.
Yeah, New York have found the most success with the Ashe, so yeah, it wouldn't make me too shocked to see Florida just stick on it. No Sojourn. TP out for the Florida Mayhem. Not so much for the Excelsior. We'll see how that ends up working out speed-wise. Just about even. Just about even.
Yeah, but you...
Florida, though, taking the high ground. Quite important.
Yeah.
Just denying Florida as many sightlines and dynamite angles as possible is going to be fairly important.
Yeah, I do believe that is the way that Florida Mayhem need to approach this match, but you also have to be wary about New York being able to have so much cover.
Oh, wow. Surmashed was on a little solo mission up on the high ground and wasn't able to heal RuPaul quick enough before Yaki hit the reset on him. Yaki with 3 kills in that fight and a quick team kill for New York. Florida Mayhem just got run over.
Well, this is what we need to see from New York in order for them to take this match, is they need to have Yaki and Flora show up today. And at least after that first fight, it feels like Yaki is here to play. Flora as well, just kind of keeping up with the pace of getting those dynamites over the team. I think that the Ashe as well does force Florida's hand a little bit when it comes to the type of supports they need to have, because you want to make sure you have that AoE healing to deal with those Ashe dynamites.
Surmashed went super low. Anson J and Yaki holding down this flank, making sure the Florida Mayhem don't have too many roads of ingress. So see what Yaki can do, still targeting Surmashed, who's gone extremely low once again. It wasn't RuPaul this time, it was Surmashed One of the supports that went down first. Yaki's found 2 with the kill onto Checkmate. Florida Mayhem almost have the point flip, but Yaki's still just frustrating the Florida Mayhem. He's eventually taken down by Rupal. But Excelsior, with maintaining at the point, 50% plus, you're kind of happy with that. Florida Mayhem didn't have any ults, so they didn't expend any, so another neutral fight coming in. But look at that blade percent from Yaki.
Yeah.
95%.
That's bonkers, but that's kind of the aftermath of having those massive first picks to kick off this match. Now the blade is available. Sermajet and Rupal are not close enough to these ults yet before Yaki's gonna pop the blade.
There's the blade. Commanding shot's already been used, but a sick headshot from Hydron shuts Yaki down. The early ult completely dominated by Hydron as he takes over this fight. Maybe a 4th kill, little cheeky one onto Flora. Not going to happen by the looks of it. Unless it's still alive. No, okay, Kellen ends up going down. Wow, Yaki, doesn't matter if you build up that blade that quickly. If Hydron's got a fully charged right click, it's going straight for your dome.
Oh my gosh, it wasn't even that though too. Did you see how Rupal also played off of that just to get the shield bash in? Oh my gosh.
Speaking of quick ults, wow, Flora just throws out that Bob. It's quite handily dealt with, and the rest of Excelsior were dead before the Bob even hit the wall, I think, and started shooting.
I mean, that's just also how Hydron kind of carved out an opportunity there. Not only was the overclock such a good response to the Bob because you basically just 3-tapped it, but you also got some really nice picks to stop New York Excelsior from entering back onto the point. And just like that, John, 4 ultimates remaining for Florida. They have the full bank, basically, and last fight is approaching.
Yeah, I mean, this might just be last fight right here. Blade available from Checkmate. Rallies have come out on either side. A beat from Florida Mayhem to counteract that rampage. Cullen's going to throw his in too. A lot of people anti-healed right now, but it's the follow-up that counts. Flora kills 2. Ganonjin whipshot Sermajet off of the map. And New York Excelsior, despite Florida Mayhem having 4 ults, end up coming out on top.
Well, it's the rampage there from Kellen. Just kind of shut down all of the value from Sermajet and Rupal's ultimates here. And unfortunately, someone's rampage just wasn't quite as big. You still, at least, if you're Florida, have the Dragon Blade to rely on, knowing also that New York Excelsior just expended their support ults. That could be a huge difference maker to come back in and take control of this first round.
Well, Mayhem did end up saving 1 ultimate, and that was the blade. And Gangnam the target for Florida Mayhem. You saw them just beelining it. I don't think there's any pill in the world that is saved in there. Archer J is 1 shot, and now he's dead. Hydron scores him with a railgun shot. And even Flora low on the high ground. Little to no heals for Excelsior as Mayhem end up capping the point. It's 99%. Can anybody touch? No, they cannot. And Florida Mayhem playing round 1.
It was really nice patience executed from Florida as well. They didn't throw all 4 ultimates that they had available to them at that second to last fight. And so it did make an advantage for them when they could just pop the blade knowing that there was no really good answer from New York unless Checkmate got domed like Yaki did when he used the blade. But it's another round of Oasis. It's another different style. Florida's going to try to go for the same Symmetra strategy. It paid off, though. It felt like in dividends when you were able to shut down that high ground pressure that New York was looking after. So I feel like this is the right call to just use the Symmetra teleporter and then get the commanding shout out so that you can steal that high ground away once again.
Yeah, there you go. Florida Mayhem just a little bit quicker. But it's quite important on this map getting the high ground because you can see what Sermajet's doing right now. Just kind of chilling. Just waiting for people to come through that doorway so they could boot them off. So, yeah, the Symmetra teleport making the difference there, Rose.
Yeah, look at the agency, too, just to go speed in.
Well, speaking of agency, yeah, Sermajet straight trying to dunk on Gangnam Jin, but it's actually Yaki who's dunking on the rest of the Florida Mayhem. Oh my god, high ground's nothing if you've got a Yaki on your team. Excelsior, yet again, it's exactly the same what happened on University. A very quick team wipe.
Oh my gosh, yeah, let's replay that really fast because I feel like if you blink and you miss it here, someone just gets stuck up against a wall and then all of a sudden Yaki's like, hey, yeah, that's some dash reset fodder right there. And so just like that, Yaki's off to a blazing fast start to get this Dragon Blade online, and you feel like he wouldn't fall victim to Hydron again. Whoa, who went off there? Okay, nobody.
I think it was the Lucio. Yeah, I think it was Sermajet. He managed to get back online. Oh, Yaki's so low. There's no health pack. Someone heal him. He does end up getting a pack. He's 50% towards that blade. Flora takes care of Checkmate, but in kind, Sermajed kills him. Yaki's still trying to find resets as he helps the rest of his team dispatch with someone. And then there's 3 players in his sights, but Excelsior still control this point. If they can find staggers here, that would be perfect. Ooh. There's one, maybe a second, as Hydron's pretty low. Yep. Oh, good. Excelsior in good stead.
And now, because nobody went down in that fight, you've got the rally that Gangnam Jin can pop really early on, start building up those shields, and then try to go in. Florida has wasted a lot of time here. And so 60% for New York in building when Gangnam Jin... Oh, Ansunjae also ready with the sound barrier. So even if things go wrong, there's plenty of support on the board for New York.
Yaki with an aerial bombardment at Shurikens there. Didn't end up finding the kill onto Checkmate, but it's all good. Rally coming out from Excelsior pretty early. Mayhem happy to just back off, but they can't wait too long. Ideally, you want to wait for overhealth to like die down, but it's 85% and counting as New York Excelsior now have to deal with Florida Mayhem's rally. RuPaul pretty low. The blade is unsheathed. Yaki dashing towards Hydron. He kills his nemesis this time around. Hydra not finding that headshot, and Florida Mayhem have to back up. They've only got 4 members left, but someone has to be able to touch this point. Someone gets there just in time. Bob comes down, doesn't get the knock up, and now Sermajed has to keep the rest of the team in the fight, but he only gets a 3-person beat. Checkmate and Hydron don't get the overhealth, and Checkmate is dealt with easily. Even Kellen holding on to the rampage. Oh, that's it. Florida Mayhem go down in round number 2.
That was such smart target priority from Yaki as well. Despite the fact that the Dragon Blade only got Hydron, that meant that Hydron was never going to be able to get the overclock online if New York played their cards right. And then on top of that too, when Checkmate just doesn't get that sound barrier overhealth, didn't get the blade online either. So those were 2 massive ultimates that were just off the board for Florida. But another round, maybe another chance here for Florida to take a map win.
Keeping your morale high, that is for sure. Yeah, I mean, taking out Hydron, who was the main crux to Yaki a little bit ago on University, right? So the perfect pick. Another TP versus Commanding Shaman speed boost. Yeah, look at that.
Hydron's a tracer?
Infinitely quicker. Hydron may be mad, not sure. No Sojin, no Ash.
Spicy?
Just pure dive, really.
Okay, well, this is the creativity we expected to see from Florida. And it looks like Hydron is just really willing to go in with the Tracer. You know that you've got the Lucio there with you to help get you around the map, but you also have a lot more individual agency as a Tracer because you can just go in and harass the backline.
Yeah, speaking of which, look at that. Flora tried to step up to the plate. Maybe actually got dragged in with a knife. He was rather far forward, so I can imagine that is exactly what happened. Florida Mayhem for the first time in this map end up capping first. Not a quick team kill, what we're used to seeing from Excelsior. But yeah, Hydron's Tracer being just a thorn in the side to Excelsior right now, forcing Yaki a lot of the time to use that deflect when he doesn't really want to.
Yep, it takes that deflect away from something more powerful, just like some Cheerios from Sermajed, because honestly, he hits those shots pretty nicely.
I was just trying to harass the Brig. Still, the Brig pretty hard to take down if you're the Tracer at the best of times, especially with the commanding shout being thrown out by Excelsior. He's pretty close to the pulse bomb though and still harassing the backline. He's going to earn it in just a couple of moments. Someone is super low on the other hand. And yeah, that pulse bomb couldn't come quick enough. They do end up trading as Flora goes down. And a good stick, in fact, onto Ansunjae. Ansunjae just donated that kill to Hydron pretty much. A trade still, but this time going in the way of Excelsior as Yaki and Gangnam Jin just keeping each other healthy on the point. It's only Hydron and Sermajed who are both pretty low. And without a recall, Hydron is good as dead. But good stalling from Mayhem as they get 57%.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And especially when you only had to throw the pulse bomb out there, which Hydron is going to be able to build up relatively quickly, you feel pretty okay with that if you're Florida. Now New York, though, the onus is on them. They've got the blade, they've got the rally, they have so much sustain that they really should be able to take this to Florida when they have the perfect answer for everything else that's on the board. They were able to do this before when Florida had a full 4, so let's see if they can do it again.
as of late. There's the beat. It's going to give time for that overhealth to charge up. But look at Yaki's persistence. Just trying to kill RuPaul. RuPaul's just not going down, though, without a fight. Somehow lived on 1 HP. Had some overhealth left over from his own rally as Yaki is dealt with by Sir Majed. Florida Mayhem also holding on to that blade. Ansunjay hasn't used his beat just yet, so Florida pretty happy with that, honestly. You can save it, force the beat for the next fight. Because now they have 60% and building.
Yeah, and when someone didn't even get a chance to use the Rampage because it's not built up yet, now you know you have it for potentially final fight. Sound barrier might not be enough to save New York, and especially if someone uses the Rampage after Ansunjay pops the beat, this could be a full team wipe for Florida and a map win. Hydron also has another pulse bomb. So if you go after anybody in the back line, then New York's kept a little busy here from healing the front.
He's trying to set up for it. There's the beat, and now you wait for those overhealths to disappear, and then you go in with the pulse bomb. I'm looking at Hydron. He whips it out. Doesn't end up connecting with anybody. In fact, the bomb finishes off someone on the sidelines. And now it's just the pulse pistols to try and take people out. It's not going to happen, though, as Excelsior, once again, just ignore Hydron for until the last couple of moments, and then end up either chasing him off or just killing him.
Yeah, New York is handling the Tracer choice very well. Like, Hydron, yes, you can go after the backline, but when you know that it's like Gangnamjin and Ansunjay back there, there's a Brig shield, you could get CC'd away, be forced to use recall, so you don't exactly have the same mobility that you would want to have if you weren't playing against a miniature shield. So Hydron's been having some trouble finding some value here, but it's also not been all for naught.
Oh, a nice rampage straight to the back line of the Excelsior. Gangnamjin and Ansunjay are in trouble. Yaki just with a bird's eye view of the rest of his team getting cut down. It's not good. Florida Mayhem, remember, they have 99%. Excelsior need to come back. I mean, Yaki is still managing to stall, but it's not going to be enough. Mayhem are going to be able to kill him eventually and recap that point. And now overtime has been triggered. Kellen has arrived. He's 15% away from an ultimate of his own, but he is so low. Flora jumping onto the Tracer to get an additional touch for the rest of the team. But it is the Tracer on the Florida Mayhem side you've got to be careful of. A pulse bomb in the back pocket of Hydron. He does swing and a miss again, but still harassing Kellen down and ends up taking him out. Florida Mayhem with a rally and a beat still in their back pocket should have this one. And more so, a blade from Checkmate to finish it all. And the Florida Mayhem end up with map number 1.
So cool to see the Tracer pick come out from Hydron. I know it wasn't super flashy. A few of those pulse bombs didn't hit their mark, but it gave New York enough trouble that they should expect something spicy to come out from Florida for the rest of these maps. It's going to be a tough battle between both of these teams.
Let's go. Checkmate Junkrat. I want to see more. Just give me more. Maybe a little bit of fire. Maybe something else a little bit silly. I'm down for it, honestly. Yeah, New York Excelsior unable to handle the Hydron Tracer. We're going to map number 2. Florida Mayhem only a couple of maps away before they book their ticket to the Summer Showdown. Love to see how this series pans out after the break. Florida Mayhem off to an explosive start already. Oasis was a 2 and a 1. Look, they got to win 2 more maps to get to the Summer Showdown. Still an opportunity for Excelsior to come back. It was Hydron's Tracer. Although the pulse bombs, I think he hit...
One
he hit 1 out of the 3 there. But still, it was less on the pulse bombs, more on him just kind of annoying Yaki and just pushing the back line of the New York Excelsior to its limits to try and keep them both alive. I don't think New York Excelsior really expected it. And it's good to see Florida Mayhem still kind of throwing different picks out, trying new things, and having some decent success with it thus far. We're going on to Hybrid is our next game type, so we'll see if they got anything more up their sleeve.
Well, I think this is where we could actually see New York Excelsior shine. Jaws, you brought up a really interesting stat during the break. You were talking about how Yaki was able to put in a ton of work on the Genji. Like, what did you say, 5 times? Final blows at
so
one point?
So at one point on Oasis, near the end of the last round, Yaki had 5x the final blows that Checkmate did on the Genji.
Oh my gosh.
So he was diffing Checkmate a little bit in that role. But Hydra was also kind of different Flora in that role, so it was a bit more of a trade kind of thing.
Yeah,
so.
well that's fair, but I think this going to Paraíso, this is where I expect the Ashe actually to work way better. You know, there's just so much high ground, especially on this first point defense, that you could really utilize the Ashe to get those long sight lines, those angles, and then maybe that helps to enable Yaki a little bit more, because Yaki was popping off, but maybe Flora can utilize the just topography of the map to really kind of get a bit of a leg up too.
Yeah, I mean, Oasis for Ashe, especially University, you're hoping the other team's not running at you 24/7. Yeah. You need high ground on City Center, but just the game type in general more revolves around super fast pace, getting people's faces, and yeah, hybrids, even 2CP, which obviously we don't anymore, but maps like that, a lot better for something like an Ashe, a little bit more a stationary pick.
Yep.
So yeah, that is exactly what we are seeing.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that, and then on top of it too, though, Florida, they did run the Lucio and the Brigitte because they recognized that they would just have to run at the Ashe, but I think the distance here does make it a little bit harder for Florida to just kind of run up to New York without them having some type of escape mechanism, whether it's going to be kiting away from the damage or trying to play around some of these buildings. Yeah, let's see what they got.
Well, Kellen was alone on the low ground. Acting like a little bit of a bait there. Almost hook, line, and sinker as Florida Mayhem tried to run him down. A beautiful dagger. Yaki didn't stand a chance. That reflect wore off just in the nick of time. This Checkmate just dashes through him and gets the kill. A nice offense so far from the Florida Mayhem, and yeah, this is going to be a clean-up.
Oh gosh, as soon as Ansunjae went down though too, right? Not only do you lose your firepower of Yaki, but then you also lose the ability to disengage from Florida when you don't have that Lucio speed boost. So very, very quick take here from Florida for this first point, and they're walking away with a lot of ult charge too. But still, you gotta point out that Yaki is doing a fair bit of work still, despite the fact that New York is losing these fights. What is going to be the difference maker here? Is it really going to be the Flora versus Hydra, the Ashe versus the Sojourn matchup? I mean, you put some type of, I wouldn't call Sojourn a sniper, but she has that impact with the charged up shots. You put something like that in Hydron's hands and you're gonna be getting value from it. It's just about how New York tried to mitigate that. And maybe it's Yaki keeping Hydron busy.
Yeah, he's not doing any of that at the moment, just kind of poking away just a little bit. Oh, Flora gets pulled off of high ground, which is kind of annoying, but has got the coach gun. It's a good time to kind of assault as soon as Ashe doesn't have a coach gun up, but the high ground is just almost impenetrable here. This problem is that Flora's just lobbing dynamite after dynamite. Florida Mayhem even have to go up to height or just continue pushing the payload, and it's the payload game that they're playing currently.
I mean,
Checkmate with a little bit of a deflection damage, but that's about it.
Yeah,
just slowly but surely, Florida Mayhem building up their ultimates and pushing that payload. You see Checkmate's got a blade before Yaki has, but Ansunjae takes care. Oh,
what?
Wow, that was a boop and a half. You see Ansunjae? God, I think he's in King's Row now. He got booped that far. All right, okay. Well, Florida Mayhem now don't have to deal with a speed up of Excelsior, but they're still building up to ults fairly quickly.
I mean, I don't know how that happened, but yeah, you can still stall this out if you're New York. Ansunjae will get back very quickly as a Lucio. And who do you really send up after New York that's going to be sitting on the high ground? Checkmate is Zermajed. That's kind of it, unless you're able to walk up these stairs, too. But then, you know, New York kind of knows where you're coming from. They've really set the trap.
All right, Bob's available. So are the blades. There's the beat. Yaki had to back off. Oh, you really face-checked that straight into Hydron's fists. Checkmate pulls out of his own blade, and yeah, Excelsior's support line just getting absolutely rolled by Checkmate. Unfortunately, Bob, you're not doing too much today.
Okay, well, trap didn't work. I don't know what happened to Yaki there. Was it like a headshot from Hydron and then just like a smack to the face? I think it was
yeah, like a not a fully charged headshot, then just like a little left hook.
Like
Rose, you point out the stat that I said about Oasis, like Checkmate and Yaki. Yaki currently sitting on 0 elims, by the way, and 0 final blows versus Checkmate's 11 elims, 5 final blows. So completely flipping the table.
Someone at RuPaul haven't died yet either, by the way. Like, this has just been an absolute roll here for Florida. They're backing off. They know when to take these fights. Look at their rotation as well. They know that they don't want to stay too far in just open space. But, oh, wait, no, there's one for Yaki.
All right. And there's one death for RuPaul. Okay.
Okay,
he's on the ball
a little bit.
yeah, exactly.
Gotta get a kill into someone now, huh? Really even think so?
Well, that's hard. Easier said than done. Chill with Junker Queen existing in the front line. Well, the Excelsior have both support ultimates to deal with someone's ultimate. It's where Florida Mayhem end up setting up. It looks like Hydron's taking a bit of a flank angle, and well, someone doing what Junker Queen does best, and that's running into the front line. Nice little beat there from New York Excelsior. It was only one person that someone got with that rampage, and it was Kellen. But he was more than happy taking that one for the rest of his team, as he was both healed up, and he also used the commanding shout. Gangnam Jin somehow coming up with 3 kills in that fight. Okay, just swinging.
That's pretty good there, yeah, for sure. Inspire healing and whatnot, but someone actually got booped away. The rampage fired up, and then I don't know if it was Gangnam Jin or Ansunjae, but someone got booped. So that's why it was only Kellen.
Laura's building up these mobs fairly quickly, I will say.
Dynamites.
Yeah. There's Bob. Here he comes. Here comes that boy. Oh, Samajed. Yeah, it was pretty low. Oh, Hydron with a nice double kill into Gangnam Jim and Yaki. However, Bob's still airing it out. And the Excelsior are going to be able to hold.
Okay. Well, I mean, there you go. This has been a kind of a different look on the defense here for New York so far. It's Hydron pushing the cart, the rest of the reinforcements from Florida shortly behind him. But this high ground presence that New York has captured. Look, Flora just used the bomb. These dynamites are doing so much work that Flora's already 40% to another one.
Already.
Like, what? The pace is massive. Oh, well, now he's dead. So.
Well, you can't build ult anymore. Not if you're dead, unfortunately. There's the rally from Florida. So they rush towards New York spawn. New York are in a good spot though, really. I mean, if they all reset as 4 and don't die, they can come out fairly quickly. If you get staggered there, it could be disastrous. No one's pushing the payload. Okay, there we go. All good. All good, no one panic.
Okay, well now they're back. And Yaki's got the blade. You really want to try to force this sound barrier out of Sermajed. And there it goes.
There's the blade, there's the beat. Yaki low, and he gets put to sleep by Hydron. And now he's hunting. Ansunjae hiding behind the speakers. And he actually kills Samajed somehow. Okay, he was hiding, but he's still finding kills. And there's Kellen, of course. Here's the rampage. It's large, and they're going to be able to hold. There's only a minute to go for Florida Mayhem. Checkmate's still yet to use that blade. Maybe saw the fight go in the opposite direction and decided better of it. Save it for last.
Yeah, and now too, right? You're kind of up against the clock, literally, because you only have 45 seconds left and this is last fight, but also it's a race against Gangnam Jim and Ansunjae building up to these support ultimates. Flora also, another fight out of the way. He has a Bob online. That's 2 fights.
There's the Bob. He's in the corner, which kind of blows. Flora goes down to Hydron again. There's 20 seconds to go and Checkmate still has the blade. Someone with a Rampage approaching. Oh, they know where Yaki is. Nice little bit of deflect damage there, but that wasn't enough to deal with Yaki as he just dashes back to the rest of his team. Excelsior have the points to defend. They're hiding. They're laying in wait. Ansujay lets go with a beat, and Checkmate goes pretty low. He's still pulling out damage, though, as he does get packed, and Gangnam Jin's in the front line also pretty low. The rallies ended up wearing out, but it's Ansujay who's looking rather bloodthirsty right now. Overtime for the Florida Mayhem as their health bars be dwindling. RuPaul died with the rally available. Can he get back to the point in time? Not likely. Overtime is here, and it is depleted. Just before that third point, the Florida Mayhem do manage to push that payload. And if RuPaul stayed alive and maybe activated that rally, it could have been a different story.
Yeah, I mean, even those last couple of moments where you saw that Checkmate was going after the backline, Ansujay was the target. If you're tracking ultimates, you know that at least that sound barrier is online. And so going after Ansujay, that was almost super clutch, because if that had worked and maybe you booped the Lucio up, got rid of the beat, that could have been a difference maker as well. But you got to give so much credit to New York for how they played that, recognizing that Ansujay was getting jumped on in the back line, and then Gangnam Jin turned around and Spire Healing helped to keep Ansujay alive, the cookies as well. And then Checkmate just falls over. So great response here from New York. There's the sound barrier right at the end of things, and then Ansujay too. Oh, right after Hydron.
Only speed, only damage. The true Lucio way.
Hey, I mean...
No heal, only speed.
Well, you called it out at the beginning of the match too, Jaws, is that Ansujay has been such a key piece to this New York Excelsior roster, coming in to be able to play the main support, that aggressive Lucio style. You love to see it paying off here when it counts too, to be able to stop Florida from getting the full cap. Now, the win condition is on the board here, and New York just has to get to that check mark. I know easier said than done, but at least they know where that benchmark is.
And a quick shot from Yaki, and Flora switches over to the Ashe. Worth pointing out too, at the end of that round, Flora had 11k damage per 10.
Yeah.
Quite the nutty stat. Although it is Ashe, so it's like, okay, Dynamite does a lot of damage, but still, 11k damage is quite impressive. We'll see if he can still do the same thing on offense. Oh, Checkmate. Deflect used already. Nice headshot onto Surmajed from Flora. Another one, in fact, onto someone. Flora holding these angles pretty well, and it's in fact the Florida Mayhem who ended up backing up. Just need to heal up, get ready for the next push from New York Excelsior, but they've taken the high ground pretty fast, all to the benefit of the Ashe.
Yeah, but, you know, Florida can really play around this if they try to play in the building, but not when New York knows that cooldowns are available.
Dynamite, though. Yeah. Oh, man. Even Disruptor Shot, to be fair, you don't really have to be playing the Ashe. You can also be playing Sojourn to get that crazy AoE damage. But the Dynamite in, a quick headshot, and that was that. I mean, Florida Mayhem also rolled over New York Excelsior on their first point hold, so...
Just a little bit of a taste of their own medicine, you know. They gotta dish it out if they can take it. Or it's the other way around, right? Don't dish it out if you can't take it. Yeah, there you go. Well, New York took it, so now they get to dish it out. But that's a huge fight win for them. I mean, Flora as well. Flora and Yaki both are doing way better on the attack so far. I know it was only one team fight, but I think with the eye test as well, you can see that Yaki and Flora are making a really big statement. They're going to have their ults online before anybody else in the server.
Oh, wow. All right, Florida's end up falling over. Nice little Gracie pull onto Hydron. He's sitting at 105 HP still, but yeah, he'll get healed up in just a moment. And with Flora, Excelsior do lose a lot of their damage, so they will end up just potentially getting spawn capped. Bob? Bob's out. A flank from Flora. Look at him go! Oh, he's in the corner. That kind of sucks. Okay, he doesn't get the best angle in the world, but Flora does. Yeah, RuPaul does boop him away, but spawn camp didn't really go the way the Florida Mayhem were hoping for there.
Nah, Bob. It was all Bob. You could give all the accolades to Bob now.
Give them all to Bob, but Flora's almost doing 40% of the team's damage. Like, Flora kind of going crazy.
Yeah, absolutely leading the server right now in terms of damage. Almost like, it's 3K over Kellen, and then on top of that too, just like almost lapping and doubling some of the damage that Florida is doing right now.
Well, he's almost doubled Hydron's damage.
Yeah.
Put it that way. Put it that way. If he keeps his performance up, he might just do that. Ultimate's online for the Florida Mayhem. There's that dynamite again, but look at Excelsior's ult bank. They got 5, or 4 even. Oh, Sermachet dies through beat. Oh, savage. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Florida Mayhem end up using their own blade, but look at that. Checkmate a little bit lost. Yaki taking the 1v1. A little bit of disrespect from your boy. Second point captured by Excelsior. Sermachet fumbles the beat. RuPaul's ultimate didn't end up paying off. Okay. Oh, we're going to see it again. Caught in 4K. Yaki with the dash through.
Oh,
completely denied.
I don't think it was just Yaki though either. I think Flora hit him with a body shot too, because that dash should not have done that much damage on top of the dynamite. So yikes, that sucks. But at least you've got an even playing field when it comes to the support ultimates both being off the table for these teams. But Bob's got to do something again, or else, yeah, Florida's going to stall out this next fight. So much time.
Yeah, Excelsior looking like they're playing Overwatch on right now. 6 players. Oh, nice dagger pull. Rampage gets booped! What a huge boop from Unsunjay. Someone's ultimate gets absolutely nothing. But Checkmate and RuPaul make up for it with a couple of kills of their own. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go for New York on this final push. Remember, they don't even have to complete. It's just around that last corner, which is where they need to achieve.
Hey, and Bob wasn't used yet either, so even if Florida goes for the spawn camp, maybe Bob gets a chance to break New York free once again. Oh,
so much
why was he there?
Oh, he was just trying to go on the flank, I guess, to help Checkmate get some damage, but now they have no Lucio. Yeah, it's a hold S moment for Mayhem. They cannot fight without Sermachet.
No, he'll get back in time though, but it's really about rounding this corner. Bob has so much free reign here.
It's Hydron. Got to start clicking those heads. He's already chased one member of Excelsior back to their spawn. It's Gangnam Gym. You can see the impact that's already having, and Flora and Yaki going super low, yeah. And Gangnam Gym is not there with the rest of the team, or not there for the entirety of the fight. It's very tough for you to get healed up with only Lucio. All right, another nice defense from Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, they've been buying a lot of time off the clock too. That's a minute and a half burned away. That's a couple of ultimates off the board, but the fact that it was only the Bob, New York has taken a pretty strong eco push. They're gonna have 3 ults online, maybe even if they stall it out long enough, Ansunjay gets the beat. So they still have a ton to work with here, and with 2 minutes remaining, if they do use everything, they still might be able to get more online for the final attempt of this map if they do take a couple of L's here.
Small benefit too for Florida. The payload is slowly moving back.
True.
Checkmate's already used that deflect, and he is burning alive. Might get cut into, turn into barbecue pork if he's not careful. Yaki sheathes his blade, didn't find too much, but Excelsior end up using both support ults to push on forward. Checkmate, this is your time to go, son. He ends up getting taken out by Yaki. He was too low to actually pull the blade out. And now Florida Mayhem down 3 players, make that 4. As Kellen finds 2 with a Carnage. Excelsior on their final push with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
But at least Checkmate can come back out of spawn. Maybe pair this blade with someone's Rampage. That could be a huge fight win as well. In Florida, they got to win this one fight here. That puts a huge momentum stop in New York. But these Dynamites.
Yep. Big touch. Nice little boot punch of Checkmate there to push him away, but it's not going to stop him from chasing down Ansunjay. Florida Mayhem still holding on to the point as Yaki ends up going down. Okay, Florida Mayhem now putting Excelsior in a dangerous situation with only 1 minute to go. New York have only realistically got 1 fight in a bit, maybe.
If they're fast enough, then yeah, absolutely. But right now, they don't have much of anything. Flora will get the Bob online, but it's still going to take a Dynamite and a few shots to be able to build that up, where Florida, they could just go ahead and pop the Rampage. Oh, look. Do you see where he is?
Ooh, well, I can see where he's not, and that's on the map right now. Florida Mayhem have already lost 1. There's 30 seconds to go, and Excelsior are just rounding this final corner again. Bob's about to come online. Hydron needs to pop off. He's popping the overclock, but look at that. Excelsior end up just backing up. Still a lot of damage actually going down onto Flora, and in fact, Hydron finds a headshot on him before he can use that Bob. There's 15 seconds to go. And New York are running all the way back to their spawners. Gangnam is also dealt with.
Oh my gosh, the huge staggers as well. Yaki's gonna go down here too. Oh, all
7
right
seconds
now.
to go.
Flora.
They can't touch.
Wait, can Flora
There's
throw
no
the
way
bomb?
they touch this.
No.
Flora maybe throw Bob in. He got RuPaul, but there's no one. The payload shifting back, and Florida Mayhem defend them on last. They are one map away from booking their ticket to the Summer Showdown, Rose. New York Excelsior at the very end. They had 4 minutes going into third, but they just cannot push that payload in.
Oh, so rough as well when you know that New York was trying to set up to have the ultimate advantage and the economy just wasn't in their favor. Despite how much work we're seeing the DPS on New York put into this match, it's just been to no avail so far. Florida just having a stalwart defense there.
Flora's on 34-35% of his team's damage, but New York still can't make it. Very, very clutch from the Florida Mayhem at the hands of Checkmate and Hydron coming alive in that second map. Like I said, one more map away, and they got their ticket to the Summer Showdown. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see if New York can turn this one around. Well, Mayhem are one map away from going to Summer Showdown. Excelsior need to show up. They need to show up right now. Start that reverse sweep rolling. Florida and Hydron, specifically Rose, he's been doing kind of crazy things, stat-wise, I will say.
It's been kind of impressive. Like, actually just not even impressive, like nuts. What is the stat that we got from our stats team? Thank you, Noah. Hydron got elite credit on every death that New York had on the Mayhem's attack round on Paraíso. Like, he had a hand in every single elimination that Florida got.
Putting in the work. They want to go to Toronto.
Yeah.
We are going to escort. We're going to Junkertown. So, again, a little bit better for Florida's Ash. The sightline's pretty nice, but right now, you know, Florida Mayhem, even without throwing the wrench in the gears or the pulse pistols in the gears, I guess, if you're Hydron playing Tracer on Oasis, they're just beating them in the neutral.
Even when the ults are off the board, I just feel like New York isn't able to capitalize on the work that Flora and Yaki have been putting into this match. It's so difficult to pinpoint exactly where New York is going wrong, but they've got to tighten something up here. The dynamite damage is just so good, but even when Florida aren't running the Ana and the Zenyatta, like the Lucio and the Brig are working just fine.
I really want to see someone jump out on the Widow, but I don't think.
I don't know if
that's going to happen. Do love me some Widow play on Junkertown. Rather unlikely though.
Nah, I think we're still going to see kind of what we've been seeing. The Ashe from Flora. Maybe not though. I mean, ooh, okay.
Wow, he's actually playing Sojin.
I mean,
on a map that I think he would want to play Ashe because of the long sidelines, and he plays Sojin?
Yeah, that's...
Okay, interesting. Close hold is better for, to be fair. Yeah. That's what I got.
Definitely feel like the Sojourn is useful for that close hold because of just how quickly you can charge up those railgun shots, but at the same time, you think that the Ashe would be good too because you're locking down every exit for Florida, so it's really easy to get those dynamites online. But to be fair, Flora's Ashe has just not been the right thing so far. But now that the Ashe is off the board, you can run the flex supports here.
Yeah, flex supports indeed. A little Zen, little Ana, especially for the spawn push. The Zen and the Ana go kind of crazy. You can just set up high ground, volleys from Summer Shed's nice. We saw him on Midtown the other day, and his right clicks were quite insane. And the nades, of course, being as impactful as they've always been. You see Anson J, Ganon Jin going super low already. Easy reset for checkmate there. And as Anson J ends up falling, and Florida will end up pushing up. And I can imagine they just stick. I don't think they end up changing off RuPaul, Ana, or Summerjet's Zen at all. No, look, they're just going to stick with this. Nano's going to be built up so fast. And they have to drop onto you, remember? And your Ana and Zen can just sit all the way in the background.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of why you're okay with the Sojourn and just going with the double flex support. Because, like, even if New York run into you, look at the follow-up.
Wow. There's a lot of burst healing, too, with the nade on Ana. Yeah. How do Excelsior really do this now? I mean, maybe Flora gets a little cheeky flank hit, a little headshot, but no. Yeah, Surmashed could just boot people away if he really needs to. Wow, Excelsior kind of crumbling on point A as Florida take that payload with ease. They take that checkpoint with ease. 5 minutes going into phase 2 of Junkertown.
I think what's really impressive, usually it's the Ana that gets the ult online first, but I'm actually not sure if it's going to be RuPaul or Surmajed. Like the amount of damage that Surmajed has done on this Zenyatta so far is like mighty impressive. Oh, man.
Oh, a little flank. A little flank.
No, don't do this to them, Surmajed.
The Discord. The dash reset. Oh, and Unson J is pretty low. Oh, checkmate, and Hydron ends up helping him finish up. RuPaul does die, but Summershed's in an extremely good position. And all the meanwhile, I mean, I feel like Excelsior have just out-rotated themselves. They've just let the payload go. They're determined to get on the back line of the the Florida Mayhem, but it's actually Surmajed just flanking, and then they're like, where's the Zen go? Where'd he go?
I don't know. You're never gonna know. So Surmajed's just gonna like appear sometimes and then go back into the shadows of the map and then reappear when you least expect it. But that is all of point B gone. I don't think New York can come back and contest this. They've just got to take a close hold.
That is a speed run. They gained time there. They gained 10 seconds from point A to point B. That's a little bit silly.
What the? I mean, yeah, like over 5 minutes now. New York have yet to draw the line in the sand. Florida haven't used any ultimates yet. Nobody's using ult. Florida have 5 ults. Like, basically.
And they have Nanoblade too.
Yeah.
Equally scary. A lot of Anas at the moment are Nano the Junk Queen.
Or the Zen.
There's the Nano. There's the Blade. Shakemate going in. It's too easy when you've got that damage amp. Oh, Kellen doesn't stand a chance. 2 dead. Well, 4 dead and 5 dead. Team kill for Mayhem. As they once again just disrupt Excelsior's attempt at a defense.
It wasn't even a good time to pop the rally. Like, the best answer you would have would be the sound barrier there, but it just wasn't gonna be enough. Oh gosh, Hydron's just gonna go for it too.
And you get free real estate. Look at this, the payload is not stopped.
It's just a zoning ult too from the overclock. New York just backed up into a corner, and now when someone gets the Rampage online, if New York aren't careful, it's just going to be a huge swing into the corner of the map.
All right, Excelsior got 5 ults online. They've got to use them at some point. Hydron goes pretty low. Double tapped by RuPaul to get him full HP again. Payload still making its way towards that final circle. Yaki's sitting on that plate. They're waiting for Florida Mayhem to maybe do something. But maybe they need to take the initiative. The rallies come out from Excelsior and the beat. Both support ultimates used. Florida Mayhem are split up currently. Someone is fairly alone, isolated from the rest of his team. Florida Mayhem, of course, no speed online. Oh, nice deflect timing. Still gets naded as RuPaul just nades his own feet. He does get finished off eventually by Kellen. And where's Surmajed? Oh, he's in the shadows waiting for Yaki, but 3 minutes to go for the Florida Mayhem, and the payload is inches away from that last point.
Yeah, I mean, RuPaul's gonna have a nano. Maybe you give it over to someone. Maybe you give it to Surmajed. But now, at least New York, they're starting to get a little aggressive. I think they're getting their confidence back in this matchup where they can take this close hold. Yaki's got the Dragon Blade. At least you know that you can kind of stand in the front lines with the deflect as well. But when Flora also has the overclock. But now what's this? Hydron's on Ashe?
All right, wow.
Okay.
The big Soul Witch up. Hydron going pretty low already. Well, he was on Ashe, he's not anymore. That Transcendence didn't reach him in time. Anton J was antied, but it didn't really matter. Although it might matter a little bit as New York Excelsior support's going pretty low. And in fact, they tried to run down with the help of Yaki, some of the backline members of the Florida Mayhem, but that didn't end up working out. Yaki ends up dying. With 3 minutes shaved off of the time bank, Florida Mayhem still completing Junkertown with time will be a good thing. And they're in a good spot. Hydron's on high ground now.
Oh. Wow, look, Yaki is just going to switch over to the Tracer. Wants to deal with Surmajed and RuPaul somehow. But Flora already gets so low.
Okay, he's got the overclock at least. Florida Mayhem could just end this quick shot with a nano if they really wanted to, but Kellen just rampages into the backline now. Flora looking to clean people up. And Nano onto someone, and Flora saved that power slide right until the very last moments. But now he's in trouble. Checkmate took that under his belt. That was a really easy cleanup for Checkmate as he pulls that blade. The entirety of the New York Excelsior were looking at someone there. They were like, he's Nano, we gotta get away from him. And all the meanwhile, Checkmate was in the back, just cutting them in two. 1 minute and 11 seconds for Florida Mayhem. They did enter with 5 minutes and 10 seconds, so that's a good defense on paper for Excelsior, but still It's going to be a tough time to match. The way this map has been going right now, or the series, it's going to be fairly close regardless. We'll see if New York Excelsior can finish.
That's the goal that they have to reach right now. One step at a time. We got to look at point by point, but that was always, it's always tough. It's always tough when you have to defend a point for more than like 3 minutes. Because it's plenty of time for the other team to get through ultimate rotations and then sometimes just overwhelm you if they do get the economy. So that was always going to be a tough battle for New York. So 4 minutes off of that is very impressive. What do they decide to commit to, though, for the attack? Flora didn't touch the Ashe. It was Yaki that decided that maybe the Tracer was the right call at the very end. But, I mean, at this point, it feels like New York's just trying to throw stuff and see if it sticks. Ooh. Oh, was that knife?
Easy knife, easy kills.
Whew. Goodness.
He wins those. Yeah, I mean, Mayhem currently sitting on 25 kills as a team to Excelsior's 9. So, kind of lapping them right now. See if New York Excelsior coming out with something a little bit different here on the offense. Not different in terms of comps, but different in terms of tempo.
Yeah. Their approach has to be a little bit faster, especially when you know that Surmajit and RuPaul are always going to be at such a safe distance away from the team. I don't think it's the call to just try to go after the backline. Surmajit and RuPaul are too mechanically skilled for that to work, even if it's Yaki going back there. You just have to focus on the front line and just try to rush them as quickly as possible. You've got the speed in your advantage. You've got Ansunjae.
Oh, Hydron didn't expect that. The whole of Excelsior rounded around that corner at the same time. Ansunjae pretty low, still takes care of RuPaul. Hydron just skirting away. Using that power slide to great effect on cooldown. All right, Excelsior.
There you go.
That's what you want to see, the tempo plays.
That's what we need right now from New York to stay in this match, to get to the finish line, capture all 3 points, rush them hard. They can do this. They just have to keep up the pace. And two, they've already denied Florida Mayhem a recontest here, so it's still gonna be like a pretty fast take. They got over 5 minutes right now. Maybe even they can go in with them 5 minutes and 11 seconds to point B if they keep this up.
Yeah, what you got for us, New York? What you got for us, Scan Engine? Oh, okay, well, unlucky.
That's a cute
Didn't
tech.
quite make the jump. Yeah, you can make that jump, but a whip shot will do. A whip shot will do.
Yeah, just get him out of the window.
Oh, here you go. This is what's been happening a lot for New York. Ansunjae and Yaki trying to find flanks together. Hydron not that low. Yeah, Surmajit also just holding down the fort. Those orbs pretty easy to hit when you're lining people up in the corridor. Yaki almost sub 20 HP, escapes, gets that mega health back.
I don't know if this flank is the right call. I mean, it allows you to get the pincer.
Also,
okay, then.
It works if RuPaul dies like that, yeah.
Yeah, never
RuPaul
mind.
had the perfect answer to that small flank, just a nade at your feet, but yeah, not if you get taken out by Flora. All right, New York starting to come alive. They got Blade, they're going to have Overclock, support ultimates, looking good. Again, looking like another speed run.
Yeah.
From Florida Mayhem capped with what, 5 minutes and 10 seconds in the time bank, going on to third. We'll see if it's going to be the same kind of thing for New York.
I think Florida's going to try a recontest. It depends on how quickly someone gets back. All right, I see the power slide from Hydron too.
Nice played. Checkmate's kind of alone though, and he's super low. He just gets taken care of easily. Yaki just run him over. And the checkpoint's been capped, yeah, around the same time. Maybe Florida Mayhem were a second quicker.
Oh,
but in reality, same kind of pacing.
I don't know where the defense has gone for either of these teams, but it just kind of went out the window. The staggers onto Florida as well are going to get New York so much progress with this payload. And while we might have had some questions about whether or not New York could make it through this map and cap, they have a lot of time in the bank now and a lot of ultimates to do it. The rally and the sound barrier are just so key.
Well, Florida got the double support ultimates up. Nano Transcendence, pretty nice. Although New York Excelsior using that rally, forcing the issue. Rampage from someone is absolutely ginormous. And Gano Jim's rally is not going to mean a damn thing. Neither is that beat from Anson J. That's what you wanted to see if you're Florida Mayhem. The halting of the progress on the payload here. Now RuPaul and Summerjet can set up. Summerjet use the Transcendence. They still got Nano. Give it to Checkmate. Farm a Blade. Feels pretty good.
Gosh, someone has been able to grab such interesting positioning that New York just seems to be caught off guard by it every single time. We even saw this at the tail end of Paraíso, where like someone was set up in a corner just like waiting in the wings for New York to walk by, and it happened again. New York at least have a Rampage of their own, but when you know that you're going to be going up against just all of this burst healing here from RuPaul, and also just the, I don't know, that these haven't been the biggest Rampages.
Easy nade onto Excelsior. Summerjet's in trouble. Checkmate gets Nano, but look at Yaki. Does that and some without a Nano. 4 kills for Yaki at the end there. Jesus. Yeah, breathes a sigh of relief real quick. It's not out of this. 3 minutes to go. They're on the final corner, Rose. And Florida Mayhem use both support ults. They're switching over to same old Lucio Brig. They're back.
I love that New York keeps proving us wrong. You know, like they keep kind of showing that they've got this. And the fact that they've kind of pushed Sermasian and RuPaul off to switch is pretty big too. Tons of time left.
Ezbay from Checkmate. Flora trying to run away. He's already used that power slide. Picked up the health pack, but it didn't mean squat. Checkmate finds 2 with the blade. Okay. Oh,
no.
This is happening. This is happening. No, he doesn't lose to Cheerios. It's all good. It's all good. No worries, no worries.
Surely not. Like, surely that doesn't happen. But yeah, Florida come back out of the gates. I think the Lucio and the Brig just offer way more point presence than the squishy of the Zenyatta and the Ana. So this is the right call for Florida to kind of keep this up. And oh my goodness, the onslaught.
Jesus. Yeah, Kellen got crushed like a tin can in the Mariana Trench there. New York Excelsior lose 1. They do end up killing RuPaul, so a bit more of a forward hold, and Mayhem have to back. There's no way they can fight this without the Brig.
No, especially when RuPaul is so close to that rally too. You may as well be grouped up together once that comes online. But Hydron too could just continue to use this overclock as like a zoning ultimate, as we've seen before.
All right, Yaki, what you got? You got the blade. Oh, hello, RuPaul. Straight in my lying wait. Oh, perfect boop! Yaki's 80 HP. And with that boop, actually, RuPaul did earn that rally. They do end up trading Flora for Sermasian as New York Excelsior use both of their ultimates. RuPaul's ult really only affecting him in that fight. Hydron and Checkmate got a little bit of overhealth, but that was about it. RuPaul goes down for a slight for like, and Gangnam Jin is now someone trying to hold on to this point. There's a minute to go for Excelsior as they're able to clean, as the Mayhem are able to clean up. They've got Beat coming online, they've got that Rampage, that Blade. This is going to be their final stand. They win this fight here, Rose, and they go to the Summer Showdown.
And they send New York home. New York does not want that at all. They've got to make sure that Flora can get something done here with this overclock. The Rampage too, Kellen hit a really big one last time it was used. Let's overclock first.
Overclock with a nice angle. There comes the Rampage. It hits 2. Flora and Kellen in trouble. Flora used the power slide to get away, but look at the commitment from the Florida Mayhem trying to take him out. He's just refusing to die. The peel's perfect from New York. They're keeping Flora up. Gannon Jin not quite so lucky as he dashes towards the spawn, trying to help Flora. Checkmate pulls the blade with a lot of overhealth from that sound barrier as he's just cutting through the New York Excelsior. There's 30 seconds to go. New York have to go for a reset and have to rely on that Lucio speed to get back in time, but the staggers are too good. Florida Mayhem are now just going to push up.
Oh, why not? Especially when you know that you've got somebody at least watching the payload. RuPaul might even get the rally online. You just got to keep them from touching. Flora on the Tracer might be New York's last hope.
5 seconds to go. He has triple blink. Does he get there in time? I don't see the payload moving. No, Sermasian kills him before he touches the payload. Florida have done it. A 3-0, a clean 3-0 at that. And they booked their ticket to the Summer Showdown, where they can truly bring the Mayhem at LAN. GG's all around. What a series.
What a rough loss for New York, but such a big win for Florida. I mean, look at someone just dancing at the player cam. Oh, so much personality. I love it.
Oh, you love to see it. Someone too had a hell of a game on the Junker Queen. Some of those defenses looked too easy when you had that rampage up. Congratulations, Florida Mayhem. They squeak in to the Summer Showdown at 8th seed. So now it's who picks who. That is going to be the big question coming out of this series, Rose. Devastating loss, of course, for the New York Excelsior, who really had they had a decent start to the Summer Showdown qualifiers. They ended up beating Houston Outlaws. Their other win was against the Paris Eternal, which was yesterday or the other day. But yeah, kind of a devastating loss, a 3-0 at the end of it all. After some very good plays from Flora, from Yaki, I think they stood up pretty well, but Florida this time around were just too clean. They were just too good.
Yeah, they definitely look really practiced now, and even though they pulled out that pocket pick of the Tracer for at least that one round on Oasis, we still saw some really standard things from them, but I think that bodes really well looking forward to the Summer Showdown about how these different things can actually play together. But there's one player that did stand out above the rest, Jaws.
Yep, player of the match, for this one at least, is going to be Hydron on the Florida Mayhem side. Yeah, his pocket pick of the Tracer was super nice. That was a really sick kill, actually, on the blading Yaki, who won that, if you remember, or if you just joined us, where have you been? But he did headshot him as soon as he pulled that blade. Yaki built the blade so quickly, and Hydron shut him down. He's been an exceptional Sojourn player and was touted as one of the better ones. When Sojourn was first available to play and she was good, I was like, wow, okay, Hydron's really stepping up. Like, his mechanics, his aim, very clean. It's good to see him doing well. Of course, this is his rookie season too, so always good to get a player of the match, that is for sure. Especially against some of the, you're going up against some of the greats, some of the veteran talent that have been around for a long time, such as Yaki, for example. But yeah, well deserving of that player of the match. 55% railgun, actually, not too shabby. 7 final blows per 10, yeah, that's looking pretty good.
That's really good.
in an entire series. I mean, yeah, the big question is now, Rose, who picks who? The selection show is coming up rather soon. Florida Mayhem, they end up squeaking in at 8th place. It'll be interesting who ends up picking them. Of course, Dallas Fuel will end up getting selection first, and then it's going to be the San Francisco Shock. It's always a lot of fun and a lot of BM, so you're going to want to stick around for it.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be right back. We're going to jump to a quick break while the desk and everybody else set that up. But yeah, apart from that, that's it for us for now, and we'll see you soon.
I stay point. My block bottom.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
What teammate is most likely to get on a coach's bad side?
없는데? For sure, Reiner. That guy Parma argues with them and yeah, for sure, Reiner.
레이너.
저는 희수가 장난꾸러기인 것 같아요.
해봤자 저인 것 같은데 다 좀 조용하고 잔잔한 성격이라서 저밖에 없는 것 같아요.
It's either me or Sam because all the other players usually listen to the coaches. Me and Sam are like the opposite. We don't like listening to the coaches a lot of the time.
I think 킬로.
게임 외적으로도 게임 내적으로도 좀 많이 짜증나실 것 같아요.
제가 It would definitely be Reiner because Reiner doesn't even believe in coaching. Obviously that's a joke. He is just hard for the coaches.
If you had to play one hero for the rest of your career, who would it be?
Hard. Ana?
Either Tracer or Genji, I'm not sure which one.
Zenyatta?
Yeah. I like Tracer.
So if it's not in my role, I like to play Widow a lot because you just kind of AFK and shoot.
저는 손보라를 고르겠습니다.
Definitely Sigma, just because it's fun hero. You can take over games.
둠피스트였는데 이제 아무래도 탱커가 돼가지고 이제는 트레이서인 것 같아요. 전 당연히 트레이서.
브리기테 1등을 찍어봤기도 해가지고 브리기테입니다.
But if it's in my role, then it would be Roadhog. Like I like playing Roadhog a lot, but we almost never play him in the league, so that's a sad one.
팀에서 요리 제일 잘하는 사람은 누구인가요?
Maybe Smash, because I think he's the only one that actually cooks.
Maybe Scoot?
왜냐면은 다른 애들은 다 배달시켜 먹는데 주석이 형은 집에서 만들어 먹고 그래가지고 제일 잘할 것 같습니다. 이거는 칼리오스 선수? 제가 음식하는 걸 칼리오스 선수밖에 못 봐가지고.
칼리오스 형이 고기도 잘 굽고 찌개도 잘 만들어요.
This is actually crusty. Always make some food.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Watchpoint post show. I'm joined by special guest and the world's largest beard. I got Goomba here from the Florida Mayhem. You guys just got a great 3-0 victory over the New York Excelsior to qualify. How you feeling about the win?
Feeling really good. It was way closer than we'd want it to be. To be honest, like I think credit to NYXL, they could have won any of those maps. Like 2 of them came down to, actually all 3 of them came down to a singular fight in difference. So I'm feeling really happy, but I'm not happy with how we performed. I think we made a lot of mistakes. I think there were things happening that weren't happening in practice. Even though I don't think New York necessarily played that well, I think we could have played a lot better. But I'm still really happy that we're making it to Toronto, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys obviously have been sort of, I guess, the dark horse of this stage, playing a lot of different things compared to everyone else. We've seen the double flex support with RuPaul and Soma Jed. We've also seen a lot of Farah from Checkmate. What's the reason behind this? Do you guys genuinely think these are better compositions on certain maps, or is this just comfort for the Florida Mayhem?
I think that as we learn more about the meta, we started to realize that we just weren't very good at it for a lot of reasons that weren't immediately solvable, right? Like I think every meta puts different responsibility on different players to call different things and play different heroes. And a lot of that isn't immediately obvious when you watch the players or you think about their hero pool. Like being able to play a hero doesn't mean you can play it in every comp. Some metas require different people to call, different people to play a backseat role or flank or not flank and that kind of thing. So we realized we sucked at the meta, and even though we've become a lot better at it over time, we just felt like we needed something to bridge the gap comp-wise and create that sort of like almost like London Spitfire effect of playing off-meta stuff, just to sort of get us to the point where we could be good at the mirror and win the mirror. And we actually won the mirror today, right? But that definitely wasn't happening in those first few series if we played meta. So that's why we played off-meta stuff.
Yeah, and you know, Florida Mayhem in general is a kind of a different team because you guys picked up a lot of players that no one else was really looking at, and you know, your team coming into the season, people weren't really rating very highly, but you guys are now 8-8. You guys have made every playoff so far. Just talk me through your like roster building and how you put together this team and how you think it's going.
I went for a bit of a gamble this season with Albert and the coaching staff. We went for players that had a really high skill level, and we didn't really worry so much about their game knowledge or their calling or even if they spoke English or not. That was essentially secondary. And that comes with pros and cons, right? I think it's a lot harder to work with a team that doesn't speak English, but it helps in game when we win a lot of the fights for free. So that's basically the only thing we thought about is their mechanical skill. And that's the easiest thing to measure when in tryouts they're beating out all the other players, where everyone has no teamwork, no established teamwork with the team. So just really went for the highest skill players. I think that paid off, even though this is a meta that doesn't really reward that, but we're here anyway. So
yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. So you guys are qualified for the LAN now. As I said, you've qualified for all of them so far. You guys came 6th in the kickoff clash, came 8th in the mid-season tournament. What's your realistic goals heading into this tournament? Like, what are you guys aiming for? Are you trying to go for that top 4 spot?
I mean, to be honest, our goal was to make all 3 tournaments. As a rookie team and as one of the lower budget teams in the league, I think that's a remarkable achievement. I'm really happy that we achieved that, and we've worked so hard to do it. As for the tournament, honestly, I think it's kind of a vacation in a lot of ways. It's the first time most of our team has traveled, just to be honest. Like, most of these guys are rookies and they're getting to see all of these homestands in their first year in the league. And I'm so proud that we've been able to do that. And like, we've been able to offer that here at Mayhem as well. So usually we go to tournaments with, an open mind and just try and do our best and don't worry so much about the results. Obviously, you get a point for going and you only get more than 1 point if you make the finals, right? As much as I'd love to do that, that's not something we plan around. Sorry, we plan around getting there first. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, last question real quick. We're about to go on the selection show. Who do you want to get picked by? Because you guys are the 8th seed. There's a lot of good teams. Who you want to play against?
I want to play against Dallas. I think I really respect Shock because they're a team that comes in with a lot of counters to what you're playing. They think about how to beat you. Dallas doesn't think as much. And on top of that, last time we played them, it was so close, I think. Like, we're not scared of them at all. And we played them in the Dallas homestand where they had this massive crowd advantage, which you can imagine affects rookies immensely, right? Going into Toronto, I just don't think they'll have that support. So I'd like another crack at Dallas for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we'll find out just a second. Gumba, thank you very much for joining me, man. And good luck at Toronto.
Thanks.
Awesome. Danny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Goomba, and of course, Scott, for the interview. I think Goomba's right. It wasn't necessarily New York Excelsior playing well, but they did try. Yaki didn't really show up. I mean, this match,
you don't get a point for trying.
I don't get a point. Yeah, New York doesn't get a point either.
No.
But I mean, yeah, this match 3-0 for Florida Mayhem. I think they looked dominant against the New York Excelsior.
Yeah, you really see their composition and their teamwork coming together. You just heard it from Goomba. They started this stage and they just weren't very good at the head-to-head Genji situation. So they did sort of come into their own. They're playing double flex support in a double main support meta, but making it work for themselves. Sermajed has picked up that Lucio. He has the mechanics for it. Maybe a little aggressive at times, but you see it time and time again. They're making it work, even with some strange things like Hydron coming in this Tracer. So, I'm excited to see what they can pull off at this LAN. As I said, this is just bonus at this point for them. They're excited to get their rookies some reps in, get some expertise going in there. But I wouldn't be surprised if they could upset one of these better teams with these different looks.
Yeah, there were so many interesting answers we got from Gunby in that great interview. Great job by you, Costa. One of the things, for example, was that they were focused on picking up players who were just like really talented and good at the game, and they didn't worry as much about communication and stuff like that. And you can see the understanding when it comes to the synergy between these players. They excel at their different roles on the Florida Mayhem, but they also understand like how to work with a different teammate and how your abilities interact with each other. Checkmate, I think, had a great Genji performance, and honestly, I think in many ways Florida Mayhem as an organization, they've sort of been overlooked this season because London Spitfire has been so hyped up, because London Spitfire obviously going to the season were like ranked 20th, but they've had a great season with lots of upsets and wins. And as you mentioned, Costa, Florida Mayhem, they were in a similar scenario where like they were pretty much overlooked because they didn't have that name value to their roster. But this is another great win for them. They're qualifying for yet another tournament. They have individual playmakers. How many times have we complimented Hydron, for example, for his hit scan abilities? Checkmate now with some great Genji play. Someone is a really talented rookie, whether it's on the Jungle Queen or also the Winston, for example. So this is a team that's well put together with very many talented players, and I'm looking forward to see how they develop and as they get more experience on the stage in Toronto.
Me too. I'm excited for Florida for the tournament. I am.
You are.
What? You guys don't trust me?
Well, yeah, you said it with so much hesitation. It felt like.
I'm willing to buy into Gunba.
I'm rooting for Florida now.
I'm buying into Gunba. Yeah, he just was so convincing. It was just like, yeah, you know, like Dallas, you know, they didn't really prepare for us. You know, we got some stuff in our sleeve, and, you know, they're not going to have crowd advantage. And I was like, yo, I'm ready for Florida, Dallas. I hope we get this match
Dallas
later
is
on.
watching this,
yeah.
please pick Florida. And I think it's going to be
fun.
very interesting. All right, with that being said, that is it for the qualifier matches for the Summer Showdown tournament. So with that being said, yeah, there you go. Let's look at the standings one last time. We have 8 teams in.
It's actually
Fuel,
crazy.
Shock, Outlaws, Defiant, Spitfire, Titans, Justice, and the Mayhem.
Gladiators and Rain sitting this one out. That's kind of crazy. I don't think anyone would have expected that coming into this.
Nuts. And also, crucially important for Atlanta Reign, because now they're obviously going to lose some league points when it comes to the playoffs later on. Atlanta Reign, they have struggled repeatedly in the regular season, and that's going to come back to bite them when it comes for hunting those playoff spots at the end of the season. So another opportunity for the likes of Washington Justice, Florida Mayhem, London Spitfire, Vancouver to gain an edge there when it comes to attaining league points in the tournament later on next week.
All right, and all those things are going to happen very soon in the tournament next week. So keep an eye out for that. And with that being said, let's move on to the best of the day, because we got some great stuff today from those 2 matches. I'm going to start first. I want to talk about Bob, because Bob is a character in Overwatch that, you know, he's very busy. He goes to many different teams from the Overwatch league.
I know, he gets around.
You know, an Ashe player from a team calls Bob, and he comes out. He's always there to support the team.
You don't think there's many different Bobs? You think there's just one Bob?
No, it's one Bob just changing
Just
colors.
one Bob. Oh,
Yeah,
so he flies
it's
away,
like
swaps wardrobe.
Yeah, so
okay.
here's Hisu calling the Bob, but then, you know, it's like an off day for him. He comes out ready, and then he just said, okay, I don't see anything, Hisu. Why'd you call me? I'm a busy guy. Did you really need me? Here, on this corner.
He's that bouncer for the club that no one goes to, and he's just standing there like, yo, anyone wanna know everyone? Okay, sweet, I'll be here, guys.
It reminds me of another first-person shooter game I played when I grew up. And you just run a corner, and there's like a bot sitting there. It's just like, you know, all clear, all clear, guys. I was like, oh, thank you, appreciate it, Bob, clearing the corners.
All right. Costa, how about you?
Okay, I'm up. I'm actually going over to the Eastern region, and this is Izuyaki becoming indestructible on that brig. A hero that he's not really known for, and he just keeps running. Just keep running. So he gets a great whip shot here onto Stalker, pops the rally, sees someone go up the edge, and he's like, okay, well, he goes onto the point to try and give it a contest, try and stay alive, because they're down, you know, this is a 3v4 situation. He's, you know, healing, he's trying to apply pressure, gets away.
Wait, what?
Hiding around, he peeks the corner, there's 4 people coming for him. Oh! And he's like, oh, no. He gets a little bit of help here from Vindane to get across the thing, dodges Prophet, and then comes back around. Can't kill Izuyaki, man. You can't kill that man. He's unavoidable. No pit can stop him.
That's a peak brig play.
Hey, I just gotta give some love to brig players every now and then, you know?
All right.
It's not as flashy as... Yeah, what are you saying? All right. You're not impressed with that?
Yeah, no, I was impressed with that. I think it's funny, because you chose Brigitte just like avoiding, you know?
Just run.
For your best of the day. I picked a Genji just avoiding. It's all about avoidance. Bob avoided the action. They have all something in common. For my best of the day, it was Yaki actually just now on the New York Excelsior. He actually pulled out a nice blade to just cancel a sound barrier coming in from Thermojet. But then, I mean, the top 5 Genji movement, the way he dodges this checkmate blade as well. Look at him go. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Checkmate's lost.
Dude, oh, and then just standing still like that, that's just ego diffing on a completely different level. I love it.
And this is the cancel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just
love...
love...
That an Ajax too?
That is an Ajax.
Yeah. Look at him. I just love like when players stand still. It's like the ultimate like.
bruh.
Yeah. I love that from Yaki. Great movement. Top 5 gaming movement.
Yeah, all right.
You can have it.
There you guys have it, guys. That was our best of the day, and let's move on. We're not done yet because we have a selection show coming up. So before we get to that, let's take a look at the brackets for the Summer Showdown tournament.
4 teams.
We have 4 teams,
4 teams.
yes, right now. We got the Fuel number 1, right, and then Shock number 2, Outlaws, and Defiant.
Okay, so Dallas goes first. Dallas is going to be the first pickers?
They're going to, I think so. I think Dallas is going to pick Florida Mayhem.
After that disrespect.
We just want to rack out the picks right now. Just guess. Take a
we don't need to talk to anyone. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Flip a coin.
All right, well, that was a bracket, and we're going to find out who those 4 teams are going to pick because right after the break, we're going to come back with our selection show. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back. welcome everybody to the Summer Showdown Selection Show. Yay! Yeah! Our 4 teams that made into the top 4 for the Summer Showdown tournament are going to be picking their opponents. Actually, not number 4, but only top 3.
Top 3.
And then the number 4 seed will get to choose whoever's left. Right?
Congratulations, you get the last.
It sounds complicating, but for that, we're going to show you guys a bracket of how things are going to go down. Let's take a look. Right. Okay. So Fuel number 1, and then we have Shock number 2, Outlaws number 3, and then Defiance are at number 4, which means that Dallas Fuel will be picking first.
Yeah, and we just talked to the Florida Mayhem when Goomba said he wants to play against Dallas Fuel. I don't know if Dallas is watching that kind of interview and is like, out of spite, they're like, throw out everything else we thought, play Florida, or maybe they are afraid of Florida and the things that they threw at them last time. So
Dallas are never afraid. Dallas, right? You guys are gonna go with the Mayhem. Give us the things that fans want. Yeah. You know, we want to see that.
Do the fans want that? Have you polled them?
I think so.
Danny's a fan. He counts.
Yeah, I count. I think that's gonna happen. How about San Francisco Shock? Is there any guesses to who San Francisco Shock is gonna pick?
I don't want to take any guesses there. I think overall like 5 through 8. I could see different arguments for picking any of those teams, really. Like, maybe you're scared of Mayhem's like double flex thing. You just want to beat someone in a mirror matchup, for example. Both Washington and Vancouver have had their ups and downs, so it's difficult.
Yeah, I don't think there's an easy choice in the bottom 4.
That is true. We're just playing the guessing game, but we don't have to anymore because our number 1 seed team, Dallas Fuel, is ready to pick their opponent. And from Dallas Fuel, we have Sparkle as a representative. Hi, Sparkle. 스파클 선수 안녕하세요. 들리시나요?
안녕하세요.
Hello, he says hello. All right, so Dallas Fuel, who are you guys going to pick for your first opponent for the Summer Showdown tournament? 자, 달라스가 1위 시드로 들어오셨기 때문에 처음 이제 상대를 결정할 수 있는 선택권이 주어지게 되었습니다. 스파클 선수, 어떤 팀과 토너먼트에서 첫 경기를 펼칠 예정이신가요?
저희는 워싱턴 저스티스로 뽑겠습니다.
워싱턴 저스티스죠?
네.
Alright, so Sparkle picks, or Dallas Fuel wants to go up against Washington Justice. Sparkle, is there any reason why you guys went with Washington Justice? Just out of curiosity. 자, 그럼 이제 이유를 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 이게 왜 첫 번째 경기를 꼭 워싱턴과 하기로 이렇게 되셨나요?
그 DK 선수가 요새 좀 행복해 보이더라고요. 네, DK는 행복하면 안 되는 선수인데 지옥 맛을 좀 보여주겠습니다.
Alright, so Sparkle says that, we picked Washington Justice because recently DK looked very happy, and he's not a player that should look that happy. So we're here to bring hell to the Washington Justice. Washington... Alright, so, and of course, from the Washington Justice side, we got Opener. Opener, can you hear me? Opener 선수 들리시나요? Alright, apparently I think we're having some audio issue. I can't hear Opener? Opener 선수 들리시나요? Alright, did we get him?
Did we hear Opener at the end there?
No, apparently I don't think we are getting Opener. So Sparkle. I don't think Washington has anything to say. I think they agree.
Come on now.
They said okay, yeah, all right. We'll see you guys at the tournament. 자, 스파크 선수 뭐 이렇게 방금 이렇게 좀 지옥을 보여주신다고 말씀하셨는데 보니까 워싱턴이 별로 할 말이 없는 것 같은데 어떻게 스파크 선수가 보시기에도 좀 이제 워싱턴이 좀 벌써 좀 이렇게 달라스를 좀 두려워하고 있는 것 같으신가요?
방금 오프너 선수가 말하는 거 못 들으셨어요? 저한테 욕을 엄청 날리던데? 무서워서 경기 못할 것 같아요.
Alright. So I asked Sparkle, you know, it seems like Washington they're already scared of Dallas Fuel. Like, do you agree? And he says, oh, didn't you guys hear what Opener was saying? He was cussing me out. I'm so scared for this matchup.
I was reading lips. I thought he was cussing him out as well. It's crazy.
Thank God that didn't go on broadcast.
I feel bad for the Justice. Come on, they're gonna get a chance to respond. Come on now.
All right, Dallas Fuel. So Dallas Fuel is going to be going up against Washington Justice. Sparkle. Thank you so much. Anything you want to say before you leave? 자, 방금 이제 이렇게 나오셔서 선택을 해주시고 또 감사드리면서 마지막으로 가시기 전에 한 말씀 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
뭐 이번 토너먼트 전승이니까 1등 팀인 만큼 보여드리겠습니다. 박수. Slap.
All right. So Sparkle says, you know, this tournament we're undefeated right now. So as the #1 seeded team, we will show you what we could do for the tournament. And he says, applause. Everybody applause.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
All right, Dallas Fuel and Sparkle, thank you so much. And we'll see you guys in Toronto. 자, 토론토에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 스파클 선수 감사합니다.
See you in Toronto.
No, I'll be here.
Can we go to Toronto too?
You guys will be there. You guys are going to Toronto, like through the camera. That did not make any sense.
Okay, all right. Let's talk through the pick though. But
Yeah.
I'm just gonna come out here, you know, before we, you know, Washington Justice has some audio issues. You know, it's unfortunate Oper couldn't respond, but. Like, honestly, though, they have Decay and Assassin has been looking on fire. So, while Dallas Fuel, they have Hanbin, who's arguably the best jungle queen in the world. Washington Justice, they still have some firepower on their roster, and I'm pretty excited to see this matchup.
I feel like this is a grudge match. Dallas Fuel is like, you know, Decay, ever since he left us, he's been too happy. I think it's time to make him
Oh,
unhappy.
it's true! Decay on Dallas Fuel. You're going way back.
We're going way back. Dallas Fuel are thinking of the 2020 playoffs, and they're still seething. They're like, yo, one day we're going to get back at Decay, and this is that day. Toronto land is when they make their final stand.
Crimson, like vicariously living on the Dallas Fuel still.
As a Dallas fan though, like I'm a little bit worried because every time I see these two teams play against each other, it's always close.
It is.
And it is Washington Justice, and it is Decay.
Hey, they'll be fine. Dallas will be fine. As you said, like, Washington Justice, they are weakened because of these roster moves, but they have been looking better. So you never know what to expect from this Washington Justice team, but Dallas Fuel are definitely the favorites heading into this one still.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, for a good reason. They're #1 seeded, undefeated this stage. They're probably the strongest team right now in the West.
Yeah.
But they are going up against Washington Justice. That is going to be a match to look forward to for the Toronto tournament. All right, let's move on to San Francisco Shock. They are number two seed team. Number 2 seeded team?
Yeah.
My English is just deteriorating.
You have such a hard job talking Korean and then going back to
guys,
us.
I'm so sorry. My Korean was so bad. Don't worry. I'm gonna be better. All right,
you have the hardest job right here.
All right, San Francisco Shock. Any guesses?
Okay, here's the thing. If I'm frightened about going up as like a double flex, I don't want to deal with that. I just laid out that argument. Dallas Fuel, they picked Washington Justice because they think they can beat them in the mirror. Vancouver Titans, they just lost to the Boston Uprising with 4 days of practice among the Western lineup with Punk and Seeker and everything. So, do you go with like a struggling Vancouver Titans perhaps? Or do you go for Florida Mayhem with like double flex support? And suddenly we can be in like a world where like Florida Mayhem is like the last pick or something in the selection show.
Because no one wants to play them.
It's nuts.
I think Vancouver is the obvious choice. I think Vancouver just...
Really, the obvious
I agree
choice.
too, but then knowing San
just lost to
Francisco San Francisco Shock likes challenge.
They do like to pick
and they like to prove themselves that they're the strongest team. So I don't know. We'll have to see. And for you know, we do have someone from the San Francisco Shock to give that answer, and that is none other than Sam from San Francisco Shock. Sam, what's up? How are you doing, bro?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Good, we're doing great. Love your outfit.
Yeah, all dressed up and stuff.
Yes, thank you. I had to get dressed up. It's been a while. Happy to be back.
Bro, it was what, definite upgrade from the last last time we did this. Cause you weren't dressed for the occasion.
Oh yeah, what is this? Shaken, not stirred, of course.
I
right.
Oh, the rings! The rings as well. Oh, I love it.
All right,
That's great.
Mr. Sam, who are we going with? Who's shock picking?
Well, Dallas stole the Washington pick. Obviously, we go with them. Always go with them. But we're gonna be going with Vancouver.
Go with Vancouver.
Okay.
Ooh, Costa was right. Is it just because it seemed like an easy dub for you guys to start off the tournament, or what was the reason?
We already beat Florida. Didn't want to beat them again, so we're gonna go Vancouver's.
All right. Yep. And on the Vancouver side, we have none other than the head coach of Vancouver Titans, Deepe.
Hello.
Deepe, all right. Sam said, of course, they picked, or San Francisco Shock went with Vancouver Titans. Do you think that was a smart choice?
Probably not, but it's probably all good either way. You have to be good. They have Proper on their team. They just Proper go kill 5 is their strat. It's a 6 strat. I wish I had that in my strat book, actually. Krusty's big strat book. I wish I had
You do.
Proper go kill 5.
But yours is Aspire.
Mine's, oh yeah, but mine's not, he can't kill 5 every fight, and it happens far less often, you know? He doesn't have a dash reset. So it's a little more difficult. Trying to put that in the playbook too, Aspire kill 5. That's a good tip, Sam. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, Deepe, so obviously, you know, Shock is a very dominant team, but you guys have been looking a lot better. Like, are you guys confident in your ability to maybe get over the Shock, but also go deeper in the tournament compared to, you know, your results previously?
Yeah, I actually think I would have actually liked to get chosen by Shock. I think stylistically, like meta-wise, I think they have a different understanding than what we do. So we have a style diff, which is like really good, I think, if we don't necessarily have a skill gap. So I'm actually really happy to play against Shock. Yesterday, we lost against Boston, so we're not looking on the up and up over here, I don't think. But, you know, LAN is different. You know, each match, like, we obviously messed up that match, and that's not good. But I think generally, you know, I'm happy to play Shock over the other 3, actually. So that's really good for us.
All right. John, do you have anything to add, or are you good?
No, I think it's going to be a great matchup.
All right, any final words from both of you guys? Let's start with Sam.
No, I mean, everything he said, he makes sense. Respectable head coach. I don't play, so we'll see what happens at the tournament.
Let's go, Shock.
And of course, Deepe, how about you? Any last words?
That was just so nice. I can't trash talk. He's just I'm not playing. Like I'm not trash talking the bench player over there. He's not even playing.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, you're just you're the nice guy representative. I mean, I'm really happy to make the Toronto tournament. I think it's going to be cool to play in front of a Canadian crowd. Would be cool to play in Vancouver, but Toronto, I'm sure we have some fans there as well. So I think that'll be a lot of fun and a really good experience for our guys. I don't think a lot of them have been to LAN. So this is like a really great experience for my players. I haven't been to as many LANs because of the whole COVID years during that time, but it'll be a great experience for us, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Definitely, same for us as well. Really quickly before I send you guys off, Sam, what is that drink? I'm just out of curiosity. What are you drinking?
What are you cooking?
Well, I thought it was just juice, but it's orange juice. I don't really like it, so Kilo got it for me, and I'm a little bit disappointed.
You put it in like a chalice, though. That was kind of nice.
Yeah, it's respectable.
Yeah. All right. So Sam and Deepe, thank you guys so much, and yeah, we're very excited to see both teams in Toronto. So see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Oh, that was so funny.
Good one. We're leveling up. Every selection show, we're getting better. I just love that Sam is just, as you said, he's just stroking his rings. He's like, I'm not gonna play. I'm just gonna collect another ring, baby. Let's just roll this one out.
Hey man, there's been many great players before him, like Hureg, for example. Who Are You came back into the mix, of course. So like, you know, just because you spend most of the time on the bench doesn't mean you can't win rings.
That's true.
Yeah.
And this match, I'm also very excited because Vancouver. they're gonna get the Canada buff. But they are going up against San Francisco Shock.
They are.
Yeah, DP's not like sugarcoating it as he shouldn't, right? Like the San Francisco Shock, they are a strong team. They're by no means the favorites, but just as we talked to Goomba on the Florida Mayhem, it's about getting experience for these young guys. You know, they are accomplishing something that they haven't accomplished before. Go out, have fun, learn from your experiences, and do the best that you can.
Also, I appreciate them like being like a little bit realistic about it.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you know, the tournament is double elimination. If we lose to the Shock, it's not the end of the world. So let's not treat it like we have immense amount of pressure on us to come out and perform like against a Canadian or like with a Canadian audience. Like no, like you know, it's the Shock. If we lose, we'll win against someone in the lower bracket. It's fine.
And with that was San Francisco Shock picking their opponent, San Francisco Shock number 2. Let's move on to number 3 seed. Houston Outlaws.
Surely the Florida Mayhem must go now.
Surely they can't keep getting away with it.
Someone pick Florida Mayhem.
You know what? Let's just jump right into it. I'm very curious to see who Houston is going to choose for their first match in Toronto. And for that, we have Jake, assistant coach of Houston Outlaws. Jake, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you fine, Danny.
All right, brother. Who are we going with?
For the Houston Outlaws pick, we will select the Florida Mayhem. Yeah, going into this round.
I don't know why I'm rooting for that.
Yeah, I don't know. All right. Any big reason for the Florida Mayhem pick?
I think the picks pretty much went like how we expected they would go in terms of once we got the 3 seed by London's result against Toronto. It's kind of what we expected to have happen, that it'd be like New York or Florida for us. I mean, I think Florida's like playing a lot of weird comps, which like are not good, but they can like cheese a lot of wins. But yeah, I don't think it's actually good, and I think in the end, like it won't prevail as long as we just like execute well on our team.
Okay. Cheesing wins with weird comps. We have Hydron from Florida Mayhem. Hydron, what do you think about that comment?
That's nonsense, let me tell you, because he said, all we have to do is just IC. Well, that's their problem. They can't. They just choke, you know? They play against London, you know, 0-3. So they played against New York, 2-0. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, and they lost. We played New York.
What's your record this season, Hydron?
It's that simple. We beat everybody you lose to, so it doesn't matter.
You beat everybody. Oh, okay, that's good. That's really good. That's really good for you.
All right, Jake, I want to follow up. You know, the Florida Mayhem, they play Junkrat. Like, how can you really try and destroy something that you love so much? You know, are you going to pull out the Junkrat mirror at any point just to show them what's up?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. You know, maybe we can bring out some new strategies of our own. You know, shake things up. It's always a possibility, but we'll definitely keep it in consideration. But I think this meta is like very much like a teamwork test and a skill test. You know, since everyone's playing more or less the same things, and I guess we'll see if like Florida can handle it on the mirror match when it comes up. But I think like on the places they don't play the cheese comps, they're just like a weak team. I mean, my head on the Lucio is looking a little bit sloppy perhaps. So I think that'll be a real weakness for them in the match.
Hey man, Super Jazz, he's leveled up his Lucio. It's been all right, you know. It's coming together by the end of the stage. Hydron, I mean, you pretty much know what the Houston Outlaws are going to play because it seems like they're just going to play meta now. Is there anyone on Outlaws like you gotta respect, or are you just kind of going into it neutral?
Nah, I mean, we'll take it. However, I mean, he said. I mean, honestly, if we're playing Junkrat, you should probably you should sub yourself in for Pelican, just like you did with Juby. So why not?
Well, I think it's gonna be a little harder to bench Pelican for me. I think that might be a little bit of a tougher ask.
Well, you did it once, you could do it twice.
Yeah. Pelican and Juvie are like about the same, right? Like in your eyes.
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you this then, Jake. How does your Lucio compared to Thermo Jet? Who do you pick?
Oh, I mean, I don't even play the game anymore. Like, but my head is like, I gotta give him respect that he like picked up the new hero, and like it's not a hero like he played that much previously, and he's doing fine on it. But in the end, like you can't AJ that many times and still have the respect of your opponents.
Oh, okay. He'll bring out the sun. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, so Jake and Hydra, before I let you guys go, any final words for for each other or for anyone that's watching? Let's go with Jake first.
I'm just super excited to go to Toronto. I think it'll be a fun event, Overwatch event in Canada. I think that'll be cool. It'll be nice to see everybody. In the end, I don't really take any of this trash talk too seriously. It's just, we'll play the match. We'll see who's the better team then.
We'll
All
see
right,
you
thank
then.
you so much. And Hydron.
We'll see you
All
then.
right,
It's gonna,
guys, thank
gonna
you
be a
so
fun
much.
one.
It is definitely going to be a fun one.
Gonna be banging.
All right, guys, thank you so much, and we'll see you guys soon in
Thank you, guys.
Toronto.
You know what this means? Oh, here we go.
What?
The rematch from earlier today. Oh, it's Toronto
is
Fire
Toronto
against the
versus
London
London.
Spitfire. And
that
London
is
Spitfire,
true!
they upset the Toronto Defiant to make their way in here. And now they're rematching in the first round in Toronto, on Toronto. Everything's Toronto.
Wait, so it's Toronto, right, guys? For those of you that are watching, we had. Can we see the bracket one more time? There you go. Thank you so much, X. So we got Dallas Fuel going up against Washington Justice, Toronto Defiant going up against London Spitfire, Shock versus Vancouver Titans, and Outlaws versus Mayhem. Of course, Defiant, because they're coming in fourth, they get whoever is left, and that is the London Spitfire, and that is a rematch of today's match.
That is gonna be so good.
Dude, Toronto, they were not happy with this loss. You just saw it in their
They were
player cam.
booms.
Like, I saw the players cam after the match was over, and I just saw Hisu with his hands over his head.
Twilight flipped the camera.
You gotta bounce back from
Not that flip, but flip.
This is an
they can bounce
opportunity.
back.
This is an opportunity
Yeah.
to prove to everyone that, we could get our revenge.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. We talked about it, like, it felt like just sort of individual mechanical failures. Like, that's where it really felt. The players just didn't show up today. If they can get to land, they got that land buff, they do it to Toronto, there would be nothing sweeter as a Toronto fan than beating the London Spitfire after they beat you. They tried to boom you, and then you come back stronger.
Yeah.
Right. So the match is set. Toronto will be facing off against London Spitfire. Let's hear from the teams. We have head coach Moby Dick from Toronto Defiant, and we have the Chatty from London Spitfire. All right, guys, can you guys hear me? 들리시나요?
네, 잘 들립니다.
All right, it seems like both of them could hear me. Yeah, why don't I just start off with just a generic question? How do you guys feel about this matchup? Are you guys happy? Let me start with Coach Moby Dick first, and I will translate this into Korean first. 자, 일단 좀 이렇게 쉬운 질문부터 하나 던져보고 싶습니다, 감독님. 지금 런던과의 경기가 결정이 났습니다. 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요?
다른 팀에 비해서 쉽다고 생각을 하기 때문에 사실 오늘 진 게 저번에 제가 채팅으로 친 그 약속을 지키기 위해서였고요. 네, 이번 토너먼트에서 꼭 다시 보여주도록 하겠습니다.
All right. So Moby Dick says that compared to other teams, this is definitely an easier team to beat. So I'm happy with that. And today we lost to them. Today we lost to London Spitfire to keep my promises in keep my promises in some type of chat that I did. I'm going to follow up to Moby Dick really quickly. 감독님 방금 채팅에서 지키기 위한 약속이라고 하셨는데 이게 방금 무슨 말씀이셨죠?
그 글래디 에디터 서머 쇼다운 못 오게 한다는 게 제 목적이었기 때문에 네, 그걸 이뤘습니다, 오늘.
죄송합니다. 한 번만 다시 말씀해 줄 수 있으실까요?
채팅에서 굿바이 글래디 에디터 쳤는데 네, 그거를 이루기 위해서
Alright, so Coach Moby Dick says that it was the promise that he was talking about was in game chat he wrote goodbye gladiators. So he lost to London Spitfire just so that he could do that.
No, come on now.
Honey, you're not gonna let that go. Yeah, Honey, let us know.
Let's hear from Honey. Honey, what do you think about that comment? So let me rephrase because it was sort of all over the place. Coach Moby Dick says compared to other teams, London Spitfire is an easier team to beat, and he lost to Toronto Defiant lost to London Spitfire today because he wanted to keep the promise of in-game. He wrote the chat "Goodbye Gladiator," so he wanted to make that happen.
Is this true?
No. Don't let them get away with that, Hardy. Let them know.
I mean, I think when you saw the Toronto players' reactions to the loss, you can see that that statement is not true at all. I think they were really upset with that loss. And I think we're really happy to play them again. I mean, we already beat Toronto in Toronto to go to Toronto, and now we can beat Toronto in Toronto on Toronto. Everything, even more Toronto, and I'm just really excited to just do it again. Let's do it one more time.
모비딕 감독님 지금 좀 빨리 좀 이렇게 통역을 제대로 못하게 좀 빨리 말하자면은 이제 방금 말하신 거는 이렇게 좀 이렇게 너무 신빙성이 없다고 얘기를 하시고요. 하디 선수가 왜냐면은 경기가 끝나고 선수들이 다 너무나도 슬퍼했기 때문에 뿐만이 아니라 이제 다시 한 번 더 이제 토론토와 경기를 하는 거에 대해서는 너무 좋다. 왜냐면은 토론토를 이겨서 토론토에 가기 때문에 한 번 더 다시 토론토랑 싸우는 거에 대해서 굉장히 긍정적으로 생각을 하고 있다고 하는 것 같네요. 네, 감독님 어떻게 생각하시나요? What do you think, 모비딕?
사실 기회를 준 거죠. 이제 사실 제 친구 크리스토퍼가 또 런던에 있기 때문에 이 좋은 이 도시 토론토에 올 수 있게끔 제가 기회를 준 거기 때문에 거기에 너무 또 자만하지 않았으면 좋겠어요.
Alright. So, Moby-Dick says that, we're just giving London Spitfire a chance because I have a really good friend named Christopher on London Spitfire. So we're giving him and the rest of the players to come to the beautiful land of Toronto to get this experience. So don't get too cocky.
That's actually interesting because they were both on the Philadelphia Fusion the first couple of seasons. Yeah,
that is true. So that's
Moby-Dick was on Fusion first.
All right.
Season, yeah.
With that being said, before I let you guys go, let me. Any last words? Final words?
I actually have a question.
Oh, you
have a question
okay.
for Hadi. I gotta know here, Hadi. All right. Everyone talks about the Toronto fans at the Toronto homestand and the buff that gives.
Yes.
Do you have a message for the Toronto fans and how are you going to deal with the fans on stage?
I think it's actually gonna be the opposite. Because if you think about today's match, we had all the pressure on us, we still won, and next game they're gonna have all the pressure on us, and we're still gonna win. So I think it's gonna be looking good for us.
It's just easy.
All right. Any final words from you, Coach 모비딕? 자, 모비딕 감독님 가시기 전에 마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
앞에서 한 말은 사실 다 조크였고요. 네, 런던하고 재밌는 경기 만들 수 있도록 저희가 준비 열심히 해가지고 토너먼트에서 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
All right. I just want to say all the stuff that I said before was, just poking fun at the team. Also, was sort of a joke. I think our team, Toronto Defiants, are going to try our best to make this match against London Spitfire as fun and as exciting for everyone that is tuning in for the match. All right. moby-Dick and of course Hadi, thank you guys so much, and we'll see you guys soon in Toronto.
Thanks,
you, guys.
See you.
Bye.
Woo!
Good job, Daddy.
Daddy, you are a star.
That was hard.
I can't believe you just translated and made everything work. That was great.
I don't know. I think I did an okay job. I got his statements across. That's all that matters. But anyways, guys,
I understood Toronto, but that was about it.
I was just so focused on the Toronto thing. Honestly, I don't even remember what Hardy said the things before and after. I was just like Toronto. Oh, that's so funny. I have to tell moby-Dick about this. So those are going to be our matches. Are we going to look at a bracket one more time?
Yeah, look at a bracket. Come on now. Yeah. I mean, this matchup is going to be so entertaining to watch, really. And also, I mean, where do you want to start with this bracket? I think if I got to pick a team here that I think is really interesting, going to follow throughout the entire bracket, just looking here, the Houston Outlaws.
Yes.
I've said it many times throughout the week. This could be the breakout tournament where Houston Outlaws, they go from good team, solid record, to great, all right? That potential matchup, if both higher seeds wins in Shock and Outlaws, that match between those two teams could be epic.
There is only one team that has proper Go Kill 5 in their handbook, and that is the Houston Outlaws, which have Pelican Go Kill 5 in their handbook. So
we have Parrot Kill 5 too.
Yeah, and then Merida also can do the same thing, right? Like, if Houston Outlaws is on their A game, if they are playing their best, they can take it to the San Francisco Shock. The real crux of that is that we have never seen Houston Outlaws perform that well in the playoffs. So will we finally see the real Houston Outlaws stand up? And then the top side of the bracket is interesting as well. You know, that Toronto-London, I'm actually really excited for that rematch. There's so many storylines that head into that one.
Yeah. I mean, all these matches are giga bangers.
True.
And you know what's another banger? The tournament is gonna be, what, 4 days, right?
Yeah.
And the matches are going to be, so that means our Overwatch League tournament matches will start on Thursday, and the starting time is an hour before our usual broadcast.
Time zones. How do they work?
All right. So for for LA or California, PST, we usually start at 12, which means
no, a Watchpoint pre-show 11:30. So 10:30 a.m. PST. Watch us.
Oh. Yeah, no, 10:30. It's not 11. 10:30. You know what? No, let's say 10. Just go get ready, get in front of the TV, and then watch us, and then watch the games.
Yeah.
But the matches, the actual matches, are going to be starting at 11 a.m., not 12 p.m. Guys, okay? That's for us. Everyone else, just remember, just remember the matches start an hour before our regular time, and it's gonna start on Thursday. With that being said, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in to our selection show. We will be back next week for the Summer Showdown Tournament.
Yeah!
Let's go!
I love
Thank you so
Toronto!
much.
I wish I could go. Watch APAC! Watch APAC!